Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I was driving back from a short weekend trip in the mountains. It was a solo trip, just something I needed to do to clear my head. Life back in the city was starting to feel too noisy, too cramped, and I needed a break from the mess. I had left early that morning, hoping to beat the Sunday traffic, but I took a wrong turn coming down from one of the less traveled forest roads. I wasn't too worried at first. I had fuel, I had a power bank for my phone, and I figured I'd just turn back around once I realized where I'd gone off course. But I didn't realize it quickly enough. I was at least 2 hours off my planned route before it hit me that I'd messed up bad. I'd been driving through dense pine woods, narrow gravel roads that barely had enough room for one car, and the GPS on my phone had been bouncing between no signal and a spinning wheel for the last 45 minutes. I wasn't panicked yet, but I could feel my nerves starting to rise. There was no one else around. No other cars, no signs of houses, no trail markers. Just endless trees and a sky that was starting to get orange at the edges. The road started to slope downward into a valley, and I thought maybe that would help with signal. I followed it, thinking maybe it would lead me out. But instead, it dead-ended near an old clearing that looked like it had once been used for logging or farming. The ground was flat, and there were a few crumbling wood posts sticking up out of the grass. Some rusted wire fencing curled around the base of one, almost swallowed by weeds and vines. I pulled over to check my phone again. Still no signal. I got out of the car, stretched my legs, and looked around. It was dead silent. No wind, no birds, nothing. I'd gotten used to the quiet during the trip, but this was different. This wasn't peaceful quiet. This felt like everything around me was holding its breath. I tried to retrace my route, but somehow, the turn I thought I took to get here wasn't where it should have been. Every path I tried led me in a circle or deeper into the trees. At some point, I gave up and decided to just camp in the car overnight and try again with fresh light. It wasn't ideal, but I had some snacks, a blanket, and enough fuel to keep warm if it got cold. By the time full darkness settled, I had backed my car into a corner of the clearing, facing out so I could drive straight if needed. I ate an energy bar, drank some water, reclined the seat, and tried to get comfortable. The crickets had started up again, which weirdly felt comforting. I dozed off sometime after midnight, but I didn't sleep long. I woke up to something tapping on the glass. It was faint, light, almost like a bug hitting the window, but it repeated, tap, 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 then silence, then again. I sat up, heart racing. The windshield was foggy from my breath and the temperature drop outside, but I could still see out through it. The forest edge was pitch black beyond the reach of my headlights. I listened. Nothing. Then I heard it again, this time on the passenger side. Tap, tap. I leaned over, squinting through the side window. Could have been a branch, maybe something brushing against the car in the breeze. I turned on the engine to kick on the lights. There was nothing there. I sat still for a moment, engine idling, headlights pointed into the trees. I didn't see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I turned off the engine again, not wanting to waste fuel. The tapping didn't come back for a while. I started to drift again, but I never really fell asleep. My ears were tuned to every creak and rustle outside. And then I heard movement, not the breeze through the trees. This was something stepping, crunching softly on gravel and dead pine needles. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I sat straight up, staring through the windshield. The sound was coming from the left side now, off in the trees just beyond the clearing. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear the spacing of the steps. It didn't sound like an animal. Not a deer, not a raccoon, and definitely not a bear. It sounded like someone walking in boots. One slow step after the other, like they weren't sure where to go. I turned the engine back on and locked the doors. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. I kept the lights on, scanning every part of the tree line in front of me. Then the sound stopped. Just like that. No more steps. I waited, leaning forward, eyes darting between the gaps in the trees. Suddenly, I saw movement. Just a flicker. Like someone stepping back behind a tree trunk. My stomach dropped. I threw the car in reverse, backed up a little, and then turned it around to face the road I came in on. I didn't care if it was the wrong road. I just needed to be moving, away from this place. The road twisted tightly, and I couldn't go too fast without risking hitting something or getting stuck. I drove with both hands on the wheel, eyes wide, trying to follow the path out. After about 10 minutes, I realized the road was sloping upward again. That was good, right? I'd driven downhill to reach the clearing. If I could just get back to the ridge, maybe I'd get signal. But then the road split, and there were no signs. Just two narrow paths, both covered in the same gravel and weeds. I chose the one to the right, thinking it looked a little more worn, like it had more tire marks. I followed it for another 15 minutes. No signal, no houses, nothing. Then I saw something up ahead. Another car. It was parked off to the side of the road, half hidden under the trees. Looked like a dark blue SUV, older model, maybe early 2000s. The windows were dusty. There were dead leaves all over the hood. It looked like it had been there for a while. I slowed down as I passed it, curious. Then I noticed the driver's door was open, just hanging open like someone had gotten out and never closed it. I didn't stop. Something about it felt wrong. I kept going until the road ended at another dead end. This time it was more overgrown. There were a couple rusted barrels and an old shed that looked like it had collapsed under its own weight years ago. This didn't make sense. I had been driving straight. I should have been going uphill. Instead, I was boxed in again. I backed up, turned around, and tried the other fork in the road. But my headlights caught something near the edge of the trees as I turned. A shoe. Just one. A faded sneaker, lying on its side in the dirt. My chest tightened. I didn't stop. I didn't want to know who it had belonged to. I drove back to the fork and took the left path this time. I drove faster than before. Branches scraped the side of my car, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. After another long stretch, the forest opened up a little. I saw a wide patch of ground that had been cleared of trees. There were the remains of a small cabin, just a few walls and a roof, no doors, no windows, like it had burned or rotted away. In front of it, I saw what looked like a tent, a modern one, bright blue, like something from a camping store. It was collapsed, like someone had left it half set up and abandoned it. I drove past without stopping. Every inch of my body was screaming that this place wasn't right. I kept going until I saw a metal gate across the road. It was rusted, chained shut, with a small "No Trespassing" sign hanging crooked on it. Behind it, the road looked more solid, like it had been paved once. I parked the car and got out. I was done waiting. I grabbed my pack, climbed over the gate, and started walking. I walked for over an hour. The road wound down toward a small valley. I started seeing trash, beer cans, an old mattress, things people dump when they don't want to pay landfill fees. Then I saw a house. It was small, single-story, and looked lived in. There was a truck parked in front, and a porch light was on. I stayed in the trees, watching it for a while. I didn't see anyone come or go, but the truck was clean and looked like it had been used recently. I didn't want to risk knocking. I still didn't know where I was or who lived out here, but I got a bar of signal on my phone. One bar, blinking in and out. I texted my brother my location. I dropped a pin and typed, "Lost. Need help. Here." Then my signal vanished again. I waited. I didn't want to go back. I sat in the woods, just out of sight, and waited. Almost 2 hours later, I heard a car. A real one. A sedan, not a truck or an SUV. I stood up, heart racing, and moved toward the sound. It was my brother. He had gotten the text. I ran out onto the road. His headlights hit me, and he slammed the brakes. I waved and shouted. He jumped out, ran over, and hugged me hard. I didn't cry, but I could have. We didn't stay. I told him I'd explain later. He didn't ask anything. We got in and drove, back toward a real town, a gas station, and the rest of the world. Later, when I told him what had happened, he looked it up. The area I'd been lost in wasn't even on most maps anymore. It used to be a small logging town there in the 1950s. They'd pulled out after a landslide cut off access. People had squatted there on and off since. Strange reports, disappearances, a few old missing person cases, but no one had followed up. No one really went out that way anymore, and I never will again. I don't usually talk about this, mostly because it sounds too strange, even though nothing about it is impossible. It wasn't supernatural or unexplainable, just a series of things that happened in a place where no one could help. And I got out. That's what matters now. But I still remember every detail, every moment when I felt like something was wrong and couldn't put my finger on it until it was too late. It happened in northern Utah in early November a few years ago. The air was dry and cold, the kind that cracks your lips within an hour if you don't use something on them. The days were short and the nights dropped well below freezing. I had decided to take a solo camping trip, something I'd done before in different parts of the West. I wasn't some expert survivalist, but I'd done enough weekend trips and had all the right gear. I had planned to hike into a patch of BLM land near a narrow canyon, the kind of area people sometimes overlook because it doesn't have big peaks or dramatic rock formations. Just a long stretch of juniper and pinyon pine, scrub brush, and rocky outcroppings. But it was quiet, open, and wild enough to be interesting. The kind of place where you can walk all day and not see a soul. That was exactly what I wanted. I parked my car at the mouth of a dirt road that had long since been blocked off by large rocks. There were no signs, no trail markers, just faint ATV tracks that faded as I got deeper into the hills. I'd looked at the satellite view beforehand, picked a spot that seemed flat enough to set up a tent, and close to a shallow wash where I could collect water with my filter. The area was far from any towns, maybe 60 miles from the nearest gas station, and didn't have cell service. That part never bothered me before. I liked being unreachable. I started walking mid-morning, wearing my pack, hiking poles, and a light jacket. The sun was out, but the wind cut through my clothes like knives if I stood still for too long. The terrain wasn't hard, gentle slopes, patches of loose rock, dry brush, the occasional prickly pear cactus. I made it to my planned campsite by mid-afternoon, around 2 p.m. The wash nearby was mostly dry, but had a few standing pools of muddy water trapped between smooth boulders. Enough for filtering, as long as I boiled it too. I set up my tent in a small clearing next to a dead juniper tree that had fallen long ago and been bleached by the sun. I unpacked, changed into warmer clothes, and started boiling water for dinner. I didn't realize I wasn't alone until just after sunset. It was that deep blue hour where everything turns colder by the second. The shadows stretch and blend into the rocks and trees. I had walked a short distance from my camp to collect more water from the wash when I saw it, a boot print. It was on the edge of the wash, maybe 10 feet from where I'd been earlier. It wasn't mine. I wear size 11 trail runners, and this print was clearly a boot, a heavier tread, smaller size, maybe a 9. The print looked fresh, pressed clearly into the soft, slightly damp mud near the edge of the standing water. There hadn't been any wind or animals around that would have distorted it. My stomach tightened. I looked around slowly, scanning the nearby trees, boulders, and the path I'd walked in on. Nothing. No sound, no movement, not even a rabbit or bird. I waited for maybe 2 minutes, completely still, just listening. My mind started coming up with explanations. Maybe someone else had hiked in, maybe they passed through earlier, and I didn't notice. But it was so quiet out here. If anyone else had been nearby, I would have heard their steps. And the boot print wasn't there earlier. I was sure of that. I'd knelt down to scoop water from the same pool, and hadn't seen any prints but my own. I filled my water bag quickly and walked back to camp, glancing over my shoulder the whole time. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I moved my tent a little farther from the wash, behind a group of boulders that gave me more cover. I left my cooking gear where it was but packed the rest of my stuff back into my pack and kept it inside the tent with me. I didn't start a fire. I just sat in the cold and ate my food quietly, scanning the shadows. That night was long. The wind picked up, howling through the narrow gullies and canyons around me. I kept waking up to every sound: the creak of a branch, the flutter of my tent wall, the snapping of something in the brush. I kept a small fixed-blade knife next to me inside the sleeping bag. Not that it would have done much if something bad really happened, but it made me feel less helpless. By morning, nothing had changed. No new prints, no signs of anyone or anything moving through. I waited until the sun had fully risen, packed up my gear, and decided to hike farther in. I didn't want to go back toward the trailhead yet, but I also didn't want to stay near the same spot. I figured if someone had passed through, they were probably heading in another direction. Or maybe it was just some old print I hadn't noticed. I told myself that enough times that I started to believe it. I walked another 5 or 6 miles into the hills, taking a more difficult route through some ridges and rocky plateaus to lose any potential trail. I didn't see anyone. No boot prints, no signs of campfires or gear. Just endless rock and brush. I found a new campsite in a narrow valley between 2 ridges, almost invisible unless you were directly above it. The wash here was bone dry, but I had enough water for a night. I made camp again, trying to shake the feeling that something was off. That night, just after I'd crawled into my sleeping bag, I heard the unmistakable sound of a rock hitting another rock. It echoed down the ridge to my left, followed by silence. It wasn't the kind of random sound wind makes. It was deliberate, sharp. I lay completely still, eyes wide open, listening for more. About 10 minutes passed before I heard it again, this time farther away, maybe on the other ridge. Like someone was throwing small rocks or testing their footing. The sound carried in the cold night air. I didn't sleep at all. When morning came, I made the decision to leave. I didn't even cook breakfast. I ate a granola bar while I packed and got moving as quickly as I could. I took a different route out, following the ridgeline for better visibility. My legs were tired, but adrenaline pushed me forward. The sun was high by the time I reached the area near where I'd camped the first night. I slowed down, scanning everything. The boot print near the wash had been washed out by a bit of rain overnight. But now, just 10 feet from where my tent had been, I saw something new. It was a pile of stones. Not natural. Stacked. Maybe 6 rocks, placed carefully into a cone shape. Someone had made it. I checked around. More prints. 2 sets now, both boots. One larger than the first. They walked in from the west and circled the area. Whoever it was had come through after I left and looked around where I'd been. Then they made that little marker. A cairn. I don't know if it was a signal, a message, or just some weird ritual. But it was fresh, and it wasn't there before. I didn't stay. I kept walking, fast, not running, but close to it. I had maybe 5 miles to get back to my car. I kept checking behind me. Every gust of wind made me jump. My mind was racing, playing through every possibility. Were they hunters? Some strange locals? People living off-grid who didn't want company? Meth cookers? Cartel guys? It could be anything, and none of those options felt safe. About halfway back to the trailhead, I crested a hill and stopped cold. Below me, in the shallow valley, was a man. He was crouched down near a yucca plant, not looking at me, but clearly doing something on the ground. He wore a thick jacket, old jeans, and boots. A pack sat beside him. I ducked down quickly and watched. He didn't move like a hiker. No trekking poles, no map, no water bottle in hand. He stayed crouched for a minute or so, then stood, looked around slowly, and picked up his bag. He walked off toward the west, away from the trailhead, moving quietly and with purpose, like he knew exactly where he was going. I waited until he was completely gone before I moved. I stayed low, following a different route down the hill and around the valley. I didn't want to risk being seen. My legs were shaking the whole time. When I finally reached the dirt road near the car, I felt like my lungs might burst. I practically ran the last 100 yards, yanked open the door, and threw my bag inside. I didn't even change out of my hiking boots or pack anything properly. I just started the engine and drove. I didn't look back. That night, in a cheap motel 2 towns over, I laid awake again, listening to normal sounds. Cars on the road, people in other rooms, the heater clicking on and off. I kept thinking about the boot prints, the stacked rocks, the man in the valley. None of it was supernatural. None of it was impossible. But the fear I felt out there was real. Primal. Like I was being watched, studied. I reported it anonymously to the BLM office. Just in case. Gave them the GPS coordinates. Told them what I saw. They didn't follow up. Probably nothing they could do. I haven't gone back since. I still hike, but not alone. Not out there. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I think about that pile of rocks. I wonder if it was just a coincidence. Maybe some harmless backpackers doing their own thing. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like someone was marking me, tracking me, waiting for me to come back. And I never will. Alright, here's the full-length, first-person realistic scary story based on your scenario. It's written with extensive detail, natural language, no supernatural elements, and a clear ending. I haven't thought about that house in a long time, probably because I've done everything I can to forget about that town altogether. I grew up in a small town in Kansas, the kind of place that doesn't even feel like it belongs to the world anymore. It's mostly forgotten land, surrounded by endless, flat fields, patches of woods that no one has any reason to walk into, and a lot of hollow-eyed people who never left. I got the hell out as soon as I could. But back when I was 16, I didn't know better. I still thought we were invincible. Me and my buddy, we thought we were untouchable. Nothing bad was ever really going to happen to us. Bad stuff happened on the news or in other states. Not in the middle of nowhere where nothing exciting ever happened. But one day something did. We had this habit of driving around back roads for no reason. Burned gas like it was free. We didn't drink, didn't smoke, didn't party much because there wasn't much of a party scene unless you counted sitting in someone's backyard with a cooler full of warm beer and half the town's meth heads showing up uninvited. So we drove, sometimes for hours. Down roads we knew, down roads we didn't. That day it was hot. Summer was just starting to bite down. The kind of heat that makes your shirt stick to your back, and the steering wheel too hot to touch without burning your fingers. We had the windows down because the AC in my old truck didn't work anymore. The air outside didn't help much. It just moved the heat around, swirling the smell of dust and dead grass through the cab. He was the one who spotted it. My buddy. A house, sitting maybe 100 feet back from the gravel road. We almost missed it. Trees and brush had grown up thick around it, like the woods were trying to swallow it. The roof sagged in the middle, and the paint had long since peeled away. The windows were shattered out, dark holes looking back at us like eyes. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years. We stopped, just sat there for a second, both of us looking at it. Something about it felt off, but we were bored and dumb. So we pulled the truck off to the side of the road and decided to check it out. Walking up to it, the grass was tall and dry, scratching at our legs. There were tire ruts leading up to the house, but they were old, faint, almost covered again by grass. I remember thinking, this place is totally dead. I was wrong. The front door was stuck, like really jammed in the frame. We tried pulling at it, jiggling the handle, pushing a little. No luck. I should have taken that as a sign to walk away. But we didn't. We ended up throwing our shoulders into it one at a time until it cracked loose and creaked open. The sound of it groaning open still plays in my head sometimes. The smell hit me first. Chemical. Sharp. Not like bleach or cleaning products. More like a mix of something burnt and something industrial. It was faint, but it stung when I breathed in just a little. My nose and the back of my throat itched. I tried breathing through my mouth, but it didn't help much. The air felt heavy in there. Hot, stale, and wrong. Inside, it looked like the house had been ripped apart by animals and then left to rot. Trash everywhere. Broken furniture. A busted TV on its side in one corner. There were stains on the floor. Black, brown, sticky looking. I didn't want to think about what they were. We walked through the living room, stepping over piles of clothes and broken glass. There was a coffee table with a bunch of empty cold medicine boxes on it, and soda bottles that had cloudy, yellow liquid in them. At the time, I didn't really register what it meant. I mean, I knew people cooked meth around our area. Half the town seemed to be on it, but I'd never actually seen any of it firsthand. I thought maybe it was just junk. We figured no one was there. At some point, we came across this doorway with a weird setup. There was a rusty metal can, like an old paint can, sitting just inside the room. It was filled with rocks, and there was a thin string tied from one side of the doorframe to the other, just above ankle height. The string cut right across the opening. We didn't touch it, just stepped over it and moved on. We were curious, not reckless. At least not that reckless. The floor creaked under us as we moved. Every step echoed. I remember hearing a drip somewhere, like water tapping on metal, steady and slow. There wasn't any power in the place. The light that came in through the shattered windows was yellow and harsh, dust swirling in the beams like tiny insects. We decided to go upstairs. The staircase was a mess. Glass shards were all over it, crunching under our shoes as we climbed. The railing was half broken off, hanging by a few screws. The walls were dirty, scratched. Some places had writing on them. Mostly names, curse words, drawings that didn't make much sense. The moment we reached the top of the stairs, everything changed. We stepped into the upstairs hallway, and there he was. A man. Thin. Dirty. His skin looked like it had been pulled tight over his bones. He had no shirt on, just dirty jeans, and his arms were covered in scabs and bruises. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, locked right on us like he couldn't believe we were real. He was shaking. His whole body jittered like he was trying to vibrate out of his own skin. And he had a gun in his hand. A handgun, small, probably a .22 or something close. I didn't know guns that well then, but I knew enough to know it didn't matter what kind of gun it was. It was pointed at us. I froze. He didn't say anything that made sense. Just started yelling. Words came out fast and broken, loud but slurred, like they were tripping over each other. He sounded terrified. He screamed like he thought we were demons or cops, or maybe both. His hand was shaking so hard, the barrel of the gun was swinging side to side. For 1 second, I remember thinking we're going to die, just like that. 2 dumb kids getting shot in a rotting house in the middle of nowhere. Our parents would find out about it on the news. Or maybe they'd never find out. Maybe we'd just vanish, and someone would find our bones years later under a pile of garbage. Then instinct kicked in. We ran. I didn't think. I didn't look back. I heard him yell again, louder this time, more angry, but I didn't hear a shot. Just our feet thundering down the stairs, crunching glass, slamming into each other, slipping on something at the bottom, nearly falling over each other as we clawed at the door. It had slammed shut again somehow. We hit it with our shoulders, cracked it open, and burst out into the sunlight like rats escaping a trap. I don't even remember running back to the truck. I just remember starting it, dust flying behind the tires as we peeled out, the engine roaring like it had life of its own. We didn't talk. Not for a while. Just sat there, both of us breathing hard, hearts pounding in our ears, staring at the road in front of us. I kept checking the rear view, half expecting to see that guy running after us. But he never came. When we finally spoke, it was short. We both knew what we had walked into. A meth lab. A real one. Not some scene from a movie. The house might have been mostly dead, but it wasn't abandoned. Not completely. Someone was still living in there, cooking God knows what, probably on the edge of his sanity from breathing in those chemicals and living in that filth. Looking back, that string across the door, that can of rocks. It was a tripwire. I didn't realize it then, but I know now. If we had tripped it, maybe it would have made a noise to alert someone. Or worse, maybe it was attached to something more dangerous. Who knows? That guy might have booby-trapped the house thinking cops would come, or other junkies trying to steal his stuff. We were lucky. So damn lucky. I drove past that place a couple years later. It was gone, leveled to the foundation. Nothing left but a patch of dirt and weeds growing wild over it. I didn't stop. Just kept driving, pretending I didn't know what used to stand there. I don't talk about it much. Most people wouldn't believe it anyway, or they'd just roll their eyes and say we were idiots. And they'd be right. We were. But we were also just bored kids in a dying town looking for something to make us feel alive. We found it, and it nearly got us killed. That's the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. Not ghosts, not monsters, just a real person, real drugs, and a real gun. And the dumb luck of walking away without a bullet in our backs. It started on a weekend. I wasn't even planning to do anything. My cousin had called me out of nowhere Friday night, saying he had access to a small piece of land out in the countryside. It wasn't too far from the city, maybe 2 hours of driving, depending on traffic. He told me it used to be an old private hunting property that someone had abandoned years ago. One of his friends knew the current owner and had arranged for us to stay there for free. He wanted to go just to get away, maybe shoot some videos for his channel, cook over a fire, and sleep under the stars. No houses, no electricity, no signal. Just pure, empty land. I didn't have anything better to do, so I packed up a backpack with some clothes, a flashlight, my sleeping bag, and a few essentials. We stopped at a store on the way to pick up snacks and water, and we drove out early Saturday morning. The drive was mostly quiet, winding through roads that slowly turned from pavement to gravel to dirt. We saw fewer houses, fewer signs, until eventually it was just trees and shrubs on either side. He had a GPS marker from his friend, and we followed that as far as the car could go. When we couldn't drive any farther, we got out, slung our bags over our shoulders, and hiked the last stretch in on foot. The place was quiet, almost too quiet. You don't realize how much background noise cities make until you're far enough away from them. No distant hum of traffic, no sirens, not even birds at first. Just wind in the trees and the sound of your own steps. Eventually, we found a flat clearing surrounded by trees and decided that would be our spot. My cousin said there used to be a hunting shack deeper in the woods, but it was broken down and full of bugs and spiderwebs. We didn't bother going to look at it. We set up camp, pitched 2 small tents, built a fire ring out of rocks, and gathered some deadwood. The weather was nice, not too hot, not too cold. The air felt fresh. We cooked instant noodles over the fire that night and sat back watching the stars. It was peaceful. We both even joked about how silent the place was. No traffic, no barking dogs, no shouting neighbors. Just the sound of wind and an occasional owl. It was sometime around 11 p.m. when things started to feel different. I had gone to pee in the woods, maybe 20 feet from our camp. I left the small light from my headlamp on and faced a tree. As I stood there, I suddenly felt this strange sensation, like someone was standing just out of view. You know how you can feel eyes on you? That kind of thing. I froze. I didn't hear anything, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I turned my head slowly, scanning behind me. Nothing, just darkness and trees. Still, I hurried back to the fire without saying anything. My cousin had already crawled into his tent. I sat there by the fire for a bit longer. I kept glancing into the woods. I told myself it was just me overthinking, being a city guy in the middle of nowhere. The fire was starting to die, so I tossed on a couple more sticks and decided I should sleep too. The woods weren't silent anymore. As I crawled into my tent and zipped it closed, I could hear this faint crackling sound. Not fire, not wind, something else, like sticks snapping slowly one at a time. I laid still in my sleeping bag, trying to hold my breath and listen. It was faint, and it stopped for a while. Then I heard it again. Not constant, just one crunch here, then silence. Then again, always in a different spot. I told myself it was animals. A raccoon maybe, or a deer. But the movements weren't natural. They didn't seem like a creature walking calmly. It was more like someone trying to be quiet, but stepping on twigs now and then. I laid there for what felt like an hour. I eventually fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, everything seemed normal. Birds were chirping. The fire pit was cold. My cousin was already awake, stretching outside his tent. I asked if he heard anything weird last night. He said no. I let it go. We made breakfast and hiked around the area. Took some photos. Threw rocks into a small stream we found. Everything was calm again. We explored a bit deeper into the woods and eventually came across an old fence made of rotting wood. It was broken down in several spots. Behind it was a wide, open section of dead grass with tree stumps poking out here and there. It looked like it used to be cleared land, maybe where hunters set up tree stands. It had long been taken over by weeds. There was a weird feeling there, though. Even in broad daylight, it didn't feel right. Something about how quiet it was. Even the birds seemed to avoid that part. I didn't mention it, but I was glad when my cousin said we should head back to camp. That night, we stayed up later. The stars were even clearer. We made some tea and ate chips, sitting close to the fire. Around midnight, we both started to get tired. He went into his tent first. I stayed up just a little longer, tossing a stick into the fire now and then. Then I heard it again. Crunch. I froze. The same sound from the night before. A stick breaking somewhere in the woods. I turned my headlamp on and pointed it toward the sound. Nothing. Just trees and shrubs. Crunch. This time to the left. I pointed the light there. Still nothing. I stood up slowly, now fully alert. I held the flashlight steady, trying to see past the first row of trees. My heart started to beat faster. The fire crackled behind me, and I could feel the heat on my back. Then I saw it. A shape. Just for a second. Tall, not wide. Upright. Too tall to be a deer. It moved between two trees, just a flash of motion in the darkness. I couldn't see a face or clothes or even skin. Just a movement. I called out to my cousin, but there was no answer. I wanted to run to his tent, but I didn't want to turn my back to the woods. I kept the flashlight steady and slowly stepped backward until I was at my cousin's tent. I knocked on it hard until he finally unzipped it and looked up at me, groggy and confused. I told him something was moving out there. He thought I was joking at first, but when I kept my voice low and serious, he stepped out and joined me by the fire. We stood there for 10 minutes, scanning the woods, but saw nothing. Eventually, he got annoyed, said it was probably just a deer, and went back to bed. I didn't. I stayed up the whole night by the fire. I didn't hear any more footsteps, but I never fully relaxed. When the sun finally rose, I felt like I had been awake for days. I packed up my gear and told my cousin I was heading back early. He didn't argue. I think he saw something in my face. I told him I'd wait by the car. He said he wanted to look around one last time, maybe fly his drone before leaving. He told me to go ahead. I hiked back alone, sticking to the same trail we came in on. I didn't hear anything this time. Just my own boots on the dirt, birds chirping, branches swaying. It wasn't until I got back to the car and waited for over an hour that I started to worry. I tried calling his phone, but there was no signal. I paced around, checking the trail to see if he was coming. Nothing. Another hour passed. I started to panic. I wanted to go back, but I didn't know the way as well as he did. And the thought of going back into those trees alone made my stomach twist. Eventually, I saw him walking down the trail. He was pale, sweating, and walking fast. No gear, no drone. When he got to the car, he didn't say anything. He just opened the door and sat down. I asked if he was okay. He nodded, but his hands were shaking. We didn't talk the whole drive back. Later that night, he texted me one sentence. Something followed me. I tried calling him, but he didn't pick up. I haven't seen him since. He won't respond to texts. Won't answer calls. His social media went dark. I think about that weekend all the time. I go over every sound, every step. I try to convince myself it was just animals, just nerves, just an unfamiliar place. But then I remember the shape I saw, the way it moved, the way it was just watching, and the way my cousin came back without any of his stuff. I don't go camping anymore, and I never will again. Stephen had just turned 30, and we wanted to make sure it was a birthday he wouldn't forget. We planned the party for 2 weeks. Nothing fancy, just a solid group of people, enough booze to drown a horse, a cake I baked myself, and balloons that Stephen insisted on even though he acted like he didn't care about turning 30. We smoked a little weed, blasted music, played drinking games, and let the night unravel however it wanted to. I remember it being one of those parties where everything felt a little warm and blurry, not because I was too drunk, but because the atmosphere was just so good. People were laughing. There was loud music and bodies moving through the living room, bouncing from conversation to conversation, from joint to bottle, from dance floor to the couch. It was one of those nights that felt endless until it wasn't. It started winding down when one of Stephen's friends said he'd give Stephen $100 if he came with him to the casino to gamble it. Just like that, Stephen was hyped. I remember him grabbing his shoes like it was the most exciting idea he'd ever heard. A few other people decided to tag along. Then more people started making their way out the door. In a matter of maybe 20 minutes, the apartment emptied. Just like that, I was alone. I didn't mind. I was pretty used to the quiet. After everyone left, I did a lazy cleanup. I tossed half-full cups in the sink, picked up crumpled napkins, turned the music off, and then went around switching off all the lights except the one in my room. The living room still smelled like weed and sweat and sugar from the cake. The kind of smell that sticks in the air long after the last person leaves. Eventually, I got into my night clothes, loose shorts and a shirt, and sat on the edge of my bed. I turned on the TV, something mindless to fill the silence. Probably one of those shows I don't even pay attention to, just enough noise to not feel completely alone. I was sitting there, not really watching, when I started to hear a sound. At first, I didn't think anything of it, just a dragging sound. Slow, light. Then about 15 seconds later, a soft plop. It was faint, but in the quiet, it stood out. I paused the TV. The dragging came again, same rhythm. Drag, then a few beats later, plop. It went on like that, consistent but far off. I figured maybe something with the fish tank was going wrong in the living room. We had a medium-sized tank by the window. One of the filters had been making weird sounds for a while now. I made a mental note to check on it, but stayed where I was, figuring it wasn't urgent. But the sound didn't stop. It went on for maybe another 20 or 30 minutes. Drag, plop. Drag, plop. I told myself it was the balloon strings shifting from the AC draft, or maybe the tank filter backfiring. I thought about getting up to check, but kept putting it off. It didn't sound threatening, just weird. Then, in the middle of all this background noise, something moved. I caught it out of the corner of my eye. Just a subtle shift by the hallway, something that wasn't there before. I turned my head and stared. Right there at the threshold of my door was a balloon, one of the big metallic ones we used for decoration. Silver, shiny, and shaped like the number 0. I just stared at it. I hadn't noticed it before. I was sure I had seen all the balloons still tied up in the living room or just floating against the ceiling. This one was different. It was low to the ground, the weight on the string dragging behind it. I stared at it for a solid 30 seconds, not moving, just trying to figure out how it got there. No windows were open. The AC was off. There wasn't any airflow strong enough to move a balloon through a hallway, let alone into my room. Then it moved. I don't mean it bobbed in place. I mean it moved. It slid forward. The plastic base dragged across the carpet with that soft scraping sound I'd been hearing. It moved maybe half a foot forward, paused, floated up about 6 inches, then drifted forward again. Then the weight at the end of the ribbon dropped back to the carpet with a soft thud. It just sat there again. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just watched, stunned, as the balloon repeated this exact movement. Slow drag, lift, drift, drop. Every couple of minutes, it inched closer to my bed. I looked around my room, searching for anything that could explain it. A draft? A vent. But the air was still. The door hadn't been opened. The windows were shut. The ceiling fan was off. The balloon was deliberate. It was controlled. Minute by minute, it crept forward. It would sit still for a while, then do its slow shuffle again. By this point, my skin was crawling. My body was stiff. Something about this didn't sit right. It wasn't the balloon itself. It was how it moved. It wasn't random. It wasn't chaotic like wind. It was slow, focused. Eventually, it made it all the way to my bed. I hadn't moved. I couldn't. I watched this thing for almost an hour. Now it was right at the edge, the ribbon and weight brushing against the bed skirt. I stared down at it, waiting. Then it lifted, floated just enough so that the curve of the number 0 was eye level with me, and tilted slightly forward. It leaned into my face. I didn't scream, but my whole body reacted. I shot up off the bed, heart pounding, adrenaline kicking in hard. I backed up all the way to the wall, breathing fast, staring at this damn balloon like it was alive. I tried to process it, to force logic into what I just witnessed. I told myself maybe air trapped in the balloon was shifting, maybe static electricity or changes in temperature were moving it. But that didn't explain it. I waited there, leaning against the wall, staring at this object like it might start moving again. But it didn't. Not after that. It just stayed there, tilted slightly forward, as if it had made its move and was now satisfied with getting right up in my face. Eventually, I walked around it. Slowly. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to. I walked out of my room, into the kitchen, and stood there for a while just trying to calm myself down. I poured myself some water. My hand was shaking. Then I turned on every single light in the apartment. Every room. Kitchen, hallway, bathroom, even the porch light. I wasn't about to sit in the dark. Not after that. I walked around, checking every window and door to make sure they were still closed. They were. The air was still. The other balloons hadn't moved. It was just that one. I walked back to my room eventually, peeking in like a kid afraid of monsters. It was still there, still leaning against the bed. I didn't sleep in my bed that night. I closed my bedroom door, turned on the TV in the living room, and slept on the couch. I told myself it was just physics. Something about how the balloon was made, the weight distribution, how it interacted with the air. Maybe residual heat from the party, or a slow leak in the balloon causing shifts in buoyancy. I searched every possible explanation. The next morning, I woke up early. I didn't feel rested. I didn't feel right. The apartment was quiet. Light was pouring through the blinds. I walked back into my room and found the balloon exactly where I'd left it. Still, harmless looking. I picked it up, finally. The string was untied. It had clearly come loose from whatever it had been anchored to. I walked it back to the living room, tied it around the back of a chair, and tried to forget about the whole thing. When Stephen came back later that afternoon, I didn't even bring it up. I didn't want to hear him laugh or tell me I was just high. I wasn't. I was the most sober I'd been all night when it happened. For the next few days, I kept an eye on that balloon. It never moved again. Eventually, it lost its lift and sagged, then drooped down until it just hung from the chair like a used-up party favor. But I never forgot how it moved that night, how it dragged itself through the hallway, slow and steady, how it made it all the way to my bed and leaned in like it had something to say. I still don't have a clean explanation. I tell myself it was just coincidence, a strange mix of air currents and timing, that I was tired, maybe a little paranoid from the weed. But deep down, I know what I saw. I know how it moved. And even now, long after the party's over and the apartment is quiet again, I still feel uneasy when I see helium balloons. I don't trust them. Not after that night. When I was a kid, I had an imaginary friend named Jesse. I don't remember much about him now, just little flickers of things. I remember sitting in my room, on the carpet, pushing toy cars along the floor, and feeling like someone was there with me. Not in a scary way, just present. I used to talk to him a lot, according to my parents. I think I remember giving him one of my toy trucks once. But honestly, I thought it was all just the usual stuff kids do. You imagine someone to play with when you're alone, and you grow out of it. I never thought twice about it growing up. But then a couple of years ago, I visited some relatives in Ireland. My family has deep roots there, and every time we go, we end up sitting around a fire or a kitchen table with tea, telling old stories. A lot of them are weird or unsettling, mostly things that happen to distant relatives. People waking up in places they didn't fall asleep, lights in the woods, weird noises at night. That kind of thing. I never took it too seriously. But that night, the stories were getting darker, more personal. My aunt told a story about something she saw on a farm road once, something she wouldn't explain properly. And then my mom brought up Jesse. She said it casually, like it was just another odd thing from the past. She said, "Remember when you had that imaginary friend, Jesse?" I blinked. The name felt familiar, but distant, like a word in a language I hadn't spoken in years. I said I kind of remembered, but I thought it was just a game I played with myself. Then she started filling in the blanks. She said she never understood why I called him Jesse. It wasn't a name I'd heard before, apparently. No one in the family had that name, and none of her friends did either. We didn't know any Jessies. She said it was strange because I was barely talking at the time, just a few words here and there, and yet I said his name very clearly. Jesse. Then she told me about this time when my dad was getting ready for work. He was an electrician back then, working in a mine not far from where we lived. I was about 2 or 3. She said one morning, just before he left, I asked him to bring back some coal for Jesse's gran. Not for us, not for a toy, for Jesse's gran. She said I was really specific about it, and serious, like it was important. My dad kind of laughed it off and said okay, but both of them thought it was strange. What really got me was what she said next. We were on a day trip when I was little, to a place we went to a lot when I was very young. I don't remember the trip itself, but she said we were walking near a hill with an old graveyard at the bottom of it. Just a small one, not like a big cemetery. She said I suddenly took off running. I was barely out of a stroller at the time, but I bolted. She and my dad ran after me, thinking I was just being a typical toddler. But I didn't run randomly. I went straight through the gates of that graveyard, past rows of headstones, and stopped in front of a small grave. She said I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. I wasn't talking, I wasn't playing, just staring, and the name on the stone was Jesse. She said they didn't know what to do, so they just watched. After a while, I turned around and walked back to them without a word. I didn't talk about it, didn't explain. And the weirdest thing is, we never went back to that place again. That story stuck with me long after that night ended. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told myself there had to be some explanation. Maybe I heard the name somewhere and just remembered it. Maybe I saw the grave before, and it stuck in my mind somehow. But it didn't feel like that. It felt different. I felt like I'd forgotten something that was once important to me. When I got back home, I started going through old photo albums. I was looking for pictures from that time, hoping maybe I'd see something that would jog my memory. There were a few photos of me playing alone in the living room, a few at the park. Nothing weird. But then I found one where I was sitting on the floor in my room, with a second juice box next to me. No one else in the picture. Just me. But the second juice box was there, opened, like someone had been drinking from it. I asked my mom about it, and she said she used to give me 2 sometimes because I insisted. One for me, one for Jesse. I found myself thinking about the grave. I wanted to know more. Where it was, who he was, if there were any records. I texted my mom about it, and she gave me the name of the place. It was a tiny village not far from where some of our distant cousins still lived. I ended up messaging one of them, asking if the graveyard was still there. They said it was. I don't know why I felt so compelled, but I booked a flight. I told myself it was just a coincidence, a story that got blown out of proportion over time. But I had this strange urge to go, to see the grave again, even if I didn't remember it. Something about it wouldn't let go of me. The village was small, barely more than a collection of houses and a single shop. I stayed at a little bed and breakfast run by an older couple who were friendly but quiet. They told me the graveyard was still there, down the old path near the church. I walked there the next morning. The sky was gray, and the grass was wet from the rain the night before. Everything smelled like soil and moss. The graveyard was just as small as I imagined. Maybe 20 graves, all old. Some were so weathered the names were barely readable. I walked slowly, checking each one. Then I saw it. A small stone, sunken slightly into the earth. The name on it was Jesse Murphy. No date of birth, just a date of death, 1921. Age 7. I stood there for a long time. I don't know what I was expecting to feel, but I didn't feel fear. I felt strange, like standing in a place I'd once known well, but hadn't visited in years. I noticed that the stone had a small chip in one corner. For some reason, I reached out and touched it. The stone was cold and rough. I tried to find more information. I checked local records, asked the caretaker of the church nearby, even looked in some old newspaper archives. Jesse Murphy had died of scarlet fever, one of several children who died in the area that year. His family had lived nearby. His grandmother had lived alone in a cottage not far from the village. According to a faded record in a library ledger, she used to heat her home with coal. I left Ireland feeling unsettled. Not scared, exactly, but heavy. Like I was carrying something back with me that I didn't pick up on purpose. For weeks after that, I found myself waking up in the middle of the night and staring at the dark corners of my room. Not because I thought I saw something, but because I felt like something was missing. Like I'd forgotten to bring someone back with me. I stopped talking about Jesse after that. I didn't tell many people what I found. Not because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, but because I wasn't sure what I believed myself. It didn't feel like a ghost story. It felt like a gap in time had opened up, just for a little while, and I had stepped into someone else's life without meaning to. And maybe, just maybe, someone had stepped into mine. I think about Jesse sometimes. Not like a child remembering a game, but like someone thinking about an old friend they lost touch with. I don't remember what his voice sounded like. I don't remember his face, but I remember the feeling of not being alone, of sitting on the floor of my room with the sense that someone was beside me, even if I couldn't see him. Was he real? I don't know. Maybe I was just a lonely kid who made up a friend and stumbled into a coincidence years later. Or maybe memory works in ways we don't fully understand. Maybe there are pieces of us that reach backward or forward, touching lives we don't remember living. Maybe some friendships don't end, even when one of you forgets they ever began. All I know is that I'll never hear the name Jesse the same way again. And sometimes, when I see a second juice box sitting somewhere, unopened, I still feel like I'm not entirely alone. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, my family decided to take a summer vacation up to a small island in Maine. My memory of that time is cloudy in places, like watching an old tape that flickers and skips, but some moments are crystal clear. The kind that stay with you no matter how old you get. We had rented an old house on the edge of the island, right on the water. You could hear the waves lapping at the rocks if the wind came in the right direction. It should have been peaceful. Maybe it was for someone else. But for me, that trip never stopped being strange. The island itself was small, maybe a couple dozen acres at most, and only accessible by ferry. There were only 6 or 7 other houses scattered around it, and every one of them looked like it had been there for a century. Peeling paint, sagging porches, windows that looked like they hadn't been cleaned in decades. The people who lived there were mostly old. Not just retired, but old. Most had white or silver hair, bent backs, thin wrists, voices that never rose above a murmur. All of them seemed to move in slow motion, like they were being cautious not to disturb something they knew was always watching. Except for one man named Bubba. Mid-40s, big hands, strong back, always in boots and overalls even in the summer heat. He fished for a living, hauling in bluefish from the bay and gutting them on a makeshift table behind his weather-worn shack. He looked out of place among the elders, but nobody ever really explained how he ended up there. He mostly kept to himself. I only remember him because his name was Bubba, and, even as a kid, I found that funny. The house we stayed in looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Every part of it smelled like old wood and musty books. The floors creaked with every step. The furniture was stiff and heavy, like it was carved out of tree trunks. There was no television, which bothered me more than it should have. The water came from a well pump in the kitchen that groaned every time we used it. The pantry had shelves lined with glass jars filled with things I didn't recognize. pickled vegetables, dried roots, dark liquids. What stuck with me most was the books. Hundreds of them. They were everywhere. On shelves, stacked on tables, even in the bedrooms. Most were brittle and yellowed, their covers falling apart. Some were handwritten journals with dates going back over 100 years. There were also framed photographs hanging on the walls. Black and white portraits of children in uniforms, old teachers with stern faces, large groups of kids posed stiffly in front of the same building we were now sleeping in. I didn't pay much attention to them at first. At night, the backyard came alive with rats. Not mice. Rats. Big ones. Dozens of them. They'd scurry around the yard, darting in and out of the weeds, rustling through old sheds and piles of driftwood. You could hear them bumping into things, squeaking to each other. My parents tried to keep me away from the windows once it got dark, but I saw them more than once. I remember thinking they weren't afraid of people. That was the strange part. They didn't run away when the lights came on. They just stared. And then there were the neighbors, the old women from the other houses. Every time we made dinner, they'd show up. Not all at once. Usually one or two at a time. They'd knock on the door holding blueberry pie, jars of jam, or a platter of fresh bluefish. They always knew. We never told them. There was no way they could have seen us. The kitchen didn't face the road. But somehow, they knew when the food hit the table. They'd smile, say almost nothing, hand over the food, and walk back down the road slowly. Always slowly. I didn't like it. I didn't like how quiet they were, or how they always seemed to be watching, even if you didn't see them. A few nights into the trip, my parents began hearing singing. At first it was faint. They said it would start and stop, maybe 20 or 30 minutes at a time. It wasn't every night, maybe every other. The first couple times, they assumed someone on the island had a radio or maybe an old record player. But the songs were always the same. Simple tunes. Melodies that sounded like lullabies. The kind of songs you imagine kids singing in a classroom long ago. They asked around. Nobody admitted to hearing anything. Bubba shrugged it off. The old women just smiled in that tight-lipped way they had. After that, my parents stopped asking. Then came the second to last night. I remember it more clearly than anything else. We had just finished dinner. It was warm out, a thick kind of humid that made your shirt stick to your back. My dad opened some windows to let air in. That's when we heard it. All of us. My parents, my sister, me. It wasn't faint this time. It was loud enough to feel like it was inside the house. Dozens of voices. High-pitched. Soft. All singing the same slow song. No instruments. No rhythm. Just voices. Like a children's choir, but with no joy in it. No life. We stood in the living room, frozen. My dad stepped outside. My mom followed. I stayed at the screen door, just behind them. The air was completely still. No wind. No animals. Just the sound of kids singing. But there were no kids on the island. None. Only old people. I knew that. Everyone knew that. We couldn't tell where it was coming from. It echoed in a weird way, bouncing off the water, the trees, the houses. It sounded like it came from everywhere and nowhere. We walked down the road a bit, but there was nothing. No lights. No movement. Just that slow, steady singing. Then, just like that, it stopped. The silence afterward felt heavier than the song, like the island was holding its breath. The next day, my dad spent most of the morning in the house's little library. He said he just wanted to look through some of the books, and maybe figure out how old the house really was. I didn't think much of it until he called my mom in, and they started whispering in the next room. I snuck in when they weren't looking. The book was a large scrapbook, dusty and fragile. The cover had peeled away in places. Inside were newspaper clippings, old photos, handwritten notes. Pages and pages about a school that used to be on the island. Our house. Back in the early 1900s, it was the only school on the island. There were pictures of the students, teachers, school plays, newspaper articles. One page in particular had a full photo of a boys' choir. Maybe 20 kids, all in matching uniforms, standing on the front steps of the building. The same steps that now led to our porch. The faces were blurry, the kind of blur that came from a bad camera and too much age. But the expressions, those I remember. None of them smiled. I remember my mom covering her mouth and turning away. My dad just stared. The caption under the photo said, "Spring Choir Recital, 1923. We left the next day. Packed up early. Caught the first ferry off the island. I don't remember us saying goodbye to anyone. I don't remember seeing any of the old women or even Bubba. It was like the island emptied out the night before. That trip stuck with me. For years. I've never gone back. Never asked to. My parents don't talk about it. Not even when I brought it up later. They act like it never happened, or like it wasn't a big deal. But I know what I heard. I know what we all heard. I know what we saw in that book. And I still wonder about that singing. Not what caused it, but why it stopped. I remember the story as Dad told it. Even now, it sends chills through me. Memory alone is enough to make my skin crawl. He was around 12 at the time, and his cousin, whom I'll call Jay, was about 8. Dad's aunt had driven down from Louisville that weekend and brought Jay along to stay with the family. Everything seemed normal at first, just a weekend visit. But from the very start there was something odd in the air. When Jay arrived, Dad remembers him being pale and quiet. That night, Jay told Dad he'd had a terrible dream. He was in a coffin and couldn't get out. He said it softly, the sort of voice small children use, uncertain and afraid. Dad, trying to calm him, told him not to be silly. He assured him everything was fine, adults told him. But Jay didn't smile or shake it off. He just looked down at the floor, uncertain. The next morning, Grandpa and Dad were going to the feed mill to pick up a load of grain from a tractor trailer. Jay said he wanted to come along. No one in the family objected. The morning was cool but bright. Grandpa's old Ford pickup was polished and blue, engine purring. Jay climbed in beside Dad in the bench seat. Grandpa started the engine, shifted it into drive, and they rolled off down the country road. They passed the small church graveyard on the edge of town. Dad remembers the gravestones leaning over the fence, some old, others new. Jay broke the silence with a question. Grandpa, if I were in a coffin, would they bury me in that graveyard? Grandpa laughed and said maybe one day, but a long time from now. Don't worry. Dad felt uneasy hearing it, but he laughed too. Kids say strange things, he thought. They reached the feed mill, roaring with machinery and the smell of grain and oil. Workers in overalls loaded the truck. Dad watched Jay hop down, wander near piles of oats and corn, kicking at chaff. It was louder than usual, but calm. They finished, climbed back into the truck, and drove back home. Jay seemed more quiet now, quieter than before, almost withdrawn. That Sunday morning came with bright light through the windows, hymns drifting through the house. Everyone got dressed, put on their Sunday best. In the car on the way to church, Dad remembers Jay clutching his mother's hand tightly, as if seeking future reassurance or comfort. Jay didn't speak much, just stared out the window at stone fences, fields stretching out, and occasional farmhouses. At Sunday school, the kids were together. The teacher welcomed them in gentle tones. Eventually, she asked, "Does anyone want to tell us what it's like to be with Jesus?" Jay raised his hand. The classroom quieted, and Jay spoke softly. "I want to know what it feels like." The teacher started to carry on with the lesson plan, reading passages. But Jay's voice cracked. He began to cry quietly, tears running down his cheeks. He said, "I really need to know." It wasn't whining or fussing. It was something different, more urgent, deeper. The teacher paused and gently shifted. She began describing what heaven might be like: light, peace, reunion. Jay listened, wiping tears, staring at the cross on the wall behind her. Later, after service and lunch at the church fellowship hall, some families lingered. Jay played lightly with other children, laughter echoing. Dad and Grandpa talked in low voices about the miracle stories. They laughed softly, but Dad noticed Jay's smile was gone. He looked tired, as though something inside had shifted. Then came the tragic moment. Jay crossed the road from the church parking lot, heading to the car with his aunt. A car came unexpectedly from around a corner. The driver didn't see the child. It happened too fast. Dad and Grandpa both saw it, rush in horror. Jay collapsed. By the time someone reached him, it was clear he wouldn't survive. They tried, but he was gone. Just like that. It wasn't ghosts or fairy tales. No monsters hiding under the beds. It was real life, unpredictable and awful. Dad says Jay seemed to know. That dream the night before. The question at the graveyard. The longing in Sunday school. So many small signs. Jay wasn't morbid or wanting attention. He was a child caught between dreams and reality, maybe sensing something he couldn't name. Dad says the way Jay asked, quiet but unwavering, "I want to know what it's like to be with Jesus." It felt like he was saying goodbye. In the days after, the family gathered. The house was full of cousins, aunts, uncles, voices hushed. Dad remembers staring at Jay's empty bed, the quilt folded perfectly. His aunt sat quietly staring at the window. Jay's mother wept in soft sobs. Grandpa's shoulders shook with grief. But everywhere, people spoke in low tones. About souls, about how a child who asked to know heaven might have slipped through the veil early, before pain. Dad now tells me it gives him the shivers. Because when he laid eyes on Jay, there was a light in them during Sunday school, as though he'd already glimpsed something no adult sees. And the dream, and the question in the graveyard. They weren't toys or random words. They were warnings or farewells. He says he doesn't feel haunted. He doesn't believe in ghosts or supernatural hauntings, but it leaves a cold knot in his chest whenever he thinks. A child asked what heaven was like, and hours later, he was taken. In my own days, I see fields and country churches, and I think of Jay. I imagine that day, bright, peaceful, silent messages, but the ending was sudden. No fantasy. Just one innocent life ended too soon. Dad and Grandpa still mention it sometimes, each time in soft tones, voice-catching. They speak as if still hoping to understand. And for them it's more than grief. It's the memory of a boy who seemed to know his time was short, but braved it with simple words. I want to know. There's no ghost at the graveyard, no whispering voices at night. Just the memory of a child who had a dream, asked a question, and disappeared before any of us expected. The ending is clear. Jay died that Sunday, hit by the car. Life moved on for everyone else. But for Dad and Grandpa, and for my family, part of them stayed in that moment. Jay's final question still echoes. A child asking to know what heaven is like. That's the story. I step out of my car at the edge of the gravel road, the engine ticking as it cools. My heart pounds, not from excitement, but from the strange hunger in the silence around me. The evening air is damp and cold, mixed with the faint odor of wet pine and rotting leaves. I have no company, no conversation, just me and the heavy world breathing around me. I came here because I thought I could fix something, repair a broken generator in the power station at the old logging camp. I drove nearly 2 hours into the woods. Along the way I passed splintered tree stumps, decaying logging trucks left to rust, and a few derelict trailers. I told myself all that history was behind me. Now I stand before a squat concrete shed marked with fading letters. The doors hang off their hinges. I pull a flashlight from my backpack and step inside. The smell hits me first: machine oil, metal, damp earth. My boots sink slightly in the mud floor. I sweep the beam around. A rusted generator sits in the center, cables trailing off into the walls. I bend and feel its weight beneath my fingers. My hands are steady. I know what to do. Minutes stretch into hours. I test wires, swap fuses, check oil levels, clean contacts. My flashlight beam shakes as sweat drips down my scalp and drips into my eyes. Outside, darkness deepens until my view through broken windows is nothing but black shapes of trees. I sit upright and wipe my face on the sleeve of my jacket. I pause and listen. No wind, no animals. I realize the forest has grown still. Even the distant drip from leaking pipes stops. I grip a socket wrench and shut off the fuel line. I flick the switch. The generator hums, easing into life. The hum bubbles into a steady growl. Lights in the shed flicker on. A soft flood of electricity. Relief washes through me. Then something snaps. I freeze. The machine sputters, the hum stutters. In that interruption I catch it, a sound outside. Something heavy brushing against the chain-link fence around the clearing. I don't want to look. I don't look at the windows. I breathe. Oil drips from the generator, a tiny rhythm beneath my pounding heart. The hum returns, steadier now. Just as I flip the final switch to power up the nearby cabins, I hear another sound. The generator labors, and beyond it, the faint echo of footsteps, crunching over gravel. They stop. The world holds its breath. The generator hums. My hands are wet. I taste iron in my mouth. I stand, reluctantly, and step out into the night. Rain has started to fall, tiny cold drops on my face. The floodlight above the station flicks on, a halo of pale yellow, jagged through the darkness. The cabins that line the clearing glow, windows dark, doors closed. I never saw anyone living here. Now at least the light is on. At least there's warmth somewhere close. I carry my backpack behind me and head toward the nearest cabin. The rain picks up. My footsteps slip in mud. My flashlight's additional beam slices through the downpour. I reach the door, let myself in. It's empty, clean enough. The soft drip of rain through a crack in the roof. A wooden table, a metal bed frame. I plug in a small heater. It sputters to life with a faint glow, a whining cough. Warmth spreads slowly. I close the window shutter, not wanting to look outside. I breathe, listening to the heater and the rain and hope. Then I step over to the small kitchen counter and open my lunch bag. A sandwich gone cold. A bottle of water. The lights flick inside the cabin as power takes hold. For a moment I'm so relieved I almost laugh. Outside there's no more music of footsteps. The rain masks everything. I think, if something was out there, maybe it moved on. Maybe it never came this close. I sit and eat slowly. Every bite tastes of exhaustion and triumph. I finish both sandwiches. I wash my hands with cold water from a rusty pipe. I decide to stay. I climb into the bed and unzip my coat. It's too loud. I toss it neatly on the box springs. I lie down and stare at the ceiling boards. Rain drips steadily overhead. The heater hums below. My heartbeat slows. The cabin now feels safe. Electricity hums, warmth persists. I close my eyes. I let my muscles unwind. I let the silence fill me. In the early hours, morning light seeps under the shutter slats. The storm has passed. I open the window to clear air. I see deer tracks in the mud near the door. A rabbit hopped away this morning. Nothing human. The forest is alive again, normal sounds of birds and rustling leaves. I step outside wearing my boots again. The gravel road glistens. I see the generator still purring behind me. I breathe in the fresh air. I walk back to the shed and check the machine again. Everything holds. No odd noises, no broken cables. I shut down the generator when I'm done. I lock the shed's old metal door as best I can. I look at the cabins bathing in sunrise. Then I walk back to my car, boots splashing in puddles, rain-damp air filling my lungs. I unlock my car, climb in. I feel safe. I feel good. I start the engine. It turns over smoothly. I drive up the gravel road to the asphalt and toward home. The mystery of those footsteps, whatever they were, remains unanswered, but they did nothing, made no contact. I take one last look in the rearview mirror as the sun climbs above the trees. The camp, dark cabins, and silent shed recede behind me. I breathe out. I made it through. I fixed what needed fixing. I'm alive. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. I had driven out alone to a cabin a friend of mine owned, deep in the hills of western Montana. He had offered it to me for a few days after hearing how burned out I was from work. I'd been living in the city for too long, drowning in noise and artificial light. The idea of silence, real silence, had started to sound like heaven. No cars, no phones, no crowds. Just me, the woods, and some peace. The cabin sat about 20 miles off the main road, reachable only by a narrow gravel trail that twisted through the trees like a snake. My old truck struggled with the climb, the tires spitting gravel as I made my way higher into the forest. It took almost an hour to get there after leaving the highway, and by the time I parked and stepped out, I was surrounded by total quiet. The cabin wasn't much, just a one-room wooden box with a tiny porch and a chimney poking out the roof. No power, no cell signal, no running water. There was a wood stove in the corner, a stack of firewood beside the porch, and an outhouse 20 feet off to the side in the trees. It was perfect. I felt something in my shoulders relax for the first time in months. The first night was uneventful. I lit some candles, warmed up soup on a small camping stove, and sat on the porch in the dark, listening to the sounds of the forest. Crickets, the wind in the trees, the occasional snapping branch. I couldn't see anything past the edge of the clearing, just blackness. But I didn't mind. It felt peaceful. I went to sleep early and woke up around dawn. Birds were chirping. The air smelled fresh, cold, and clean. I took a short walk through the trees, keeping to the narrow path that wound up the hill behind the cabin. I wasn't going far, just getting my legs moving. The forest was dense and old. Tall pines, thick underbrush, and moss-covered rocks. It had that heavy quiet you only get in deep woods, where sound seems to vanish into the trees. I spent the day chopping a bit of firewood, reading an old paperback I'd brought, and taking another walk in the afternoon. I didn't see a single person, car, or plane all day. That was part of what made it strange when I noticed something that evening that hadn't been there before. I had stepped out onto the porch to grab more firewood when I saw a set of footprints in the dirt. They were clear, fresh. Hiking boots, maybe a size or two bigger than mine. They came from the direction of the trail and stopped a few feet from the porch, then turned and went back the way they came. There were no vehicle tracks, no other signs of someone coming through. I hadn't heard anything either. I just stood there for a while, staring at them. Something about it bothered me. I told myself it could have been a hunter or someone hiking through. Maybe they saw the cabin and came to check it out, then left. But why not knock or call out? Why just approach and then leave without making a sound? I walked around the clearing, checking the edges of the trees, looking for more tracks, but saw nothing else. When I followed the footprints back toward the trail, they only went a short distance before vanishing into harder ground where the dirt turned to gravel. That night, I locked the cabin door and kept the fire burning late. I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I felt tired and on edge. The silence that had felt peaceful before now seemed heavy, almost pressing. I kept thinking about those footprints. Around mid-morning, I decided to hike a bit farther out, just to clear my head. I followed the trail past the hill and into a deeper part of the woods I hadn't been before. It was steeper there, rockier. I walked for maybe 40 minutes before I realized I was being watched. It wasn't a sound or a sight, just that feeling, the one you get when someone's eyes are on your back. I stopped, looked around. Nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. I kept walking, slower now, ears straining for any sound. After another few minutes, I heard something behind me. A faint crack, like a twig snapping under a foot. I turned fast. Nothing again, just trees and silence. But I knew what I heard. I stood still for a long time, listening, staring at the trees. I didn't see anything move, but every instinct I had was telling me I wasn't alone. I slowly started walking back, trying not to make too much noise. Every few steps, I stopped and listened. I never heard anything else. But I also didn't shake that feeling. When I got back to the cabin, I checked around again. No new footprints. No signs of anyone. But I couldn't relax. I stayed inside the rest of the day. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept thinking I heard things moving outside. Maybe animals, I told myself. But I kept the fire going, just in case. The next morning, I made up my mind to leave. It wasn't fear exactly. More like my nerves were too fried to enjoy being out there anymore. I packed my things, made sure the fire was out, and locked up. I had just loaded the last bag into the truck when I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was something tied to a tree about 20 feet into the woods, just off to the left of the clearing. I hadn't seen it before. It looked like fabric. I walked over slowly. As I got closer, I saw it was a strip of flannel shirt, torn and knotted around the trunk of the tree. Below it, scratched into the bark, was a simple message. Leave. That's all it said. The letters weren't carved deep, but they were clear and fresh. No moss, no aging. It had been done recently. I backed away and got in the truck without looking back. I drove faster than I should have down the trail, the gravel spraying out behind the tires. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement. When I reached the nearest town, I pulled into a gas station and sat there for a while, hands shaking. I looked at my phone and saw I had full bars again. I considered calling someone, maybe the local sheriff. But what would I say? Someone walked near my cabin, scratched a word into a tree. It didn't seem like much. Still, I reported it to my friend when I got back. He said he hadn't been up to the cabin in months, and no one else had keys. He seemed unsettled, said he might go check it out later himself. I didn't ask him if he ever did. I haven't been back there since. I don't know who was watching me out there, or why they left that message. But I've thought about it often. About the silence, the feeling of being watched, the footprints that led up to my door. Somewhere in those woods, someone knew I was there. Someone got close. Close enough to see me. Close enough to leave a message. And they never said a word. They just waited, watching from the trees, until I got the hint and left. Maybe they were just warning me. Or maybe they were hoping I'd stay longer. I didn't wait to find out. I took a few weeks off work that summer. Everything had been building up. Long hours, missed weekends, no real rest. I needed time away from the city, away from people, away from everything. I remembered this old place up north, a small cabin a friend had told me about a couple of years ago. It was deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town, the kind of place people go when they want to be forgotten for a while. It wasn't on any website or rental service. You had to know someone who knew someone. I called the number I'd saved, and a man's voice told me it was still standing, still empty, and I could use it as long as I didn't mind roughing it. I packed what I thought I'd need: canned food, water jugs, a couple gas canisters, my camping stove, a sleeping bag, a thick coat just in case the nights got cold. I loaded up my old Jeep and started driving north early one morning. The highway gave way to narrow roads, which turned to gravel, and eventually just a single dirt track winding through pine and birch forest. It was late afternoon by the time I reached the cabin. It looked rough but solid. A single story with a sagging porch, peeling green paint, and a roof patched with different colors of shingles. The windows were dirty but unbroken. There was no electricity. I had to pump water by hand from a rusty spout out back. Inside, it was dusty and smelled like damp wood and old cloth. But there was a working fireplace, a cot with a mattress, and a table with two mismatched chairs. It was enough. The first 2 days passed easily. I hiked a little, read books I'd been meaning to finish, sat by the fire at night with a flashlight and some music from my old portable speaker. No cell signal, which was perfect. The silence was thick but peaceful. I saw deer the first morning, just standing between the trees, watching me. A few squirrels, birds I didn't recognize. The woods were full of small noises, but nothing threatening. It felt good to be out there, really alone. But on the third day, something changed. That morning started like the others. I boiled water for coffee, ate a couple granola bars, and set out to explore a little deeper into the forest. I brought a small day pack: water, a knife, a flashlight, and a snack. I wandered aimlessly, following a small stream for a while, then cutting uphill toward a ridge I thought might give me a view of the area. It took longer than I expected. The trees were dense, the ground uneven. Roots twisted under the dead leaves, and I had to watch every step. I slipped a couple of times, nothing serious, but enough to slow me down. When I reached the top, I could see over the treetops. Miles of forest in every direction. No houses, no towers, no roads. It felt good, but I didn't stay long. The wind picked up, and it had a bite to it. I turned back and started heading down, trying to retrace my steps, but the forest looked different now. The light had shifted. I walked for a while before realizing I wasn't seeing anything familiar. I stopped and looked around. The trees were close together, all thin trunks and tangled branches. No sign of the stream. No path. Just forest. I took a breath and reminded myself I'd been in worse situations. I pulled out my compass. I'd come mostly north to get here, so south should take me back toward the cabin. I adjusted my pack and started moving again, more carefully this time. After maybe an hour of steady walking, I started to notice something strange. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. No bird calls, no rustling in the underbrush, not even the wind. It was like someone had turned the volume all the way down. I stopped walking and listened. Nothing, not even my own breathing, seemed to make a sound. That kind of silence doesn't feel natural. It presses against your ears, makes you nervous. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. Everything looked normal, but I felt like I was being watched. I picked up my pace. No running. I didn't want to trip or get more lost, but I moved fast. Every so often I thought I heard something behind me, like a footstep or a branch snapping. But every time I stopped, it stopped too. I told myself it was just an animal. A deer maybe, following from a distance. Or just my imagination. But the feeling didn't go away. The light was fading fast. I hadn't realized how late it was getting. I kept heading south, and finally, after what felt like forever, I saw something through the trees, the cabin. Relief hit me hard. I didn't even bother to be quiet anymore. I stomped through the underbrush, up to the porch, and inside, slamming the door behind me. I sat there for a while, just breathing. I checked my watch. It was nearly 7 p.m. I hadn't planned to be out that long. I got the fire going, made some food, and tried to shake off the unease. But even inside, I couldn't relax. I kept hearing things outside. Not close, not loud, but steady. Small thumps, branches cracking, something brushing against the walls. I told myself it was just wind or animals moving around. But it kept happening. That night I barely slept. I kept the flashlight in my hand and listened to every sound. At some point I must have dozed off, because I woke up suddenly to a sharp noise, like something hitting the window. I sat up fast, heart pounding. I didn't move, didn't turn on the light. Just sat there in the dark and listened. Nothing followed. No footsteps, no voices. Just silence again. After a long time, I laid back down, but I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning was gray and cold. I stayed close to the cabin, gathering wood, checking the area. I found prints around the back, not boots, not shoes. Bare feet. Large, maybe a man's, but the shape was off. Toes spread too wide, arched too high. No tread marks. I stared at them for a long time. There were at least 6 prints, all leading toward the cabin, none leading away. I thought about leaving right then, packing up, driving out. But I convinced myself it could have been a prank. Maybe someone was camping nearby and decided to mess with me. Still, I kept the hatchet close all day and didn't go far from the porch. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and stacked wood inside the window frame. I didn't want to risk anything. At around 1 a.m., I heard it again. Slow footsteps, crunching in the leaves just outside. I held my breath. They moved around the cabin, stopping now and then, like someone was listening. Then came a new sound, a soft tap against the window. Not hard, not urgent. Just one single, deliberate tap. I didn't move. I stayed in the cot, eyes wide, body frozen. After a few minutes, another tap. Then nothing. The silence stretched on. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might give me away. But nothing else happened. Eventually, the sounds faded. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I checked the window. A smudge on the glass. Something oily like a fingerprint, but too big. The pad of the finger alone was almost as wide as 2 of mine. I stepped back from the window and decided I was leaving. I packed quickly, tossed everything in the Jeep, didn't even clean the dishes. I turned the ignition. The engine cranked, then died. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood and stared at it, hoping for something obvious. The battery cables had been cut clean through. Not chewed. Cut. I backed away and locked the doors. I spent the day trying to figure out what to do. No cell signal. Nearest town was over 20 miles away through dense forest. I didn't know if I could make it, but I also didn't want to spend another night in that cabin. I considered walking the road out, but something in me resisted the idea. I kept looking at the trees like they were watching me. I stayed inside with every light I had. Flashlights, candles, fire. I sat in the corner with the hatchet and didn't let myself fall asleep. I watched the windows, the door, waited for any sign of movement. At some point past midnight, I heard something on the roof. Not branches, not animals. Wait. Slow footsteps across the shingles. It moved from one end to the other, then stopped. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling, waiting. Then one single knock on the roof, directly above me. I didn't react. Didn't run. I stayed perfectly still. And after a long time, the sound moved away. Down the roof, across the porch, then silence. At dawn, I opened the door slowly. The woods were still and pale. No prints, no signs. I grabbed my backpack, locked the cabin behind me, and started walking down the road. I didn't stop. Not for water, not for rest. I just kept moving. I walked for nearly 8 hours before I found a ranger station. I must have looked half mad, dirty, eyes wild, barely able to talk. They gave me water, let me rest. I told them my Jeep had broken down and I needed a tow. I didn't mention the other stuff. I wasn't sure I believed it myself. A couple days later, I got a ride back to the cabin with a mechanic. He replaced the cables and got the Jeep running. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole time. When I left that place, I didn't look back. I haven't told anyone the full story. I don't even know what to make of it myself. But I haven't gone back into the woods since. And I never will. I don't care what it was, man, animal, something in between. I just know it wasn't supposed to be there. And it knew I wasn't either. I never really liked driving at night, especially on roads I wasn't familiar with. But that week, I had no choice. I was returning from a job in a small town out west, somewhere past the last gas station for miles. It had taken longer than expected, and by the time I was done loading equipment back into my truck, the sun was already gone, and the sky was just this deep, dark blue. I checked my phone before I got in the truck. No signal. That wasn't surprising. I'd already lost reception about half an hour before even arriving at the job site. It was a remote place, a long stretch of farmland and low forest in every direction. I didn't want to stay the night there. The place gave off a weird feeling, not haunted or anything, just empty. I've always had this thing about being too far from people. Not because I like people, but because when there's nobody around and something goes wrong, you're just on your own. That thought always sat heavy with me. I started the truck and pulled out onto the road, heading east. I knew I'd have to drive for a while before I saw another sign of life. My GPS had gone blank hours ago, but I remembered enough of the turns to be confident for a while. The road was narrow. It wasn't gravel, but it was rough. No lane lines, no lights, just the beam from my headlights cutting through the dark like a knife. Trees lined both sides, and the branches sometimes arched over the road like a tunnel. Occasionally, I'd see something dart across the road, a rabbit, maybe a fox, but nothing unusual. About 30 minutes in, I noticed something strange. The temperature inside the cab felt like it dropped. I checked the controls. Everything looked fine. No AC on, heater was off. I rolled the window up tighter, just in case it had slipped open. Then I noticed I was gripping the steering wheel tighter than usual. My jaw felt tense. I couldn't explain why, but I just felt off. Not scared, not yet. Just like I'd walked into a room where someone had just been fighting. You know that thick air you feel? It was like that. I told myself I was just tired. Long day, empty road, no distractions. My mind was probably playing with itself. The first truly strange thing happened about 10 minutes later. I came up to a bend in the road, and right at the curve, I saw a car on the side. Not parked. It looked like it had swerved into the grass and just stopped halfway into the ditch. The driver's side door was wide open, headlights still on. I slowed down and moved into the opposite side of the road to give it space. As I passed, I instinctively looked toward the driver's seat. No one was there. I looked in the rearview mirror, but all I could see was the dim outline of the back of the car, slowly shrinking into the distance behind me. I slowed to a stop maybe 100 feet ahead. Something didn't sit right. If someone had broken down or crashed, they should have been nearby. No other cars. No houses. No sign of a person walking or trying to flag help. I thought about turning around, checking the car. Maybe someone needed help. But I didn't move. I sat there, engine running, looking in the mirror. Then, without warning, the car's headlights blinked off. I felt my skin crawl. There was no sound, no movement, just that car in the dark. After about a minute of frozen silence, I eased back onto the gas and kept driving. I told myself someone had come back for it, or maybe the battery finally died. But my gut didn't believe any of that. It just said, keep moving. I kept going. I didn't speed. I didn't slow. I just kept moving forward. About 15 minutes later, I passed a wooden sign. It was old, cracked down the middle, barely readable in my headlights. It looked like it once said Marrow Creek, but the paint had almost completely faded. I didn't remember that name from the map. I didn't even remember passing through it on my way to the job site. But there it was. Past the sign, the road split. No indicators. No markers. Just two paths left and right. I slowed to a crawl and checked for tire marks or signs of which road was more used. The left one looked slightly more worn, so I went with that. I stayed on it for another 15 minutes. Then I noticed the gas gauge. It had dropped faster than it should have. I remembered filling up earlier that morning. It had been full. Now it was scraping just above a quarter. That wasn't normal. I tapped the gauge, hoping it was stuck. It didn't budge. Another few miles down, I started seeing trees with markings on them. Red paint. Circles. Always the same shape, same height from the ground. They looked like surveyor's marks or something used to mark trails. But there were too many of them. Every few trees. On both sides of the road. The feeling in my chest got heavier. It wasn't fear yet, but it was close. Then I saw something up ahead. At first, it looked like a bundle of clothes or bags on the side of the road. But as I got closer, I realized it was a bicycle. Just a plain, rust-colored bike, lying on its side in the grass. One was still slowly spinning. I didn't stop. I didn't even look at it as I passed. About 5 minutes later, I saw another one. This one was on the opposite side of the road, a different color, also lying on its side. Its wheel bent like someone had hit it or it had fallen hard. No bodies, no blood, just empty bikes. And then, right after that, I saw the first house. It was set back from the road, behind a thin line of trees. No lights on. Old. Maybe a farmhouse, but it looked abandoned. Roof sagging on one side. Porch half collapsed. The grass in front of it was knee-high. I could see what looked like a truck in the back, covered in a dirty tarp. I considered stopping, knocking, asking for directions, or gas, but I didn't. Something about it made my stomach turn. Then I saw the next house. And the next. Same thing. No lights. Overgrown yards. No sign of people. No sound. No dogs barking. No movement in windows. Just old buildings, sitting under the weight of silence. That's when I realized I hadn't seen power lines in a while. I slowed down. The road had narrowed again, barely wide enough for one car. Trees pushed in close. The moon was behind clouds. The only light was from my truck. And then, in the beams of my headlights, I saw someone standing in the road. No bike. No car. Just standing there. I hit the brakes hard. The tires skidded on loose gravel, and the truck came to a stop maybe 20 feet away. It was a man, middle-aged, thin, wearing what looked like a gray shirt and dark pants. He didn't move. I didn't get out. I didn't even open the window. I leaned forward to see better. My headlights lit him up clearly, but there was no expression on his face. He wasn't looking at me, just straight ahead, like he was in some kind of trance. After what felt like a full minute, he turned and walked into the woods. Slow, no panic, no reaction to the truck. He disappeared into the trees. I waited a while, then slowly drove forward again. But I didn't feel alone anymore. I couldn't see anything in the mirrors, but that feeling that I was being watched clung to me the rest of the drive. About 10 minutes later, I saw another sign. It looked brand new, a simple board nailed to 2 posts. It read, "Turn back." I stopped the truck, just stared at it. Who put that there? Why? I'd gone too far to turn back. I had no clue how to even retrace my steps. So I kept going, but now I was fully alert. Every sound, every shadow, every flicker outside the headlights made me jump. My hands were sweating, even though the cab was cold. Then I came around another bend and saw lights up ahead. Not streetlights, headlights. 3 of them, parked across the road, side by side, blocking the way. Old cars, beaten up, no plates. Their engines were off, but their headlights were on, blinding me. I stopped the truck again, waited. No one came out, no movement, just those cars like a barricade. I didn't honk. I didn't flash my lights. I just slowly reversed, turned into a side path I'd barely noticed. It was rough, barely a trail. My truck bounced and rocked over every rock en route. I had no idea where I was going, but I needed to get off that road. Eventually, the trail opened into a small clearing, just enough room to park. I killed the engine and lights. Silence. I sat there, breathing hard, heart racing. I don't know how long I waited. Maybe an hour, maybe more. Eventually, I dozed off in the seat. When I woke up, the sun was rising. I stepped out, stretched, and looked around. The trail behind me was barely visible. No sign of the main road, no tire tracks. But everything looked different in daylight. Less threatening. Just trees, grass, sky. I got back in the truck, found the trail again, and followed it until I found another road. Paved, with lane markings. 15 minutes later, I was at a gas station. I asked the clerk where I'd come from. She looked at the mud on my truck, confused. "There's nothing out that way," she said. "No towns. No roads. Not for years now." I didn't argue. I just filled the tank, washed my face, and drove home. I never figured out what that place was. No names matched the signs I saw. No roads on any map matched the ones I'd taken. But I still think about it. And I still won't drive unknown roads at night. Not anymore. I had never really believed in being watched. Not in the paranoid sense, anyway. You grow up hearing about people who feel eyes on them, or who swear someone was following them. But I always chalked it up to anxiety or an overactive imagination. I'd been out in the woods hundreds of times, hiking, camping, backpacking. I always packed smart, stayed alert, and kept my distance from anything sketchy. I thought that made me safe. I thought that was enough. Last fall, I took a solo trip up north. I'd done a few solo hikes before, but this was going to be my longest one, a 5-day stretch deep in a remote section of forest not too far from the Canadian border. I'd planned everything for weeks, mapped out my route, packed carefully, brought a GPS, and let a couple people know the general area I'd be in. There wasn't much cell service where I was headed, but that was part of the appeal. The first 2 days were beautiful. Cold mornings, clear skies, and the quiet kind of stillness that you can only get miles from roads or power lines. I stuck to the trail, made camp before dusk, and slept soundly both nights. No animals, no bad weather, no problems. But on the third day, things started to feel off. I don't even know when it started, exactly. There wasn't one big moment, just small things. It was early in the morning. I'd packed up my tent and was working my way along a narrow ridge that overlooked a dry creek bed below. The wind was still, and all I could hear were my own footsteps, the occasional bird, and the rustle of my pack. But every now and then, I'd stop, not on purpose, just kind of instinctively, and I'd listen. And I'd hear nothing. That's not normal in the woods. You always hear something: birds, wind in the leaves, squirrels, water. But this stretch was silent. Not just quiet, silent, as if the whole place was holding its breath. I kept walking. It was probably just nerves. Or maybe I was imagining things because I was alone. I tried not to focus on it. But I noticed something else around mid-morning. I'd been hiking downhill toward a valley where I planned to set up camp by a small lake. I'd passed a few deer trails and old logging tracks, and I thought I saw a black bear's prints at one point, but nothing fresh. But then, about halfway down, I saw something strange in the dirt. It was a boot print. Not mine. I wear size 11 trail runners with a very distinct tread pattern. These prints were bigger, maybe a 13 or 14. Heavy tread, hiking boots, deep set, which meant whoever made them was carrying weight. And they were recent, not fresh enough that the edges were crisp, but no more than a day or two old. That wouldn't have bothered me so much on its own. The trails were public, after all, but these weren't on the trail. They were about 20 yards off to the left, heading through the brush. And they weren't following the terrain. They cut diagonally up and over the hill, through dense undergrowth, like whoever made them wasn't following any path at all. I stood there looking at them for a while. Part of me wanted to follow them, just to see where they went. But that was stupid. There was no reason to. I didn't know who they belonged to, and the last thing I needed was to get lost trying to track some stranger's footprints. Still, I couldn't shake the weird feeling I had. I kept checking over my shoulder for the rest of the day. I never saw anyone, but I started to notice more little signs as I walked. A broken branch that didn't look natural. A scuff mark on a rock like someone had slipped. Things that, again, could easily be nothing. Could be animals. Could be coincidence. But they all pointed in the same direction, behind me. I reached the lake by late afternoon. It was small and still, nestled in a bowl of trees that were just starting to show signs of turning. I filtered some water, set up my tent on a flat patch of mossy ground, and gathered some firewood. I wasn't planning on a big fire, just enough for warmth and to boil water. I didn't want to attract animals. But as night fell, I found myself building it a little higher than usual, just enough to throw more light. I told myself it was for comfort, that I just didn't like how quiet the forest was. But the truth is, I wanted something between me and the dark. I wanted something that felt safe. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard something. Not close, but not far either. A snap of a twig, a soft crunch of leaves. Once, I could have sworn I heard a faint cough. Just a single, dry sound, like someone clearing their throat in the cold. I sat up in my tent, not moving, barely breathing. The fire had burned down to coals, and the woods outside were black. I waited for something else, another noise, a shape, anything. But nothing came. After a while, I convinced myself it was just the woods settling. Maybe a deer. I still didn't sleep. By morning, I felt wired and stiff. I got moving fast, didn't even bother making coffee. I packed up quickly and got back on the trail, heading for the next ridge that would take me closer to my pickup point. I only had about 2 more days of hiking left, but something in me had changed. I wasn't enjoying it anymore. I wasn't relaxed. I kept checking behind me, kept pausing to listen. I felt like I was being watched, like someone knew exactly where I was. Around noon, I came to a split in the trail. To the left, the official route curved around the side of a hill and dropped into a narrow canyon. To the right, there was an old logging road, overgrown and clearly unused, but it cut across a high slope and rejoined the trail a few miles ahead. I didn't think long. I chose the logging road. I figured, if someone was following me, they'd expect me to stay on the trail. If I took the road, I could double back, or at least buy myself some distance. I know it sounds paranoid, but by then, my gut was screaming that something was wrong. I made good time up the slope. The old road was rough, with fallen branches and weeds, but it was open enough to move fast. I kept looking for signs behind me. I saw nothing, heard nothing, but I also didn't relax. I knew that didn't mean I was alone. About 3 miles in, I stopped to rest. I crouched behind a thick pine trunk, drank some water, and tried to slow my breathing. That's when I saw it. Across the ravine, maybe 200 yards away, up near the tree line, a shape. Not moving, not clear, just a figure standing still. Too far to make out details, but it was tall, solid, upright. I stared for a long time. It didn't move. I blinked and looked again. Still there. I packed up and moved fast. The rest of that day was a blur. I hiked until my legs burned, cutting through brush, scrambling over rocks, sometimes losing the road entirely. I wasn't even following the map anymore. I just wanted distance. I just wanted space. By the time I stopped, it was well after dark. I didn't make a fire. I didn't cook. I found a narrow dip between 2 rocks, laid out my sleeping bag, and crawled in fully clothed. I kept my knife close. I kept my headlamp off. I waited. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I moved before sunrise. My GPS had a signal again, and I used it to locate the fastest way back to the trailhead. It meant cutting across uneven ground and skipping the last section of the trail entirely, but I didn't care. I needed out. That last day was a blur of panic. I didn't stop. Not once. I drank while walking, ate granola from my pocket. I don't even remember most of it. Just trees and dirt and rocks, and the constant pressure of feeling watched. At one point, I found a tree with fresh gouges in it. Not bare marks, not claw marks. It looked like someone had dragged the tip of a knife through the bark slowly, deliberately. That was the last straw. I made it back to the trailhead by late afternoon. My car was there, untouched. The air felt different, lighter. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat for a long time, staring out the windshield at the trees. And that's when I saw something else. Tucked under the windshield wiper was a scrap of paper. Just a torn piece from a notebook, folded twice. I picked it up with shaking hands. There was only one thing written on it, in small, sharp handwriting. "You're fast." I sat frozen for what felt like hours. There was no one else in the lot. No vehicles. Just me. That meant someone had followed me all the way back. Stayed close. Close enough to leave a note under my wiper without me seeing. Close enough to know what I was doing. How fast I was going. How scared I'd gotten. I didn't report it. I don't know why. Maybe I thought no one would believe me. Maybe I didn't want to deal with it. Maybe I was just too tired. I drove home in silence. I washed my gear, stored my pack, and avoided the woods for months. Even now, almost a year later, I can't go hiking without checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I can't camp without waking at every sound. People always ask why I don't hike alone anymore. I just tell them I had a bad trip. But the truth is, I don't think I was alone out there. Not for a second. I had been working construction for nearly 6 years, mostly on residential jobs. My back was always stiff in the mornings, and my hands were permanently rough. Still, I liked the work. There was something solid and satisfying about finishing a job you could point at and say, "I built that." Most of our projects were in or around the city, but once in a while, we'd get a rural gig that pulled us far off the grid. This one started like that. My boss said we had a new client, some guy who bought land way out near the foothills. He wanted a storage shed and some basic framing work done for a cabin he'd build later. The land was cheap, isolated, and the road to it was barely more than a dirt track. It was the kind of job that didn't pay great, but none of us were in a place to turn it down. It was a 4-man job. Me, Colin, Terry, and Julio. Colin and I drove out first to check the site and drop off equipment, while the others would join us 2 days later. We packed the truck with the usual: tools, jacks, supports, fuel, food for a few days, tents, and a backup generator. There was no signal out there, so we brought a CB radio for emergencies, just like always. The place was farther out than I expected. After leaving the highway, we drove another 40 minutes on a gravel road that narrowed into a winding trail through trees. The last 2 miles were the worst, deep ruts from old logging trucks and narrow enough that we had to fold in the side mirrors. The trees pressed in so close I kept thinking the paint on the truck would come back shredded. When we reached the site, it didn't look like much, just a flat clearing cut out of the woods with a small creek running along one edge. The guy had done some of the land prep himself, felled a bunch of trees, burned the brush, and dumped gravel. We found a metal stake in the ground with red tape that marked the future cabin's corner. We got to work unloading, staking out the shed's frame, checking the soil, and prepping the lumber. By sunset, we had the basics squared away and built a small fire to heat up some canned beans. It got dark quickly, and without cell service or any light pollution, the sky was just endless black. The stars looked fake, like a planetarium ceiling. Colin set up his tent maybe 15 feet from mine. We didn't say much as we settled in, just the usual grunts and tired sighs. I lay there listening to the wind moving through the trees, the creek gurgling nearby. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Around midnight, I heard something. I wasn't fully asleep yet. It was a kind of soft crunch, leaves or twigs maybe. I figured it was a deer or raccoon. Then I heard it again, slower this time. The way it moved didn't sound like any animal I could name. It had weight. That was what made my skin tighten. It wasn't scrambling like a raccoon or light-footed like a deer. It sounded like something placing its feet down with thought, deliberately. I sat up and looked out through the mesh. Nothing. Just dark trees and the faint outline of Colin's tent. The sound had stopped. I waited a long time, body tensed up like a coiled spring. Eventually, I eased back down. Must have been nothing. Next morning, I asked Colin if he heard anything. He just shrugged and said he slept fine. I let it go. Maybe I'd imagined it. We worked all day, made good progress on the frame. Julio and Terry were due to arrive that evening, but when it got dark and they still weren't there, we figured they got delayed or lost. CB wasn't picking up anything, but that wasn't uncommon in areas like this. That night, I was more alert. I stayed up by the fire longer, poking at the coals with a stick and sipping lukewarm coffee from a dented thermos. Colin had already gone to bed. The woods around us were so quiet it started to feel unnatural. I started focusing too hard on background sounds. The whisper of wind through the pine needles, the occasional creak of a shifting tree. Then I heard it again. Same sound. Same slow, careful steps. But this time it was closer. I turned off the lantern and crouched low behind a pile of cut lumber. The firelight flickered low, throwing moving shadows that didn't help my nerves. I held my breath and tried to follow the sound. The steps circled slowly around the site, never coming into view, just outside the reach of the firelight. I couldn't tell if it was one person or two. Sometimes the spacing between steps shifted like someone stopping and starting again. I stayed crouched until my knees hurt, then quietly slipped back into my tent and zipped it slowly. I held my hammer tight against my chest and didn't sleep at all. Morning came gray and cold. I checked around the site and found nothing. No prints, no disturbed dirt, no snapped branches. Colin looked at me like I was going off the deep end. Julio and Terry still hadn't shown. By afternoon, we were running low on gas for the generator, and I told Colin we'd need to siphon some from the truck if they didn't show by night. He agreed, but I could tell he was getting worried too. That evening, we heard an engine in the distance and nearly jumped with relief. But the sound faded before it reached us. No vehicle ever arrived. The fire was smaller that night. We were rationing wood until the others arrived with more supplies. Colin turned in early again. I stayed up. It was around midnight when the sound came again, this time from the opposite side of the clearing. I grabbed a flashlight and the hammer again, stepped out quietly, and tried to see where it was coming from. I aimed the light toward the trees. Nothing. Then I heard the sharp snap of a branch, loud, like someone stepped on it hard. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I scanned again. Still nothing. And then I caught it. A shape. Not an animal. Not deer-shaped. More like a person crouched low, just behind the tree line. I stepped back slowly, turned, and hurried to Colin's tent. I shook the tent and whispered his name, but he didn't respond. I unzipped it halfway and found it empty. His sleeping bag was there, but it was flat and cold. My stomach dropped. I ran back to the fire and called out his name. Nothing answered. Not even birds stirred. I circled the site twice with the flashlight and hammer. Still no sign of him. No note. No trail. I couldn't understand how someone could disappear without a sound. I didn't sleep at all. I sat near the fire with the hammer across my lap and the flashlight in my other hand, burning through batteries. The woods felt alive in a bad way, watchful. At first light, I packed everything I could into the truck. I tried the CB again. Still dead air. I drove fast, bouncing hard over the ruts, scraping against the tree limbs. It took me over an hour to reach a point where I had enough signal to call the boss. When I told him what happened, he went quiet. Then he said Julio and Terry never left the city. Their car broke down that morning, and they hadn't even packed yet. They had been planning to call and tell us they'd be a day late, which meant we were completely alone out there. Colin was never found. A search party combed the area for a week. Dogs, drones, foot patrol. No signs, no tracks, nothing. They said maybe he wandered off, got turned around, fell into a ravine or hit his head. But the woods weren't that complicated. We were less than a quarter mile from a creek and open terrain. I told them about the sounds, about the movement, about the figure in the trees. They chalked it up to stress, isolation, fatigue. I didn't argue, but I remember the firelight. I remember the shape behind the trees, and I remember how it never came into view, like it knew exactly how far the light reached and stayed just outside it. I remember how the steps circled, how deliberate they were, and how they always came at the same hour of night. Sometimes now, when I'm alone at night, I imagine those same steps outside, just beyond the walls, moving slow, careful, like they're waiting, but I never go back to that place. The land is still there. The shed was never finished. No one took the job after that. I hadn't seen my cousin Eric in almost 7 years. We used to be close when we were younger, spending summers together at my uncle's old hunting cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. But as life moved on, college, work, and everything else got in the way. Then out of nowhere, he called me last spring. Said he wanted to spend a week out at the cabin like we used to. He'd already gotten the keys from his dad, and all I had to do was bring a sleeping bag, some gear, and show up. No pressure, just a chance to get away from the noise of everything. At that time, I needed the break. Work was killing me, my apartment felt like a cage, and I hadn't had fresh air in months. So I said yes. I packed light, just a sleeping bag, warm clothes, canned food, my old hiking boots, and a camp stove. I met Eric in Duluth, and from there we drove up in his beat-up 4Runner, bumping along narrow Forest Service roads until we hit the gate at the edge of the property. The cabin wasn't much. Just a single room with a bunk bed, a small wood stove, and a table. No electricity, no running water, no cell signal. It sat next to a shallow stream and was surrounded by miles and miles of trees. That's what I liked about it. It was quiet, nothing artificial humming in the background. No one shouting or driving or honking, just wind through the trees and the occasional bird. We spent the first couple of days doing what we always used to do. We fished in the stream, hiked the trails around the area, chopped firewood, and cooked simple meals on the camp stove or over the fire pit outside. At night, we sat under the stars, drank cheap beer, and talked about stuff from the past, some good memories, some not so good. It felt like we hadn't missed a beat. On the third day, something felt a little off. I woke up early that morning, before Eric, and went outside to take a piss. The woods were quiet like always, but something felt heavy. I couldn't really explain it. It wasn't the weather. The sky was clear and the air was cool. But there was this strange stillness, like everything was holding its breath. As I stood there, I saw something out of place near the tree line about 50 yards off. A pile of branches stacked like a little teepee, right between two pines. We hadn't built it, and I didn't remember seeing it the day before. It didn't look like something random from wind or snow. It was neat, intentional. But I figured maybe it was just an old hunting blind or something some local had made years ago. When Eric got up, I told him about it. He shrugged, said it was probably nothing. He didn't seem worried, so I let it go. We spent most of the day out hiking toward a small lake we remembered from our childhood. It was about 5 miles through the woods, and by the time we got back to camp that evening, we were dead tired. I almost forgot about the weird structure near the trees. That night, just as we were settling in, I went out to the firewood pile to grab a few more logs. I had my flashlight with me, and when I swept it across the woods, I thought I saw someone standing just beyond the trees. I froze. My first instinct was to call out, but I didn't. I just stared. The light was weak at that distance, and I wasn't sure what I was looking at. It might have been a tree trunk or even a shadow. I waited a few seconds, then aimed the flashlight again. Nothing, just the woods. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the shadows were playing tricks. I didn't tell Eric. I didn't want to sound paranoid. The next morning, I went back to that spot where I'd seen the little teepee structure. It was gone. completely gone. No branches, no footprints, no signs that anything had ever been there. That's when I started to feel something wasn't right. I walked in circles around the area, scanning the ground for broken twigs or anything out of place, but there was nothing. That whole day, I kept looking over my shoulder. The woods didn't feel open anymore. They felt tight, like they were watching us. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every little sound made my eyes snap open. At some point, just after midnight, I thought I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Not animals, these were deliberate, paced footsteps, crunching dry leaves. I lay there, frozen in my sleeping bag, barely breathing. I didn't want to wake Eric unless I was sure. I waited. After a minute or so, they stopped. I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night. In the morning, I went outside to check. No tracks, but the firewood pile had been knocked over, like someone had kicked it. It wasn't a raccoon or deer. This was deliberate. I finally told Eric everything. The person I thought I saw, the vanishing teepee, the footsteps. He looked uneasy, but still tried to play it off. Said maybe some local kids were messing around, or some other campers were nearby. But there weren't supposed to be any other cabins or sites for at least 10 miles in every direction. We both agreed to keep our eyes open and maybe cut the trip short if anything else weird happened. That day, we didn't go far from the cabin. We stayed close, gathering wood and checking the area. Around noon, we heard something snap in the woods. Not a branch falling, more like someone stepping on a stick. Loud, close. We both froze and turned toward the sound. About 20 feet into the trees, we saw a flash of movement. It was fast, too fast to make out clearly, but it was human, definitely human. Someone ducking behind a tree or moving downhill. Eric grabbed the hatchet from the chopping stump and started yelling into the woods, even though we'd agreed not to talk to anyone. He shouted, asking who it was and what they wanted. No response, just silence again. We spent the next hour checking the area. Nothing, no footprints, no sounds. The forest swallowed everything up. That night, we didn't sleep. We sat up with the lantern between us, both holding whatever tools we could use as weapons. Around 2 a.m., we heard something scrape against the side of the cabin. Just a single drag of something hard along the wood siding. I got up slowly and peeked through the small window, but I couldn't see anything in the dark. When the sun finally rose, we were already packing. We didn't speak much. It was understood. We were getting out. We shoved everything into our packs, dumped the rest, and locked up the cabin. We started hiking out to the road where we had parked the 4Runner. It was about 3 miles on foot through thick woods. We moved fast, but the feeling of being watched never left us. I kept looking over my shoulder every couple of minutes. The woods were quiet again. Too quiet. When we finally got back to the road, we saw the truck parked just ahead. That should have been the moment we relaxed, but something was wrong. The driver's side door was wide open. We hadn't left it like that. Eric ran ahead, yelling my name, and I sprinted after him. Inside the truck, everything had been ransacked. Our extra food gear, and even the map we left on the dashboard were gone. On the hood, there was a single handprint, muddy, smeared with long fingers. Not clawed, not animal. Just dirty and human. We didn't waste any time. We jumped in, locked the doors, and got the hell out of there. We didn't talk for a long time. Just drove in silence until we were back in Duluth. We stayed at a cheap motel that night and barely slept. In the weeks that followed, I kept checking the news and local forums for any stories. Missing persons, arrests, strange sightings, but nothing ever came up. It was like whoever was out there didn't want to be found. Or maybe they'd been watching that cabin for years, just waiting for someone to show up. I haven't gone back to the woods since then. Eric and I still talk, but we don't bring it up. Not anymore. It's something we both carry, something unspoken. A weight in the back of our minds. Every once in a while, I'll be walking home or taking out the trash and feel like I'm being watched again. That same stillness. That same pressure. I don't know who was out there with us, or what they wanted, but I know it wasn't just kids messing around. It wasn't a coincidence. They were watching, waiting. They knew we were there, and they didn't want us to leave. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. Nothing complicated, nothing wild. Just me, my car, and a 2-day break from city noise. I'd booked a small rental cabin way out in the hills, about 3 hours from where I lived. Not a fancy place, Just a wooden box with a bed, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a porch that looked out over a long stretch of trees. I'd been there once before, a year ago. It was peaceful. Nothing but hills, trees, and the sound of wind moving through the leaves. No cell service. No internet. That was part of the appeal. I left late on a Friday morning, packed light. Just some food, clothes, a few books, a flashlight, and a couple tools I usually brought on solo trips. The weather was clear. No rain in the forecast. Driving out of the city felt like shedding weight. As the buildings fell away and the road thinned, I felt my shoulders relax. The last 30 minutes of the drive were always a little rough. The paved road ended, and a dirt track wound through thick woods. It was wide enough for one car, maybe two if you drove carefully. The cabin sat near the end of it, perched at the edge of a small slope, with thick trees behind and a dry creek bed running down the hill. When I pulled up, everything looked the same. The porch steps were a bit more worn, and some weeds had grown around the side, but otherwise it looked untouched. I unpacked, locked the car, and settled in. The first few hours were calm. I read for a while, walked around the edge of the property, made some food, and watched the sun drop low through the trees. As night came on, I sat out on the porch. The quiet there always hit me the hardest. No cars, no planes, just wind, insects, the occasional bird. It wasn't until maybe 10 p.m. that I noticed something. I'd been reading by flashlight, sitting in a worn chair on the porch. I kept hearing this soft crackle. Not constant, just now and then, like dry branches snapping. At first I thought it was just a raccoon, or maybe a deer walking through the brush. But the sound kept happening. Not close, but not far either. It was down by the dry creek bed. Every few minutes, crack, crunch, then nothing. I got up and pointed the flashlight down the hill, scanning slowly. I couldn't see anything. I held my breath and waited. Nothing moved. I stood like that for a full minute before sitting back down. Figured maybe my ears were playing tricks on me. 10 minutes later, I heard it again. This time it was closer. Same sound, crack, crunch, but up the hill now, closer to the trees behind the cabin. That bothered me. I hadn't heard anything move between the creek bed and the back of the cabin. No crunching leaves, no rustling. Just quiet, then a sound behind me. I stood up and shined the flashlight at the trees. The beam caught only trunks and undergrowth. Nothing unusual. Still, I went inside, locked the door, and pulled the blinds. Felt stupid doing it, but something in my gut didn't like the pattern. Inside, I tried to distract myself. Made some tea. Read. But the sounds didn't stop. Now and then, I'd hear it, something stepping on dry leaves. Always one or two steps, then silence. Then it'd come from another direction. At one point, I thought I heard something brush the side of the cabin wall. Just a light scratch. I held my breath again and listened. Nothing followed. Eventually I managed to fall asleep, but it wasn't deep sleep. I woke up a lot. Each time I did, I felt the silence pressing on the cabin like a weight. No wind, no insects, just nothing. Around 3:30 a.m., I heard what I thought was a thud, like something heavy dropping onto the porch. I stayed in bed, frozen. Didn't move. My heart was pounding. I waited for another sound, but none came. Not for a while. I must have dozed off again, because the next thing I remember clearly was sunlight filtering through the blinds. I got up, looked around. Everything looked normal. No footprints on the porch. Nothing out of place. I stepped outside slowly, scanning the woods. Nothing, but there was something odd. A smell. It was faint, but it was there. Like rot. Not garbage, not skunk, not animal droppings. Just rot. Something old and wrong. It was coming from the direction of the creek bed. I walked halfway down the hill, but couldn't see anything. I didn't want to go further. I spent most of that day trying to talk myself down, telling myself it was probably an animal, that I just overreacted. But the smell lingered. It came and went with the breeze. In the afternoon, I walked further down the dry creek. About 100 yards along, I found something strange. A small clearing with a ring of old rocks. It looked like a fire pit, but hadn't been used in a long time. The rocks were partly buried, but in the center was something I didn't like. Bones. A few scattered bones. Not large. Maybe raccoon or possum. But they weren't spread randomly. They were stacked. Not neatly, but like someone had put them there on purpose. A few sticks were mixed in, almost like a crude shape had been made, but collapsed. I turned around and walked straight back to the cabin. I wanted to pack up and leave, but I told myself it wasn't that weird. Maybe kids had camped out there long ago. Still, I brought my gear inside, kept my flashlight, knife, and small hatchet on the nightstand. Locked the door. Didn't sit on the porch that night. That second night was worse. Around midnight, I heard the first sound. Not outside. This time it was inside. A creak on the floor. Just one. Like weight shifting. I froze in bed, eyes wide open. I didn't move. Just listened. Nothing followed. I stared at the dark for what felt like an hour. Then I heard something again. A soft sound near the kitchen. Not footsteps exactly. More like a drag. Like someone brushing against a chair. I reached for the flashlight and clicked it on. Swept the beam across the room. Nothing. I got out of bed slowly. Moved through the cabin room by room. Flashlight in one hand, hatchet in the other. Nothing. No windows open. No doors unlocked. I even checked under the bed and inside the closet. Still nothing. I barely slept. When I woke up, the smell was back, stronger. It hit me the second I opened the front door. It was worse than rot. Like something dead and wet and burned, all at once. I walked around the side of the cabin and stopped. On the ground near the back steps was a dead bird. Not just dead, mangled. Torn open. Feathers scattered. No tracks. Just the bird. I buried it a little ways off and tried not to think about it. But now my head was full of doubts. Maybe someone was out there. Maybe someone was messing with me. I packed my things. I was supposed to stay one more night, but I didn't want to. Not with the way the air felt. Not with the way the woods had gone silent again. By late afternoon, I had the car loaded. I took one last look at the cabin. Something about it now felt off. Like it didn't want me there. I got in the car and started it up. About 5 minutes down the dirt road, I noticed something in the rearview mirror. A figure, standing near the edge of the trees. Not moving, just standing. It was far enough back I couldn't see any details. Just the shape. I kept driving. I didn't stop. When I hit the paved road, I didn't relax. I kept checking the mirror, kept glancing at the trees, but nothing followed. That was 6 months ago. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't go back. I checked online a few times to see if the cabin was still listed. It was. Still available to rent. But every time I saw the listing photo, the porch, the trees, the dry creek, I felt sick. I've been on other trips since then. Different places. But I've never stayed in a place that remote again. I still don't know what happened out there. Maybe it was just animals. Maybe it was someone living off-grid. Maybe it was nothing. But the smell, the way the sounds moved without patterns, the shape in the mirror, those things don't leave me. They sit in the back of my head, waiting, like the woods never really let me leave. I don't even know why I agreed to it. Maybe it was boredom. Maybe I just didn't want to be the only one in the group to say no. Whatever the reason, I found myself alone in an old hunting cabin, miles from town, deep in the woods, with no cell service, a cold wind sneaking through the cracks in the walls, and nothing but a lantern and my sleeping bag for comfort. The others were coming back in the morning. That was the deal. One night alone. I just had to make it to sunrise. The cabin belonged to Ryan's uncle. According to him, no one had used it in years. The wood was gray and brittle like old bones. The porch sagged in the middle, and the roofline dipped in 2 spots. Inside, it smelled like dust, mildew, and mice. There was an old cot, but I chose to sleep on the floor with my bag. The cot looked like it hadn't held a human being since the 70s. I didn't trust it not to collapse under me. The plan was simple. Hike out in the morning, spend the day at the river with the others, and then come back to the cabin alone for the night. No phones, no books, just me in the woods. They said it was a test of nerve, a kind of self-imposed challenge. I told myself it was no big deal. I'd done camping trips before. I wasn't scared of the dark. I wasn't a kid anymore, but it felt different once they left. The silence in the woods is not like silence anywhere else. It isn't quiet, exactly. It's full of little sounds. Cracks, creaks, wind brushing trees, branches popping, small rustles in the underbrush. My ears felt sharper out there, like they were picking up things they didn't want to hear. Every noise felt close. And when the sun dipped behind the hills and the shadows crept in, I could feel the cold settle down like a blanket soaked in ice water. I lit the lantern before it got too dark. The yellow light gave off just enough glow to push back the shadows, but not far enough to be comfortable. The corners of the room stayed dark. The windows, though boarded halfway up, left just enough gaps to let in the wind. Every few minutes, I could hear the wooden planks creak as the air pushed against them. The first hour was manageable. I laid out my sleeping bag, ate a granola bar, and tried to focus on anything other than the fact that I was utterly alone. I played little games in my head to pass the time. Count the floorboards, trace the grain in the wall, close my eyes and try to remember every detail of the hike earlier that day. Anything to distract myself. But somewhere around 10 p.m., things started to shift. It wasn't anything dramatic, just a feeling, a slow build, a weight. It felt like the cabin had changed, like something had leaned in closer. I sat up in my sleeping bag and looked around. The lantern flickered once, then went steady again. There was nothing obviously wrong, no reason to panic, and yet my skin started to crawl. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I stood up, stretched, and walked to the door. Opened it. The woods were pitch black, the kind of dark that makes you feel blind. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. I shut the door again quickly, heart beating faster than I wanted to admit. I latched the lock. Then I heard it, a soft crunch, like a footstep on gravel. My head whipped around toward the window. I stared through the cracks in the boards, but I couldn't see anything. I held my breath and listened. Nothing, just wind. I shook my head, laughed nervously, and told myself it was probably a branch falling, or an animal, but the feeling didn't leave. I sat back down in the corner, next to the lantern. I pulled the sleeping bag around me like a shield. My eyes kept drifting to the windows, and then it happened again. Another crunch, closer this time, more deliberate. A step. I stood up slowly, walked to the window, pressed my eye to the crack. Darkness, then movement, a flicker, a shape, just at the edge of the tree line. It wasn't close enough to make out, but it was there, a lump against the dark. Not moving, just there. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. I sat back down. Now I couldn't relax. Every nerve in my body was alert, tense. I stared at the lantern, watching the tiny flame dance in its glass cage. I felt trapped, like the light was giving me away, but I didn't dare turn it off. I kept telling myself I was imagining things, but then the crunching came back, slower this time. Step, pause, step, pause. It wasn't an animal. Animals moved differently, quicker, less precise. This was someone walking. My heart was pounding now. I grabbed the only thing nearby that could be used as a weapon, a rusted old fire poker leaning by the wall. I gripped it tightly, moved to the door, and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Then the faintest sound. A breath. Just one. Right on the other side of the door. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. I waited. 5 seconds. 10. Nothing. I backed away slowly. Sat back down. I didn't want to make any noise. Didn't want to give away my position. My hands were shaking. I held the poker in my lap and stared at the door. Minutes passed. Then an hour. Maybe more. The sound stopped. The feeling faded just a little. I started to believe again that it was just my mind playing tricks. That maybe it had just been wind and animals. But I didn't sleep. I sat there, stiff and cold all night. My eyes never left the door. My ears strained to catch every sound. And somewhere around 4 or 5 a.m., just before dawn, I finally stood up and peeked outside again. Nothing. I opened the door slowly, stepped onto the porch. The sky was starting to lighten. There was dew on the ground. My breath puffed white in the air. I walked around the cabin slowly. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. Every step felt heavy. And that's when I saw it. Tracks. Footprints. Human. Leading from the woods to the cabin. Then stopping. Right at the door. They didn't go anywhere else. No return path. No detour. Just a single trail of prints ending at the front door. As if whoever it was had walked up to the cabin and never left. I stared at them for a long time. Tried to make sense of it. The prints were clear. Fresh. Right through the wet dirt and grass. I even counted them. 12 steps from the tree line to the porch. Then nothing. I looked around. My breath coming in fast puffs. I felt dizzy. That's when I realized the lock on the back door, the one I hadn't touched, was broken, hanging by a splinter of wood, like someone had tried to push it in. The inside of the doorframe was scratched, splintered, but not enough to get in. Whoever it was hadn't succeeded. Or maybe they hadn't tried hard enough. I packed up my things without bothering to eat. I left the cabin exactly as I'd found it, minus the footprints out front and the dented back door. I didn't wait for the others to come find me. I hiked back out of those woods faster than I'd ever hiked in my life. I never told the group what happened. I didn't see the point. I wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said it to me. They joked about how pale I looked when they saw me again, but I laughed it off. I haven't gone camping since. Not alone. Not with friends. Not at all. I still think about it sometimes. About that moment when I heard the breath on the other side of the door. About the tracks that never led away. About the feeling that something had been watching me the entire night. Because the truth is, whatever it was never left footprints going back into the woods. And part of me still wonders if maybe, just maybe, it never left at all. I started working for the county's water and sanitation department about 8 years ago. My job was pretty straightforward. Maintenance checks, filter changes, meter readings, all that. Most of the sites were small treatment stations scattered around the outer districts. Some were near residential areas, but others sat miles from the nearest paved road, half-forgotten places that still needed upkeep. One of those was Site 17. It wasn't the farthest or the oldest, but it always gave me a strange feeling. Nothing supernatural, just something off. It was tucked in a low valley near an old rail line that hadn't been used in decades. The road to it was narrow, partly gravel, and often washed out. No homes nearby. No phone signal. There wasn't even much wildlife around. I was assigned to visit Site 17 once every 2 months. Usually it was a routine stop. Inspect the tanks, run the test equipment, make sure the generators were working, log the readings, and move on. Most guys hated going out there. It was always muddy, there were too many wasps in summer, and it got deathly quiet. The kind of quiet that made you constantly glance over your shoulder, even though you knew no one was there. That October, I got scheduled for Site 17 again. Normally I would have tried to swap it, but our team was stretched thin. I loaded up the truck early in the morning and headed out with the usual tools, the water testing kit, and a gas can for the backup generator. It had rained the night before, and the dirt road was slick and uneven. The truck fishtailed a bit as I drove up the incline before descending into the valley where the plant sat. It was barely more than a concrete blockhouse surrounded by a chain-link fence. A couple of big tanks sat to the left of the structure, and a rusted utility shed leaned against the backside. I parked by the gate, unlocked it, and drove in slowly, splashing through shallow puddles. The place looked the same as always. No damage, no signs of anyone else being there. I cut the engine, got out, and immediately noticed how damp the air was. Everything smelled like wet leaves and mildew. I started with the basics. Checked the intake pumps, normal. Filters had some buildup, but nothing urgent. The generator had enough fuel from the last refill, though I topped it off anyway. I took water samples from 3 points in the system, labeled them, and stuck them in the cooler in the truck bed. Everything was going smoothly until I went to inspect the holding tanks. The tanks were cylindrical and stood maybe 10 feet high. Usually, I just had to check the pressure valves and read the meter on each one. But one of the meters showed an odd reading. Pressure was low, which usually meant a leak or blockage. I walked around the tank and found a patch of wet soil on the far side, which wasn't normal. I squatted down and saw that the ground near the base was darker than the surrounding mud. No flowing water, but it was definitely damp in a focused way. I tapped the tank with my wrench. It rang back solid. Then I noticed something else, a faint humming sound. Not mechanical, more like a low, vibrating tone, just on the edge of hearing. I stood there for a second, trying to figure it out. It was too low for a generator, and the pumps weren't running at the moment. I put my hand on the tank. It wasn't vibrating. The sound wasn't coming from inside it. I stood there for a few more seconds, feeling oddly unsettled. Then I realized something. I could hear the humming louder through my left ear than my right. I turned my head slowly. The sound seemed to be coming from beyond the trees on the other side of the chain-link fence, beyond the brush that led up the hill toward the old railroad line. I stood there listening, trying to make sense of it, but it slowly faded away after about 20 seconds. Just stopped. I shook it off, telling myself it was probably an animal, or maybe some weird echo. I went back to the utility room to check the electrical panel. Inside the blockhouse was cold and musty, with concrete floors that were always damp. I flicked on the lights, bare fluorescents overhead that buzzed a little too loud. The panel looked normal. No trip breakers. I logged the readings and was about to step out when I heard something from outside. It was a single, heavy thud. Not like something falling, more like something landing. It came from the direction of the tanks. I stepped out slowly and looked around. The sky was overcast now, darker than it had been earlier. The air felt still, heavier. There was nothing by the tanks. No movement. No animals. I walked over and looked behind them again. The patch of wet soil was unchanged. I tapped the tank again. Still solid. Then I noticed the door to the utility shed was open. I was sure I had closed it earlier. I remember the loud creak it made when I first went in to grab a wrench. I walked toward the shed, squinting as I approached. The inside was dark, and the bulb in there hadn't worked in months. I stepped up to the doorway and paused. The air inside was colder than outside. Not just a little, it felt like stepping in front of a freezer. I leaned in. Couldn't see much. Just silhouettes of old tools hanging on the wall, a couple of empty plastic bins, coils of hose on the floor. I stepped in. Immediately I regretted it. The smell was sharp, acidic, like ammonia mixed with rotting leaves. I turned to leave and caught something in the corner of my eye. There were boot prints. Fresh ones. They started near the doorway and led toward the back wall, but there was no one there. I backed out slowly, heart pounding. I looked around the site again, nothing. No people, no movement, just wet trees and fog rolling in low along the tree line. The boot prints weren't mine. The treads didn't match. I told myself it was probably one of the other techs. Maybe someone had been here the day before and left the door ajar. Maybe they forgot to log it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to cut the visit short. I'd log what I had, send a note to the office, and come back later in the week with someone else. As I got in the truck, I noticed the driver's side mirror was tilted upward. I hadn't bumped it. I hadn't adjusted it. It was aimed skyward like someone had pushed it while standing beside the truck. I reached out and adjusted it back. My hand was shaking slightly. The engine started fine, but as I backed up, the truck dipped into a rut I hadn't seen coming in. The front tire sank deeper than expected, and I had to rock it a bit to get free. As I was doing that, I caught sight of something on the ridge above, near the tree line. A person, just standing there, too far to make out features. Wearing dark clothes, maybe a hood. Not moving, just watching. I blinked, and they were gone. Not like they ran, just not there anymore. I sat in the truck for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then I put it in gear and slowly made my way back up the road, glancing in the rearview mirror every few seconds. By the time I got back to the paved road, it was already late afternoon. I stopped at the first gas station with cell signal and called my supervisor. Told him I had done most of the checks, but left early due to bad weather. I didn't mention the boot prints, or the mirror, or the figure. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the shed, that freezing air, and the boot prints leading nowhere. The next morning, I got a call. Another guy had been sent out to double-check the readings, since mine were incomplete. He found the utility shed door open again, and this time, the inside had been trashed. Tools scattered, bins overturned. No signs of animals. Nothing taken. No tracks leading in or out. He also found a small digital recorder on the floor. One of those cheap voice memo devices. No one on our crew used those. When they played it, it was just static, until the end, when a deep, warbling voice said a single word. Stay. After that, the department locked Site 17 and put it on a temporary hold. A month later, they decided to decommission it completely. I never went back. They reassigned me to stations closer to town. I still drive by the turnoff road sometimes. The gate's chained now, and the brush has started creeping back in. But every time I pass it, I still hear that low hum in my ears. And sometimes late at night, when everything is quiet and I'm trying to fall asleep, I see that figure in my head, standing still on the ridge, just watching. I don't know why I thought it would be a good idea to take that route back home. Maybe it was because I wanted to save time. Maybe I was just tired of being stuck in traffic every time I came back from my sister's place. Either way, I left the main highway and took the old service road that ran along the base of the hills. I hadn't been on that road in years. It used to be paved, but now it was cracked and uneven, eaten up by weeds and time. It cut through some very quiet country, and I figured I could handle an hour of rough road if it meant skipping the evening congestion. At first, the road felt peaceful. Trees leaned over the sides like they were shielding the ground from the sky. There were no cars, no buildings, just fences, rolling grass fields, and the occasional rusted-out gate that hadn't been opened in years. I drove with one hand on the wheel, the other on my thigh, just relaxing into the rhythm of the bumps and dips. I passed a dried-out creek bed, then a crumbling barn with no roof. I didn't see a single person, but the sun was dipping fast. I noticed it when the shadows got long and sharp across the road, like someone had stretched the trees out. I checked the time, 6:48 p.m. Still early, but in the countryside, darkness comes fast. I turned on my headlights just in case. I was about halfway through the stretch when the road narrowed suddenly, squeezed by a rock face on one side and a barbed wire fence on the other. The pavement ended, replaced by gravel. It wasn't on the GPS, but I kept going. I figured the gravel section would only last a mile or two. Then I saw something odd. A red pickup truck, parked on the shoulder just ahead. Old model. No plates. The back was empty. It wasn't blocking the road, but it stood out like a tooth in a mouth full of gums. I slowed a little as I passed, glancing at the cab. No one was inside. The windows were rolled up, and the glass had that haze to it, like no one had touched it in months. I kept going. A few minutes later, I spotted a black trash bag off the side of the road, half buried in the grass. It was ripped open. I could see a boot sticking out. Not just any boot, a work boot, cracked and covered in dried mud. Looked like it had been there a while. I stared at it a little too long as I passed, and my tires dipped hard into a rut. My steering wheel jerked, and I felt the jolt through my whole spine. I stopped the car to check if I'd blown a tire. All 4 tires were fine. No hissing, no bulges. But when I stood there, next to the car, something felt wrong. The air was too still. Not even the sound of wind. I looked around. The trees didn't move. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just silence. I got back in and locked the doors. I was starting to regret the shortcut. The road kept getting worse. The gravel turned to dirt, and it was packed down in places and soft in others. My tires slipped a couple times, and I had to slow to a crawl. I passed more weird things. An old bicycle, half buried in a ditch. A deer carcass that had been picked clean, just bones and a hide like paper. A set of tire tracks that came out of the woods, crossed the road, and disappeared into the trees on the other side. Then I saw the shack. It wasn't even a real house, just a single-room wooden structure with no windows. The door was open, hanging crooked off one hinge. No lights, no sign of life. Just there, sitting about 30 feet off the road. I don't know what possessed me to stop again, but I did. Maybe I just wanted to understand who used this road, who lived out here, if anyone. I stepped out again, left the engine running. The sun had dipped below the hills now. The trees were throwing shadows like black ink across the road. I walked to the shack. There was a smell, like old oil and wet metal. I got to the doorway and peered inside. Empty mostly. A broken chair in the corner. A dirty blanket on the floor. A tin can with dried beans stuck to the bottom. The wall opposite the door had scratch marks, long, deep scratches that tore through the wood like claws or knives. They weren't random. They looked deliberate. Almost like someone had been marking days, but not neatly. Like they were done in panic, over and over. I backed away. I turned back to my car and felt something shift in the air. Like pressure. Like the kind of pressure you get before a storm hits. But there wasn't a cloud in the sky. My stomach twisted. I walked faster, then jogged. When I reached my car, I saw something that made my chest go cold. The driver's side door was open. I hadn't left it open. I was sure of that. I always lock my door, especially when I'm out of the car on a deserted road. I froze. I looked inside. No one there. Nothing seemed touched. My phone was still in the cup holder. Wallet on the seat. Keys in the ignition. Engine still running. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had just been inside. The air inside the cab felt warm, like it had been breathed in. I looked around the road, the trees, the shack. Nothing. I got in and locked all 4 doors. I pulled back onto the road faster than I should have, kicking up dust. My hands were slick on the wheel. For a while, I didn't see anything else. Just more trees, more road, more dark. I kept my eyes forward, only glancing in the rearview mirror now and then. I didn't want to look into the woods again. I just wanted to be out. Then, about 10 minutes later, I saw a man walking along the side of the road. He was walking away from me, in the same direction I was going. Just a figure at first, gray jacket, long legs. As I got closer, I slowed down. I figured he might need help, but something in me screamed not to stop. I couldn't explain it. I just didn't want to be near him. So I drove around him, gave him a wide berth. I didn't look at his face, but in the mirror, I saw him turn around. He stopped walking and just stood there in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. I hit the gas. I didn't stop again until I reached the main road. When I finally got back to familiar ground, I pulled over at a gas station. Bright lights, people, safety. I sat there for a long time, engine off, hands still on the wheel. That road isn't on the GPS anymore. I checked later. It shows up as a thin gray line with no name. Google says it's closed off past a certain point. Says it's overgrown, inaccessible. But I drove it. I never should have. The next morning, I went out to my car. I was going to take it to a mechanic, just to get it looked over. I didn't trust it anymore. When I opened the door, I found something on the passenger seat. It was a boot, the same kind I saw in the trash bag, covered in dried mud. I didn't touch it. I slammed the door shut and called the police. They came and took it, asked a lot of questions. I answered what I could. They called me 2 days later. The boot matched a missing persons report from 5 years ago. A man who disappeared while driving through that area. Never found. Now I take the highway every time, even if traffic's bad, even if it adds an hour. Because whatever is out there, it doesn't want to be found. But it doesn't like being seen either. I didn't plan on getting stuck out there. Not for that long. I only meant to stay the weekend. My friend Ben had a cabin out in the woods, just past the state line and far enough from the nearest gas station that cell signal barely clung to life. He told me the place needed a little cleanup, some leaves blown off the porch, trash taken to the burn barrel, pipes checked, and so on. Ben had some family emergency and asked me if I could go instead. I owed him for something, and I had some time off work, so I said yes. The drive took me almost 4 hours. First on the highway, then down narrower roads that turned to cracked pavement, then to gravel, then just dirt. By the time I pulled up, I could see why Ben said it needed care. The grass was high and patchy, weeds crawling up the porch supports, and the old wood siding had dark streaks where rain had bled dirt from the roof down the walls. It was a single-story cabin with a shed off to the right. A big fire pit sat in front of it, circled by crooked logs for seats. The woods around it were thick, barely any space between the trunks, and shadows settled early. I parked, stretched my legs, and checked my phone. 1 bar. That would be the last time I saw any signal until I got back to town. The first couple of hours were easy. I swept out the porch, checked the interior. The place smelled stale but clean enough. Mice had chewed a few holes through the back closet, but nothing too bad. I made a mental note to seal it later. I unpacked the few groceries I brought into the old fridge. It still worked, buzzing a little loud, but the milk stayed cold. That night, I made a small fire outside. It was chilly for spring, so I kept my jacket on. There wasn't much sound out there. No birds, no rustling wind. Just the fire cracking, and once in a while, a faint thump in the woods that I told myself was a deer or a branch falling. I turned in early. The bed in the cabin was stiff and narrow. I lay awake longer than I expected, staring at the ceiling. There was this strange feeling I couldn't shake, like the woods were watching. Not a presence exactly, just an awareness. Too quiet. I must have fallen asleep around midnight. The second day started fine. I got up early and walked to the stream about half a mile behind the cabin. There was a path, though it was overgrown. I carried a bucket and rinsed out some tools Ben had left in the shed. I liked how quiet it was at first. No cars, no people. It felt peaceful. I walked the edge of the woods for a bit after lunch, just exploring. I didn't go far, but I remember stopping at one point and looking back. The trees looked thicker behind me than they had when I came in, like they moved somehow. Probably just my imagination. Light can play tricks like that. When I got back, I noticed something off. A chair that had been tucked under the porch was now sitting out in the grass near the fire pit. I stared at it for a few seconds. I couldn't remember moving it. I walked over, looked at it, picked it up, and carried it back. I told myself I must have moved it and forgot. Maybe I was losing track of time. That night, I had a harder time falling asleep. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. No sound, just a feeling, deep in my stomach, like something was wrong. I sat up in bed and listened. Nothing, not even crickets. I lay back down but didn't sleep much. The next morning, I noticed fresh marks on the ground near the porch. 2 parallel lines, about 6 feet long, like something heavy had been dragged through the dirt. It started near the fire pit and ended just under the porch edge. I crouched down to look at it, but couldn't tell what made it. There were no footprints around it, no tire marks. Just 2 grooves. I walked the area, checked the shed, the back path to the stream. Everything seemed untouched. I was starting to get uneasy. I chalked it up to animals. Maybe a bear dragging something, or raccoons. Still, it didn't feel right. I tried calling Ben, but there was no signal. I held my phone up, walked in circles. Nothing. I considered packing up and heading out early, but something about leaving without a real reason felt dumb. I told myself to man up and stay the last night. That evening, I locked the door. I don't mean I just latched it. I slid the bolt, wedged a chair under the knob, and kept my flashlight and pocket knife on the nightstand. It felt paranoid, but I couldn't ignore the feeling in my gut, like something was just off. Not dangerous, just not right. I didn't sleep much that night either. Around 3 a.m., I heard movement. Not inside, just outside the wall, past the headboard. It was soft, a shuffle, then a faint scratching sound. Not like claws, more like fingers dragging slowly across wood. It stopped, started again. I didn't move. I just lay still, heart pounding. It went on for maybe 10 minutes. Then silence. When morning came, I stepped outside with a hammer in my belt and my phone in my hand. There were marks on the wall, right where my head had been while I slept. Long, narrow scratches. Vertical. Too high up for an animal unless it stood upright. My stomach dropped. I packed my bag. I didn't care that I promised Ben a full weekend. I tossed everything in the car, turned the engine, and started back down the dirt road. It was slow going, potholes everywhere. I drove for maybe a mile, then hit something. The front tires slammed into a shallow ditch that hadn't been there on the way in. It looked like the ground had been dug up and shifted. Maybe rain washed it out, maybe something else. I tried backing out, but the tires spun. I was stuck. I climbed out and looked around. The road was narrow, woods on both sides. No sign of other cars, no houses. I popped the trunk, pulled out the folding shovel, and started digging around the tires. It was hot, and I was sweating like hell within minutes. I got one side clear and tried again. Nothing. The tires spun and threw dirt. I almost screamed. Then I heard something. A crack in the woods, maybe 30 feet off. I stopped, listened. Another crack. Then silence. I backed up toward the car, stared into the trees. I couldn't see anything, but the hairs on my neck stood straight up. I got in the car and locked the doors. For the next hour, I just sat there, watching the woods. I didn't eat, didn't drink, just sat in the heat waiting. The sound didn't come back. Around noon, I got out again, dug more, cleared space under both tires. Eventually, with a lot of rocking and spinning, I got the car free. I peeled out and didn't stop until I hit the main road again. I didn't look back. I drove straight home. When I got signal again, my phone exploded with missed calls and texts from Ben. I called him and told him the place was done. I didn't explain. He didn't ask. A few weeks later, he told me something weird. He went back up himself to check on things. The shed door was wide open, tools scattered. One of the porch supports had been clawed halfway through. He thought it was a bear. I didn't argue. But here's the thing. A few nights after I got back, I had a dream. It wasn't like normal dreams. It felt real. I was back in the cabin, lying in bed, and something was at the window. Not knocking, just watching. And then it walked away. That's all. Just walked. I haven't been back to the woods since. I don't camp. I don't hike. Sometimes I still wake up at 3 a.m. for no reason. I just lie there, listening. But I never hear anything. Still, I know what I felt. Something was out there. And it wasn't an animal. It wasn't a ghost either. It was real. And it knew exactly where I was sleeping. It was late September when I took the trip out to the hills alone. Not a vacation, really. I just needed a break. Work had piled up, my head felt packed with static, and I hadn't slept properly in weeks. So I picked a place off a hiking forum that promised seclusion, a small valley off a logging road in northern Washington, surrounded by thick forest and no cell service for miles. The pictures showed a clearing near a stream and a makeshift fire pit left by someone who'd been there before. It looked quiet, peaceful. I packed my old backpack with the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, some freeze-dried meals, a camping stove, and a couple of tools just in case. I threw in a little hatchet I barely used anymore, and my knife, the one my dad gave me when I was a teenager. I brought a book too, but I didn't expect to read much. Mostly I just wanted to sit, breathe, and be where no one could reach me. The drive out was longer than I'd thought. The GPS cut out about 30 minutes before I reached the trailhead. After that, I followed a series of notes I'd written down. Turn left at the old ranger sign. Keep right at the fork near the burnt stump. The road was rough, just gravel and dirt, barely wide enough for my truck. I passed one other vehicle, an old Subaru parked crooked near a ditch, but no one was in it. I reached the pull-off near noon. From there, I hiked about a mile downhill into the valley, cutting through thick trees and fallen logs. The air felt cleaner than I'd remembered air could feel. I set up my tent near the edge of the stream, facing away from the slope, with a narrow view of the water and the rising forest beyond. It was perfect. By the time the sun began to sink behind the trees, I'd eaten and built a small fire. I sat next to it on a log, listening to the crackling and the rushing of the stream. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. No trucks rumbling past, no glowing notifications in my face. Just silence and darkness, and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. The second day, I hiked up the ridge to get a better view of the valley. The climb was rough in spots, but the view from the top made it worth it. Miles of trees in every direction. I didn't see any animals, but I noticed a few broken branches and some scat that looked fresh. Probably deer or elk. Nothing unusual. When I got back to camp that evening, I noticed something weird. One of my food bags had been moved. Not torn or opened, just shifted, like it had been picked up and set back down a few feet away from where I left it. I figured it was my mistake. Maybe I'd forgotten exactly where I put it. Still, I made sure everything was zipped up tight and stored properly before I went to sleep that night. But something felt off. I kept waking up. Not because of any noise, really. Just that uneasy feeling you get when you think someone's watching you. I even sat up once, unzipped the tent, and looked around with my flashlight. Nothing. Just trees and darkness. The fire had long gone out. I forced myself back to sleep. The next morning, there were tracks. Not boot prints. Not paws either. They were barefoot. Human. And they circled my camp. The prints were faint but clear enough in the soft soil. I counted at least 4 different places where they looped around. Near the fire pit, by the stream, behind the tent. They were small, too. Not like a grown man's foot. More like a teenager's. I stood there for a long time, just staring at them. Then I packed up everything loose and stuffed it into the tent. I kept the hatchet on my belt the rest of the day. I didn't leave camp. By evening, I convinced myself it had to be another hiker. Maybe someone wandered through and didn't mean any harm. Maybe they didn't want to wake me up. Still, I set up a line of small branches and twigs around the camp that night. Just enough that I'd hear a crunch if anyone walked through. Around midnight, I heard it. Snap. Then another. Closer. I stayed still in my sleeping bag, my ears straining in the dark. I kept the knife in one hand, the hatchet in the other, and I listened. The sound stopped after a while, replaced by what I swear was breathing. Not heavy, not loud, just slow, quiet breathing, maybe 10 feet from the tent. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Just laid there with my eyes open, staring at the curve of the tent above me. When the first light came through, I unzipped the tent and looked outside. Nothing. But all the twigs and branches I'd placed around the camp were gone. Not broken gone. I didn't bother eating breakfast. I shoved everything into my pack, broke down the tent, and started back up the trail. The woods felt thicker than before, like they were pressing in on all sides. Every snapping twig made me jump. I didn't stop until I reached the truck. The whole drive back down the mountain, I kept checking the rearview mirror. Once, just once, I saw something move along the side of the road. A shape between the trees. Not an animal. Not a person. Just something there, and then not. I didn't tell anyone about it for a while. Months passed. I went back to work, pretended everything was fine. But it stuck with me. the breathing, the prints. The fact that someone had been out there in the middle of nowhere, barefoot, and quiet enough to move through my camp without waking me up. I went online, tried to find reports of other people seeing the same thing. Found a few posts about weird things in the woods, mostly stories that felt too dramatic or made up. But one caught my eye. It was short, just a paragraph. A guy describing how, years ago, he'd camped near a stream in a valley off a logging road, and woke up to find his gear moved around and bare footprints circling his tent. He left the next day. Said he never went back. No one had replied to the post. I checked the timestamp. It was 6 years old. Same area. That's when I decided I wasn't crazy. I've camped since then, but never in the same kind of place. I stick to state parks now. Campgrounds with rangers and other people nearby. Places with cell service. I miss the silence sometimes. That deep, complete silence you only find in wild places. But I'll never go that deep again. Because whatever was out there wasn't trying to scare me. It was trying to learn me. The way it circled. The way it took the branches without making a sound. The way it breathed, just loud enough for me to know it was there. It wasn't just passing through. It was watching. And it wanted me to know. I woke up suddenly, the pounding in my chest echoing in the near-total darkness of my small apartment. I lay still for a moment, listening. The silence around me felt thick, heavy. I could hear my own breathing, shallow but steady. I closed my eyes again and tried to calm myself, but the knot in my stomach only tightened. A few minutes passed in stillness. Then I heard it again, a faint crunching sound coming from the hallway, like someone stepping on dry leaves or broken glass. I froze. My heart felt like it might burst through my ribs. I hadn't locked the door before bed. I never did. I always felt safe here, in my own space. But now that feeling felt fragile, like paper in a storm. The crunch came again, closer this time. I could hear tiny shuffling footsteps. I lay on my back, every muscle tensed, waiting for what would happen next. My mind raced. Someone could be in the building. Maybe drunk, maybe lost. But I don't carry knives. I don't even have anything sharp except the kitchen knife. My hands shook at the thought. The footsteps stopped just outside my door. I strained to listen. There was a soft click, almost inaudible, as though a key turning. My brain screamed. The door handle jigged. I felt raw panic. I stayed flat and silent. The rustling and faint scraping of shoe on wood came through the door. He didn't push in. Maybe he couldn't. I lay there for who knows how long. I couldn't breathe properly. I didn't dare move. Eventually footsteps shuffled off down the hall, teeth chattering crunch, crunch, crunch fade into distant hush. When I dared to move, I slid out of bed with shaking limbs. I pulled on clothes I left on the floor and checked the lock. Somehow it was locked. I locked it again, shaking. Then I moved through the apartment, checking windows and doors. All secure. Nothing else seemed out of place. I found my phone and called the front office. No one answered. I called the emergency number. I left a message. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, lamp on, breathing into a pillow when I felt the fear too sharp. Dawn finally came. I saw sunlight through blinds, and I felt some calm return. I walked carefully out, down the hallway, to the front office. Someone was waiting, sleep in eyes. I told them everything. They said they'd check building cameras. They escorted me back inside. They reviewed the footage. They found a figure that entered the hallway around midnight, wearing a dark hoodie. He tried several doors. When mine remained locked, he moved on. He left around 12:30. They didn't recognize him as a resident. They called local security and increased patrols. I spent the day nervous, but safe inside. Weeks passed. No further incidents. I started sleeping normally again, though I still locked the door carefully. I installed a security camera at my entrance. I installed a motion sensor light in the hallway near my door. I felt safer. I began to rebuild my peace of mind. One afternoon, I got a call from the building manager. He told me they'd identified the intruder. It turned out to be a delivery person working for a third-party courier company. He had tried doors to see if units were open, looking for a place to leave packages. He hadn't meant harm, just someone lazy or careless. It wasn't the answer I expected, but it explained it. He was banned from the building. I felt relief wash through me at that. It was no prowler with evil intent, just someone sloppy. It didn't excuse it, but it meant I wasn't the target. I felt safe again. By the end, I learned. Fear can grip easily when boundaries feel broken. But I also learned to take action: locks, cameras, motion lights, simple measures that bring real peace. I still smell the sharp edge of anxiety when night comes. But now I breathe differently. I move differently. It ended good and clear. I'm safe. The person who entered is gone and banned. I have locks, I have cameras. I talked it through with the manager. I sleep in peace again. I know now that most threats aren't monsters under the bed. They're messy humans making thoughtless mistakes. And when I saw what happened, I felt relief and gratitude. I rebuilt security in my home and my mind. Fear no longer has the same power. It was near the end of my junior year in high school, one of those warm spring weeks where everything starts to feel less serious. Tests were wrapping up, classes felt more like passing time than learning, and people were already talking about summer plans. That was around the same time when a strange kind of trend had taken hold in our group, hunting down haunted places and sneaking in to explore them. I wouldn't say we were the bravest bunch, but there was a kind of peer pressure that came with being part of it. None of us wanted to be the one to back down. Every weekend, sometimes even on school nights, if someone had a car and others were free, we'd head out to whatever supposedly haunted spot someone had found. Most were the usual suspects: abandoned barns, creepy cemeteries, broken down shacks deep in the woods. Nothing ever really happened, and the scarier the story was ahead of time, the more of a joke it usually turned out to be once we got there. Still, there was something about being somewhere you weren't supposed to be, especially at night, that made it feel more exciting than it probably should have. The way it started was that one day after school, I was telling an older friend about our latest misadventure, an old church we'd found out past Route 9 that turned out to be mostly just raccoons and rotted floorboards. He laughed and said we were amateurs. He told me back when he was younger, he and his friends used to do the same thing, only they had guts. He said one of the places they went was a small house on a farm near where he grew up. I could tell the way he said it, there was something more to it. According to him, the farm had belonged to a man who was either a pastor or priest. No one was quite sure. He lived alone, deeply religious, apparently very intense about it. Over time, rumors built up that the man had gone mad. Eventually, he was arrested for murder, though my friend didn't have many details about the case. The guy died in prison, and the property was left to decay. A few years after that, my friend and his buddies decided to check out the house. It was already abandoned and run down by then. He said the windows were smashed, the door was hanging off its hinges, and everything was overgrown. What stuck with me, though, was the part where he said he went upstairs and found a coffin. Not just a box or an old trunk that could be mistaken for one. A real wooden coffin, plain but unmistakable, sitting in the middle of the room like someone had been preparing to use it. He said it took him a second to realize what it was, and when it hit him, he didn't even shout for his friends. He just turned around and ran. They all followed, and no one went back. The way he told the story was simple, but it got under my skin. I wasn't sure I believed it completely, but I didn't think he was lying either. He didn't seem like the kind of guy to make up stories just to scare kids. Later that week, I mentioned it to one of the guys in our group, someone who was always up for a challenge. We decided to check it out ourselves before telling the rest of the group. The plan was to find out if the house even existed, and if it did, then we'd bring the whole crew out for a real adventure. I knew roughly where my friend had grown up, so we drove out there after football practice one day. The neighborhood was like any other in the suburbs: cookie-cutter houses, trimmed lawns, quiet streets. Nothing strange or spooky about it. But behind the row of houses on that street, there was a large open field, covered in tall grass and weeds. Beyond that, the land sloped downward, and in the distance we could see the faint outline of trees, a fence line, and what looked like the edge of a barn or maybe a shed. We parked a few blocks away so we wouldn't look suspicious and walked through a side yard. Climbing over the chain-link fence wasn't hard, but the thick brush right after it made it clear no one had been back here in a long time. Vines wrapped around dead trees, the grass came up to our knees, and insects swarmed around us the deeper we went. We walked for about 10 minutes before the house came into view. It looked exactly how you'd picture a haunted house. 2 stories with chipped white paint, shutters barely hanging on, and a roof that sagged on one side. The windows were all broken or missing entirely. The front door was closed, but not properly. It leaned on its hinges like it wouldn't take much effort to knock it in. A single stone grave marker sat crookedly in the front yard, half swallowed by weeds. That was the part that made both of us hesitate. We got quiet. I remember the way the silence felt, like even the bugs had stopped for a second. There was a black bird on the roof, some kind of crow or raven, just watching. As soon as we got within 20 feet of the porch, the bird took off, not into the sky, but to a tree just beside the house. It landed and stayed there, like it still wanted to keep an eye on us. It wasn't enough to stop us, but it was just strange. The front door was jammed, swollen in the frame from years of rain and no upkeep. But one of the front windows was wide open. The glass had been completely removed, not just broken, as if someone had carefully taken the pane out and set it aside, though we didn't see it anywhere. We did rock, paper, scissors to see who would go in first. I lost, of course, but we were both nervous and climbed through within seconds of each other. The inside of the house was stuck in time. Dust was thick on every surface, but nothing had been ransacked or destroyed. There were picture frames still hanging on the walls, black and white portraits, some of children, others of couples I didn't recognize. In the living room, there was a small couch with floral patterns, still intact, and a wooden rocking chair that looked like it would fall apart if you breathed on it too hard. There were decorations on the shelves, a small cross, some ceramic animals, books that had gone soggy with time. It was strange, almost like someone had left in a hurry and never came back. We stayed close to each other at first, moving slowly and taking everything in. Every creak of the old wooden floorboards made us pause. After a while, we got a little more comfortable. Nothing had jumped out at us. The air smelled old and damp, but there was no sign of anything dangerous. We checked out the dining room, a long table, still set with cracked plates and rusted silverware. The kitchen was dusty but untouched. I even remember a glass sitting on the counter, with a dried-up ring at the bottom like someone had left it there and never came back. Neither of us really wanted to go upstairs, but that was where the original story had pointed. I tried to act calm, but my heart was beating heavy. The staircase looked solid enough, but the banister was broken and twisted near the top. The walls going up were covered in dark, water-stained wallpaper, peeling away at the corners. We moved slowly, one step at a time, making sure each stair would hold. When we reached the second floor, it was just one large room. The walls were bare up there, and the floor was mostly empty, except for some rotting boxes and what looked like a busted dresser. There was no coffin, no furniture besides a few broken pieces. We stood there for a minute, feeling kind of foolish. That was it. This was the place. We laughed a little, maybe more from relief than humor. All the nerves we'd built up started to fade. We talked about how we'd bring the rest of the group out here that weekend. Maybe even plan a night trip for extra drama. It all seemed harmless again. Back downstairs, we wandered a bit more freely, exploring each room with less hesitation. That's when I noticed something strange in the kitchen. Near the floor, between the cabinets and the back wall, was a small door. It was maybe 2 feet high, with a rusted latch and flaking paint. I don't know why it caught my attention, but something about it felt out of place. I crouched and unlatched it. The door opened easily, revealing a dark stone stairwell. It was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide, and steep. The stairs went down into total blackness, but I could see a landing about halfway, where the stairs turned and kept going. The whole thing was made of old stone bricks, slick with dampness and covered in cobwebs. Sitting on that landing, just barely visible in the dim light from the kitchen, was a large, rectangular wooden box. It wasn't some fancy, polished thing. It looked hand-built. Rough, unfinished wood, slightly warped from moisture, with rusted hinges and a thick, heavy lid. But even from that angle, even in the shadows, we both knew exactly what it was. A coffin, the kind you bury someone in. Not a joke, not a prop, not a misidentified trunk or old chest. A real, unmistakable coffin, just sitting in a basement no one had mentioned, no one had touched. There was a moment where neither of us moved. No words, just staring at it. I felt like the floor tilted under me, like something in my brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. It wasn't fear exactly, not yet. It was something deeper, more instinctive. Like every part of my body had suddenly agreed we were in the wrong place at the wrong time. We didn't even speak. It was like our bodies decided before our brains did. We turned and scrambled for the window. Not the door, the window. We both tried to get through it at the same time, getting stuck halfway, and nearly falling on top of each other in the process. Once we hit the porch, we didn't look back. We just ran. The weeds were thicker now. It felt like the field was trying to hold us back. Our legs scraped against thorns, and I remember tripping once, going down hard and slamming my elbow into a rock, but I didn't stop. We didn't say anything, just ran full speed until we got near the fence line again. Only then, when we turned to look back, did we see the bird again. That same massive black bird from earlier. It was flying from the tree back to the roof, gliding without a sound and landing right back where it had started, perched and watching. We didn't stop to think about it. We just vaulted the fence, sprinted through the backyard we'd crossed earlier, and got back to the car without saying a word. We sat there, panting, soaked in sweat, scratched up from head to toe, still not saying anything. It was only later. Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I don't tell many people about what I went through. The few times I did, their expressions changed. Not always in a bad way, just that kind of polite nod or raised eyebrow that means you're weird, but I don't want to say it. So I stopped. It's easier that way. Most people are good at hiding how uncomfortable they are, but I can always tell. It started when I was a kid. I can't say exactly when, but it was early enough that I thought it was normal. Like how some people fall asleep to the hum of a fan or the ticking of a clock. I fell asleep to angry faces. That sounds strange, but when something's part of your life from the beginning, you don't question it. I'd close my eyes and see these faces float toward me. Men, women, animals, even cartoon characters I recognized from TV. Their expressions weren't just mad, they were furious. Pure rage, boring holes into me. I never felt like they were going to hurt me, though. They didn't reach me. They just came close, then faded off to the side. Always in two rows, like they were parting to let something through. At first, it was unsettling. Sometimes I'd jerk my eyes open, heart racing. But after a while, I started associating them with something else. Something better. Because every time I saw those faces, I'd fall asleep and dream about a place that felt more like home than my real life ever did. I won't go into detail about the dream world. I don't want to mess with it. It was special, familiar. It felt like somewhere I'd grown up, like I had memories there that went deeper than dreams. It had streets I could navigate without thinking, places I knew by smell and sound, faces I trusted, faces I liked seeing. That place made the angry faces worth it. I'd even try to bring them on, squeezing my eyes shut and hoping they'd come. I made the mistake of telling a few people about it once. Just some friends who liked weird stories. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Just casual stuff. I keep having dreams about this place that doesn't exist kind of talk. They laughed. One of them asked if I was trying to write a book. I wasn't. I just missed the place. I hadn't been there in a while and hoped that talking about it might trigger something. I didn't expect what happened next. That night, the angry faces came back. I was thrilled. It had been months since I'd seen them, and I lay in bed practically grinning, ready to be taken back. I fell asleep fast, and when I opened my eyes, I was there. Everything looked the same at first. The familiar buildings, the soft light, the smell in the air. But something was different. People were watching me. Not in the way friends do, but in the way strangers do when they're suspicious. Their expressions were wrong. Cold, tight jaws, narrowed eyes. Angry. And not just random people. People I remembered from before. People I liked. People who used to smile at me. I don't know what I did wrong. I remember walking into a room. I knew that room. I had been there before. There was a red chair in the corner and a narrow window. A man I used to think of like an uncle was sitting there. He looked up at me with that same angry face I used to see before sleep. Then he raised a gun and shot me. I didn't wake up in my bed. I woke up in the dream. Different room. Same cold light. My chest ached where the bullet had gone in, but I was standing. I remember thinking I'd survived. I was confused but relieved, until someone else found me. A woman with braided hair, someone who used to sell fruit in the dream's market, stared at me from across the room. Her eyes were full of hate. She shot me too. I came to again, not in real life. Still dreaming. That time it was a library. I had never been in that room before, but I knew it belonged to the dream. The windows were dusty. There was a fireplace. I turned slowly, scared to see who was next. It was a little boy I used to play with in that world. His face was warped by anger, and he didn't hesitate. Third shot. This time, I didn't wake up. Not in the dream. Not in bed. It all just went black. After that night, the angry faces stopped visiting me before sleep. The dream world was gone. I'd close my eyes and see nothing but the insides of my eyelids. I tried everything, sleeping in different positions, staying up late, meditation, even drinking myself to sleep. Nothing worked. The angry faces were gone. The dream world was gone. It felt like I had been exiled, cut off from a second life I once had. Years passed. I tried to forget it. Moved on. Got a job. Moved to the city. Worked my way into a position at a hotel downtown. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid well enough. I sold my car last winter. Parking was too expensive, and I wasn't driving much anyway. I started taking the train or the bus. More people, more noise, more time to think. That was both a good and bad thing. About 2 years ago, something strange happened. I had a dream. Not the dream, just a regular one. I was walking through a dusty marketplace, old stone stalls and faded cloth awnings. Could have been anywhere. India, Morocco, somewhere like that. There was a well in the center of the square. A woman was leaning over it, wearing a large-brimmed purple hat. I felt a strange pull toward her. She looked up and locked eyes with me. Her face changed. It was the face. That old angry face I hadn't seen in years. Pure hatred. Right in my direction. My heart jumped. Not with fear, not entirely. With something else, recognition. I woke up gasping, sweating. I lay in bed for hours, just staring at the ceiling, trying to hold on to that moment. That face. I didn't expect anything to come from it. Just a strange, isolated dream. But 6 months later, I saw her again. Not in a dream. On the street. It was cold, middle of winter. I was walking to the train station after a late shift. People were moving fast, bundled up in heavy coats. That's when I saw her. Standing across the street, same purple hat. I froze. Her eyes were on me. No doubt. It was her. That same face, filled with fury. I blinked. She was gone. I tried to tell myself I imagined it. I was tired. My mind was playing tricks. But it didn't stop there. Over the next few months, I started seeing more of them. Always briefly. Always in passing. People I remembered from the dream world. Their faces twisted in that same seething rage. Sometimes they'd be standing still in the middle of a crowd. Sometimes walking the other way. I'd catch a glimpse and turn to follow, but they were gone. Once I saw a man sitting in the train across from me. I recognized him. He used to run the bakery in the dream world. His arms were crossed, and he was staring at me like I'd betrayed him. I blinked, and he was gone. I looked around, panicked, thinking maybe he'd moved down the car, but nobody had. I'd watched him vanish. I started writing them down. Names, faces, where I saw them, what they were doing. The list kept growing. It's at 13 now. 13 people from a place that doesn't exist, spotted in the real world. Always angry. Always watching me. I don't know what they want. At first, I was scared. I thought maybe they were coming for me. That they'd finish what they started in that dream. But they never approach. Never speak. Just stare. Then disappear. After a while, the fear turned into something else. Curiosity. Hope, maybe. I started riding the train more often. Walking different routes home. Going out of my way to be in crowded places. Watching faces. I wanted to see them again. Even if it meant being scared. Because if they're here, if they're really crossing over into this world, maybe that dream place isn't dead after all. Maybe it's leaking. Maybe I'm not exiled anymore. Maybe I'm being watched, judged, prepared. I don't know. But something is happening. Last week, I stayed up all night, staring at the ceiling. No faces came. I closed my eyes for hours, hoping to see just one of them again. Nothing. Just dark. Then yesterday, I was walking to work. Same route, nothing special. A man stepped out of an alley. Just a second. He looked right at me. It was the boy who shot me last. He wasn't a child anymore. Older. Tayir. His face was different, older, but the same anger burned behind his eyes. I froze. He raised a hand, not a gun, just his hand, and pointed at me. Then he turned and walked away. I didn't follow. I walked to work in a daze, shaking. Spent the day moving like I was underwater. Everyone I passed looked like a threat, like maybe they were next. But none of them were. Not yet. Something is coming. I can feel it. I've seen 13 of them. Maybe more are waiting. Maybe they're trying to decide if I belong there again, or if I've broken some unspoken rule. Either way, I think the line between that world and this one is starting to thin. Maybe I'm not imagining it. Maybe they've found a way through. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. I don't know. But tonight, I'll lie down again. I'll close my eyes and try to remember the angry faces. I'll try to bring them back. Because even if it kills me, I want to go back. I need to know if it's still real. And if they're really here, then I think it always was. I've always had trouble sleeping. Not because of nightmares or anything like that. My brain just doesn't seem to shut off at night. I've always been like that. Even when I was a kid, I'd be the last one up, lying in bed staring at the ceiling for hours. Over the years, I developed a routine that helped me deal with it. Sometimes I'd read until my eyes burned. Other nights I'd just wander through the house quietly, maybe grab a snack, maybe stand at the window for a while, just watching the dark fields around our property. And when the moon was bright, I'd sometimes step outside and walk the pasture barefoot, letting the cold grass cool my feet and clear my mind. I grew up in a rural part of East Texas, way out where you could drive for miles without seeing another porch light. My family owned a small farm, mostly for our own use, some goats, a few cows, a couple dozen chickens, and a grumpy old donkey that didn't really do anything except scare off stray dogs and bite strangers if they got too close. We had a big barn that held most of the animals at night, and an attached tool shed where my dad kept all his gear locked up. Our house sat about 25 yards from the barn, with a clear dirt path leading out to it. Beyond the barn, the pasture stretched out in uneven patches before finally giving way to the woods. That night, I felt that old restlessness settling in again. I'd tossed and turned for maybe an hour before finally giving up and slipping out of bed. It must have been around 1 in the morning. The house was dark and quiet, except for the low hum of the refrigerator and the creak of the old floorboards under my feet. I pulled on a pair of jeans and a worn-out hoodie and laced up my sneakers, thinking a walk out in the night air might calm me down. I didn't bother turning on any lights. The moon was high and full, casting a silvery light over the yard. I could see clearly enough without artificial light. I stepped onto the porch and stood there for a minute, breathing in the cool air. There's something strange about the quiet out there at night. It's not silent, not exactly. You can hear crickets, frogs, the occasional distant coyote. But it's a kind of silence that feels deep, heavy, like the world is holding its breath. I was about to step off the porch when I noticed something move near the barn. It wasn't just the usual shape of a goat or a chicken fluttering in the moonlight. It was a person, a man. At first I froze, not quite believing what I was seeing. He was coming out from the far side of the barn, walking in a straight line toward our property, carrying something slung under one arm. I squinted into the dark and realized it wasn't just any something. It was a rifle. I didn't think. My heart leapt up into my throat, and I stumbled backward into the house, slamming the door shut and locking the deadbolt. We never really locked up before. There hadn't been a need. But I locked it then, and for the first time in my life I felt genuinely unsafe in that house. I rushed to my parents' room and woke my dad. I didn't try to explain everything right away. I just told him there was a man outside with a gun. That was enough. Dad was out of bed in an instant. He didn't ask questions, didn't say a word. He grabbed the old shotgun he kept under the bed and pulled on his boots. Mom called the cops while we went outside. Out here, response times aren't fast. The dispatcher told her it would be 20, maybe 30 minutes before anyone could get there. So we didn't wait. The yard looked empty again when we stepped out. I couldn't see the man anymore, and the moonlight was the same cold silver it had been a few minutes before. Dad kept the shotgun low, but ready as we made our way to the barn. I was behind him, trying to keep my breathing steady, but it felt like my heart was trying to crawl up into my throat. We reached the barn in under a minute. The door was wide open. Inside, it was darker, the roof blocking out most of the moonlight. We had a single bulb in there, but neither of us flipped it on. We didn't want to announce ourselves if someone was hiding. But the barn was empty. The goats were gone. So were the cows. The donkey, too. Even the chickens that usually clustered in the corner had vanished. The smell of hay and animals was there, but it felt hollow without the sound that usually went with it. The barn felt wrong. We moved through it slowly, checking behind feed bins and equipment. Nothing. Dad tried the tool shed door and found the frame cracked and splintered around the lock. Someone had tried to pry it open with something heavy, maybe a crowbar, but they hadn't gotten in. We stood in silence for a while listening. The only thing I could hear was the faint rustling of wind through the grass outside. Eventually, Dad muttered that we'd wait for the cops out here. He had a small fridge in the barn, padlocked shut, where he kept cold drinks for when he was working. He unlocked it and handed me a beer. It felt weird, drinking with him in that moment, but I didn't argue. We leaned against the chicken coop and drank, eyes scanning the field. We stayed like that for maybe 15 minutes before the police finally arrived. The cops did a thorough search. They found footprints. Someone had definitely been here, but there was no sign of the intruder anymore. They saw the cracked shed door, took notes, and said they'd patrol the area for the next couple nights. Not that it mattered. Whoever that guy was, he was long gone. We stood with the officers while they looked around. Once they left, Dad and I finished our beers, dumped the bottles into an old feed bucket, and headed back to the house. It was after 3 when I finally crawled into bed. I didn't sleep well. Every creak and groan of the house made me jump. The next morning, the sky was bright and blue, like nothing had ever happened. My mom made coffee and breakfast while Dad and I pulled on our boots and headed back out to check the animals. Most of them had wandered to the far end of the pasture during the night, spooked by something. We found them easily enough and herded them back. The donkey came last, grumbling the whole way like he'd been personally offended. Then we went to check the coop. We weren't really expecting anything. Honestly, I'd forgotten all about it. The coop had a latch on the outside, and usually we'd open it in the morning, collect the eggs, and let the hens out to peck around the yard. When I pulled the latch and swung open the door, the smell hit me immediately. Blood, feathers, death. It wasn't just one chicken. It was all of them. They were scattered across the straw-covered floor like torn rags. Some had their necks twisted, others had been bashed against the wood walls. A few were missing their heads entirely. The inside of the coop looked like a war zone. We just stood there for a long time, not saying anything. It was obvious what had happened. Whoever that man was, he'd been hiding in there while we were out searching the barn. While we leaned against the wall drinking our beers, while the cops walked around with their flashlights, while we felt the slightest bit of relief, he was inside the coop, killing the chickens one by one, silently, probably holding their beaks shut so they wouldn't make noise. He was right there, just a few inches away from us, on the other side of that wall. We never heard a thing. We never saw a thing. We called the cops again. They came out and checked the coop, took pictures, and added it to the report. They guessed the guy had slipped out while we were distracted. Maybe while we were talking to the officers. Maybe while we were walking the pasture. Who knows? There were footprints leading away from the coop into the woods. After that, nothing. He was gone. We fixed the latch and buried the chickens in a shallow pit out past the fence line. The coop stayed empty for a long time after that. Months, maybe. My mom eventually bought new chicks and raised them in a pen closer to the house. She said she couldn't bring herself to walk out to the barn alone anymore. I didn't blame her. I stopped walking the pasture at night. I still don't sleep much. That hasn't changed. But I stay inside now. I keep the doors locked. I keep a light on in my room. And I don't look out the windows after midnight. I don't want to see something I can't unsee. Because that night taught me something. Real fear doesn't come from the dark. It comes from what might be standing quietly inside it. Watching, waiting, holding its breath while you lean against the wall, thinking the worst is over. Real fear is knowing how close he was. How we were separated by just a thin layer of wood and wire. How we were laughing, drinking, while he crouched there in the dark, methodically breaking the necks of our chickens. Real fear is knowing that we never saw his face, never heard his voice, and never found out what he wanted. And that maybe, just maybe, he didn't want anything at all. When I was in high school, I remember sitting around the kitchen table with my mom and grandma one evening. It was one of those quiet nights where the house felt still, and the kind of night when old stories seemed to float more easily to the surface. That was the first time I heard about Kathy. At first, it sounded like one of those family legends, odd and unsettling, but harmless. As the years passed, I found myself thinking about it more often, especially as I got older and started noticing how consistent the story always was. My mom didn't like talking about it, and my grandma only told it with a kind of heavy quiet in her voice, like it physically weighed her down to remember. I never fully understood how much it affected them until I moved into an old apartment of my own years later. That's when I started to see it not as some dramatic, creepy story told over a kitchen table, but as something deeply unsettling because it had actually happened to them, because it was real. My mom was about 3 years old when it started. Back in the early 1970s, my grandparents had moved into a high-rise apartment building in downtown Columbus, Ohio. 9th floor. My grandpa had gotten a new job, and it meant uprooting and starting fresh. The apartment was small, nothing fancy. Plain white walls, beige carpet, an old elevator that groaned when it moved. But it had a great view of the city from the living room windows. They didn't have much money at the time, so the apartment was bare bones. Some second-hand furniture, a TV that barely worked, a couch with the stuffing starting to peek out of the cushions. My grandma always kept things clean, though, and she was proud of making it feel like home. But my mom didn't like it. She was just a toddler, so she didn't have the words to explain it. But my grandma would say that she acted strange right from the start. She didn't sleep well in the new place. She'd wake up crying for no reason, sitting bolt upright in bed like something had startled her. She didn't want to go near the big windows in the living room. That was unusual, because back in their old house, she used to love looking outside. At first, my grandparents chalked it up to the move. New place, new city, unfamiliar sounds. It was probably just overwhelming. But then my mom started talking about someone named Kathy. It started small, just a name here and there. My grandma would hear her mumbling to herself while playing with her toys. When she asked who she was talking to, my mom said Kathy. My grandma thought it was cute. Kids have imaginary friends all the time. It was normal, but it got worse. Over time, Kathy became more than just a playmate. She became my mom's entire world. She wouldn't play with other kids at the park anymore. She didn't want to go anywhere without Kathy. If they tried to go out to dinner, she'd throw a tantrum unless they left space at the table for Kathy. She wouldn't eat unless there was a plate set for her friend. She stopped using her toys properly and would instead sit in the corner, whispering, for hours. My grandma would walk by the room and see her sitting with her back to the door, head tilted like she was listening to something. The first few times, she thought nothing of it. But after months of it, she started to feel uneasy. My grandpa, a more practical man, didn't put much stock into imaginary friends or feelings. He thought it was just attention-seeking behavior. My grandma, being deeply religious, started to worry more. She didn't believe in spirits or anything like that, not in the ghost story kind of way. But she believed that darkness could influence people, even kids. She started reading the Bible out loud more often in the apartment. She'd leave the radio playing hymns during the day. At one point, she even sprinkled holy water in my mom's room. Not because she thought it would exorcise anything, but because it gave her peace of mind. They started noticing that things were getting broken around the apartment. Glasses from the cabinet, picture frames knocked over, books pulled from shelves. My mom always said Kathy did it. Whenever she was caught in a mess or something was damaged, she blamed her friend. My grandpa lost his patience more than once, but nothing changed. They even took her to a child psychologist. The doctor told them what they expected to hear, that it was common for kids to develop imaginary friends, especially when they felt lonely or isolated. But it didn't feel common. Not to them. My grandpa decided to do something about it in his own way. He thought my mom needed a distraction, something real to take her mind off Kathy. So one Saturday afternoon, he went out alone and came back a few hours later with a small German Shepherd puppy. He was excited, hopeful that the pup would keep her busy, give her a new friend to care for. My grandma didn't love the idea of having a dog in a small apartment, but she didn't argue. If it would help, she was willing to try anything. When my grandpa got back with the dog, the apartment was quiet. He walked in and found my mom sitting in the far corner of the living room, by the big window. She had a few of her toys spread out around her, but she wasn't playing with them. She was sitting still, staring at something only she could see. The dog, happy and wagging its tail only seconds earlier, suddenly changed. The moment it stepped into the room and saw my mom, it froze. Its ears went back, tail stiff. Then it started to bark. Not playful barks, but loud, angry, guttural snarls. The hair on its back stood up. It wasn't barking at the wall or at a shadow. It was staring straight at my mom. My mom didn't move. Then, out of nowhere, she started screaming. Not crying, screaming. It was loud enough that a neighbor knocked on the door to check if everything was okay. The dog stopped barking as suddenly as it started, and my mom collapsed into tears. My grandma rushed to her. She was hysterical, shaking, pointing toward the window. When they finally got her to calm down enough to speak, all she said was that Kathy had fallen out of the window. That window didn't even open wide enough for a child to fit through. It had one of those safety stoppers. My grandma always kept it locked. But that wasn't the point. The point was that after that day, my mom never spoke about Kathy again. Not once. It was like a switch had been flipped. The obsessive play, the conversations with no one, the whispers in the corner, it all stopped. She went back to her old toys. She slept through the night. She even started playing with the puppy. My grandma didn't take it as a coincidence. She started crying the first night my mom went to sleep without asking for Kathy. She told my grandpa she wanted to move. She couldn't shake the feeling that something had been wrong with that apartment. Really wrong. It took a few months to find a new place they could afford, but they packed up and left before the lease was even fully up. When they handed the keys back to the landlord, my grandpa made small talk. Just conversation. How the building was, how long the landlord had owned it. Eventually, Kathy came up. My grandpa mentioned how their daughter had developed an imaginary friend with that name, and how weird it had all been. That's when the landlord froze. He asked if they were sure the name was Kathy. My grandpa said yes, even spelled it out. The landlord looked uncomfortable. He didn't want to say it, but eventually he told them something that neither of them had expected. A few years earlier, the family that lived in the same unit before them had a daughter named Kathy. She was 5 years old when she fell from the 9th floor window and died. The family moved out shortly after. The apartment had sat empty for a long time before my grandparents moved in. The landlord admitted that they had trouble finding people to stay in that unit for more than a year. He didn't go into details, just said that people always ended up leaving. My grandma never recovered from that information. She took it as a sign that something had been wrong from the start. She started going to church twice as often, and for years, she refused to let anyone in the family talk about it. She said some things were better left alone. As for my mom, she doesn't remember much of it now. Or maybe she does and just chooses not to. She shrugs it off when I ask. Says she was too young, that it was probably all in her head. But sometimes I catch her staring out the window in my house, like she's not really looking outside, like she's remembering something. She doesn't say anything when she does that. Just watches quietly, then changes the subject. I don't know what really happened. Maybe Kathy was just a creation of a lonely little girl's mind. Maybe something happened in that apartment that none of us can explain. Maybe the mind of a child can pick up on things that adults have long forgotten how to sense. But I believe the story. I believe my grandma. I believe my mom's screams that day weren't pretend. And I believe that something, for whatever reason, ended when Kathy fell out of the window. And sometimes, when I'm sitting alone at night, I think about how children sometimes see things we can't. I think about the way the dog barked, the way my mom screamed, and the way it all just stopped. Not faded, not slowed, just stopped. I don't think Kathy was ever imaginary, but I don't think she was a ghost either. I think she was a memory, a moment trapped in a place where it didn't belong anymore. A leftover impression of something terrible that happened in a quiet corner of a high-rise apartment where no one could hear a child cry for help. And I think my mom, for just a little while, was the only one who noticed. I had just finished a late shift at work and was walking to my car in the parking garage. It was close to midnight, maybe a bit later. The place was almost completely empty, just a few scattered vehicles here and there. Most of the lights were on, but some overhead lamps were flickering. I parked on the 3rd floor, near the elevator, but I decided to take the stairs that night. I don't know why, maybe because I wanted to move, shake off the fatigue. As I turned the corner to where my car was parked, I noticed something, or someone, in the middle of the driving lane between the 2 rows of parked cars. At first, I thought it was just a pile of clothes or garbage, but as I got closer, I saw that it was a man. He was lying at an odd angle, one leg bent awkwardly under him, the other stretched straight out. His arms were spread out, and his head was turned to the side. He wasn't moving much, just a small twitch in his hand. He had on a gray hoodie, the hood pulled halfway up. His jeans were dirty, like he'd been crawling on the floor. There was a streak of what looked like blood on the ground beside him, but it wasn't fresh, it looked smeared dark. I stopped walking and stood about 10 feet away. I felt uneasy. Something about the whole thing felt off. The way he was lying there, it didn't look right. People don't collapse like that. I didn't know what to do. I looked around, but there wasn't a soul in sight. The garage was completely silent except for the hum of overhead lights and the distant sound of a car engine, maybe on the street below. Then he moved his head slightly, not much, just a little, and his mouth opened. He made this croaking sound, barely a whisper. I couldn't hear exactly what he said at first, but then I caught it. He wanted help. He needed to go to the hospital. I took a step closer. That's when I saw the side of his face, or what was left of it. There was a deep gash running across his forehead, and blood had dripped down his temple and cheek. His skin looked pale and sickly, like he'd been out there for hours. His hoodie had a big stain on the chest that was almost black with dried blood. He looked like he'd been in some kind of accident, or worse. I hesitated. Every part of me screamed to stay away, to just turn around and walk away, call 911, and let someone else handle it. But something pulled me in. I don't know if it was guilt or instinct, but I felt like I couldn't just leave him there. I asked him if he could walk, but he didn't say anything. He just groaned again, softer this time, and tilted his head a little toward my car. I figured he meant he needed a ride. I unlocked the doors with the key fob and walked toward the back of my car. I popped the trunk and turned back to him. I offered to put his bag in there for him. He didn't answer. He just stood up slowly, way too slowly. I expected him to stagger or limp, but he didn't. He moved in this weird, mechanical way, like he was testing each limb before trusting it. He didn't hand me the bag. Instead, he walked past me and got into the passenger seat. Before closing the door, he tossed a black duffel bag down near his feet. I caught the shape of it just before it disappeared into the shadows of the footwell. It was bulky, probably heavy. I didn't think much of it at the time. I assumed it was just clothes or something. I got in and started the car. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to. I just drove. I headed toward the main road, planning to take him to the nearest hospital, which was about 10 minutes away if there was no traffic. The streets were dead, so I thought we'd get there quickly. I was trying to calm myself down, telling myself I'd done a good thing. I kept thinking about how I'd feel if I were in his position, injured and alone, hoping someone would stop to help. But I couldn't stop glancing over at him. He didn't move. He didn't say anything. He just sat there, hunched forward slightly, hands on his knees, staring out the windshield. I couldn't even hear him breathing. About 5 minutes into the drive, I looked over again, and my stomach turned. The blood on his face, it didn't look right. It wasn't dried anymore. It looked like it was coming off. Not dripping, but peeling. His skin looked wrong. The red on his cheek was curling up at the edges like old paint. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. Then I saw something slide down his jaw. A flap of the wound just rolled off and dropped onto his hoodie. It wasn't a wound. It was makeup, or a mask, some kind of fake injury. Everything in me locked up. My chest tightened, and my hands felt cold on the steering wheel. I realized I had no idea who this man was. I had let a stranger into my car based on a lie. I looked at the bag again, down by his feet. It was closed, but bulging. I couldn't stop staring at it. My mind started racing, coming up with possibilities I didn't want to think about. I had to do something. I didn't want to alert him. If he realized I was onto him, who knows what he'd do. I kept my eyes on the road and tried to steady my breathing. I told myself I needed a plan. I couldn't just keep driving with him next to me. I slowed the car gradually, as if I'd noticed something wrong with the way it was driving. I made a soft turn and pulled over near a stretch of empty road under a flickering streetlight. I told him I thought something was wrong with the back tire. I said I was going to stop and check. I hoped he'd get out too, just to look. And he did. Slowly, he opened the door and stepped out. I could feel my heart pounding in my neck. The moment he closed the door, I jammed my foot down on the gas. The car jerked forward hard, and the tires squealed. I didn't look back. I didn't care where he was standing. I just drove. I took every red light. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely grip the wheel. I kept expecting him to appear in the rearview mirror, sprinting after the car like something out of a nightmare, but there was no one. Just empty road behind me. I drove straight to the nearest police station, parked crooked right in front. and ran inside. I told the officer everything, where I'd picked him up, what he looked like, what had happened in the car. I begged them to look in the vehicle, especially the bag. They came out with me and opened the passenger door. The bag was still there. One officer pulled on gloves and unzipped it carefully. Inside was a butcher's knife, long, thick, and clean. Next to it, folded up tightly, was a large black garbage bag. It looked unused. There was also a pair of latex gloves and what looked like rolls of duct tape. Nothing else. The officers exchanged glances, but didn't say anything to me right away. One of them asked me again where I picked him up. They took a full statement, recorded everything. They dusted the door and dashboard for prints. They checked for any security camera footage from the parking garage or anywhere along the route I took. They never found him. No matches to any known suspects. No recent assaults or reported injuries. He was never caught. For weeks afterward, I checked the news obsessively, hoping there'd be some update, some clue. There never was. What scares me more than anything is the possibility that he's still out there, somewhere. That he tried the same thing again with someone else. Maybe this time they didn't notice the peeling blood. Maybe they didn't stop the car. Maybe they didn't get away. It haunts me, the way he sat there in silence, how calm he was. Like he'd done it before. Like he wasn't nervous at all. I don't pick up strangers anymore. I don't even stop for people with flat tires on the side of the road. I don't care how desperate they look. I lock my doors the second I get in. I keep my phone on my lap. And I never, ever let my guard down in empty places at night. That night changed everything. Because for a few minutes, I was in a car alone with someone who had planned something terrible. And the only reason I'm here to write this is because I noticed the blood peeling off his face. Because something felt off. I listened to that feeling, and it saved my life. I've driven through a lot of nowhere in my life. Long stretches of desert highways where the horizon never moves and your thoughts echo louder than the engine. The kind of roads where, after a while, you forget the last time you passed a gas station or another human being. That kind of silence starts to gnaw at you after a few hours. But nothing compares to what I saw out near Amboy, California, on a route I'll never take again. This was a few years back. I was stationed out at 29 Palms, and I needed to make a run out to Albuquerque. There were a few normal ways to go, safer, more populated highways. But I'd been dared by a couple of the guys on base to take a more remote route, a shortcut that passed through Amboy and connected to I-40. It wasn't faster by much, but it cut through some strange, forgotten parts of the desert that most people don't talk about unless they've been through them. I figured it would be a cool solo drive. I like being alone on the road sometimes, just me, the desert, and the hum of the tires. That solitude helps you think, clears your head. So I filled up the tank, packed light, grabbed a few protein bars, extra water, and headed out late in the morning. The desert out there is dry, flat, and sun-bleached. After a couple hours of driving, even with music on, it starts to feel like you're drifting through some old, dusty photograph. Every hill, every rock formation starts to look the same. You see mirages on the asphalt ahead, heat shimmering like waves. It's a kind of beautiful nothing, but it plays tricks on your mind if you're not used to it. I made it to Amboy in the early afternoon. It's barely a town anymore, more like the shell of what used to be one. A single diner, a gas station that probably hadn't worked in a decade, a faded motel with half its letters missing. Most of the buildings were sun-bleached and crumbling, windows broken or boarded up. The famous Roy's Motel and Cafe sign still stood, though a tall, rusted landmark in the middle of nowhere. I stopped briefly, mostly to stretch my legs and snap a picture of the Amboy City sign to send to my buddies, just to prove I had actually gone through with it. It was the kind of thing we always did, dumb dares and proof of doing something offbeat. I didn't stay long. The place had a weird feel to it, like time had gotten stuck there decades ago and forgotten how to move forward. I got back in my car and drove out the other side of town, heading northeast into a small mountain range. The road narrowed and twisted more as it climbed. There were no other cars, no houses, no people. Just the Tulane Road and desert scrub on either side. Eventually, the elevation started to drop again, and I found myself descending into a canyon. Tall grass lined both sides of the road. The sun was still high, but out there, the shadows always seemed darker than they should have been. That's when I saw it. A red Pontiac Fiero, old model, sitting sideways across both lanes like it had been parked there on purpose. At first, I thought it was an accident, but there wasn't any sign of a crash. No skid marks, no damage, just the car, perfectly positioned to block the entire road. A suitcase lay open near it, clothes spilling out like they'd been tossed or scattered in a rush. Then I saw the bodies. Two of them, a man and a woman, face down in the road, one on each side of the car, not moving. I brought my car to a slow stop about 100 feet back. I didn't pull up close. Something about it didn't sit right. I've seen car wrecks. I've seen what bodies look like when things go wrong. This didn't look like that. It looked staged, too clean, too symmetrical, almost like someone had laid it all out deliberately. The air inside my car felt tight, heavy. I could hear my own breathing. The engine idled quietly beneath me. I didn't turn it off. My gut was tying itself in knots. I've always trusted that feeling. It saved my life more than once. I was a Marine. Still am at heart. We're trained to look at a scene and recognize threats, to spot things that don't belong. My eyes scanned the road, then the tall grass on either side. That grass was high enough to conceal someone lying down, or crouching. The silence around me was unnatural. I reached under my seat and pulled out my 9mm, chambered around. I wasn't planning to shoot anyone, but I also wasn't planning to be unarmed if something was about to go down. I kept staring at the scene ahead. The way the car was angled, the way the bodies were spaced, it was too much like a trap. If I got out and walked up, I'd be exposed. Out in the open. No cover. No exit. I didn't move. I sat there for what felt like a full minute, just looking, listening. The wind rustled the grass, but nothing else moved. Then I made a decision. There was just enough room on the left side of the man's body to ease my car through. I could swerve slightly right after that and go around the woman, then cut behind the car and get back on the road. It was going to be tight, but I could do it without hitting anything or anyone. I dropped the car into first and pressed the gas. My foot was shaking, but I kept it steady. As I got closer, my heart pounded harder. I passed the man first. He didn't move. His skin looked real. His arms were sprawled like he'd fallen hard. The woman was next. Same thing, face down, unmoving. Then I slipped behind the Fiero. No movement. I exhaled, kept driving. My eyes flicked to the mirror. And that's when everything twisted. Both bodies were moving. Not in pain, not struggling. They were getting up, onto their knees, like they'd been lying in wait. And then, from both sides of the road, people started rising from the tall grass. Dozens of them. At least 20. Maybe more. I can still see it if I close my eyes. Figures in dirty clothes, men and women, some barefoot, some in rags, others in what looked like normal streetwear, just old and faded. No one spoke. They just stood there, watching, facing my car. I don't know if they were all part of it, or if some had been lying in wait even closer than I thought. I didn't waste another second. My foot slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The engine roared, and I didn't let off. I watched the group vanish in the rearview mirror as the road curved and dropped again. I passed 2 more bends in the canyon before it opened up toward flatter land. My hands were locked around the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ached. I didn't stop. Not for water. Not for gas. I didn't slow down until I reached the on-ramp for I-40 East, miles ahead. Even then, I barely let the speedometer drop below 70. It wasn't until I got to the first real gas station along the highway that I finally pulled over. My mouth was dry. My chest felt hollow. I sat in the lot, engine off, windows up, doors locked, just trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I don't know who those people were. I don't know if they were a cult or a gang, or just something twisted out in that part of the desert. I never found any news stories about it. I never reported it. What would I say? That I saw bodies lying in the road that got up and 20 strangers emerged from the grass like they were part of some coordinated ambush? But it happened. I never went back through Amboy. I don't take shortcuts anymore either. I stay on well-traveled roads. I keep my doors locked. I keep my gas tank full. And I listen to that feeling in my gut every single time. Because I don't know what they would have done if I'd gotten out. I don't know what they wanted. I just know that scene was set up for someone. Maybe anyone who passed through. Maybe just me. And I know I was lucky. Most horror stories you can turn off. Close the book. Walk out of the theater. But that stretch of desert road, it's still out there. So are the people I saw. Maybe waiting for someone else to stop. Maybe waiting for someone who doesn't get that same bad feeling in their gut. Maybe waiting for someone who actually wants to help. Someone who doesn't make it to the highway. When I was about 10 years old, something happened that I've never fully been able to explain. It wasn't something terrifying in the traditional sense. No shadowy figure at the window, no strange creature in the woods, no vanishing person or blood-stained handprint, but it shook me in a way I hadn't felt before. It got into my head, and it never really left. That night started off like 100 others. My father and some of his friends had gone duck hunting earlier that day. They left just after sunrise, bundled up in thick coats and rubber boots, shotguns strapped over their shoulders, coffee thermoses in hand. I remember standing in the doorway with my mom watching them load the last of their gear into the back of my dad's old pickup. It was cold out, and even though the sun was barely over the trees, I could see their breath hang in the air. "Be back late," my father had said, not looking back as he shut the tailgate. My mom nodded, not saying much, and waved as they drove off down the gravel road, tires crunching through small patches of frost. Most of the day after that was quiet. My mom puttered around the kitchen, doing dishes, folding laundry, and occasionally reminding me to put away the toys I kept leaving out. I played with my plastic army men on the carpet for a while, making little forts out of building blocks, pretending they were under attack. I'd get so lost in those made-up battles that hours would pass without me noticing. Eventually, we ate a simple dinner, macaroni and leftover ham, and by 9:30, my mom told me it was time to start getting ready for bed. I argued a little, like always, but I wasn't too upset. I was tired, and the house felt colder than usual that evening. I brushed my teeth, pulled on some old flannel pajamas, and climbed into bed. My room was small, with a twin mattress pushed against one wall and a narrow window over the headboard. Through the glass, I could see the edge of the woods behind our property. They looked black and still under the moonlight, like a wall of shadows pressed up against the backyard. I curled up under the blanket and closed my eyes. I must have fallen asleep quickly, because the next thing I remember was waking up to the sound of the front door opening. It was loud enough that I sat up a little in bed, still groggy and confused. I didn't know what time it was, but everything in the house was dark except for a soft yellow light spilling out from the hallway. I heard voices next, low, tired, casual. It was my father and his friends. I recognized their tones even if I couldn't make out all the words. The hunting trip must have gone late like he said it would. I got out of bed slowly, not making much noise, and padded across the room in my socks. I cracked my door open just enough to peek out. The hall was quiet, the shadows long. From where I stood, I couldn't see the kitchen, but I could hear everything clearly. They were sitting around the kitchen table, drinking coffee, or maybe something stronger, and talking about the hunt. The scrape of mugs on the wood table, chairs creaking under their weight, the occasional burst of laughter. It all felt so normal, so everyday. But something was off. As I stood there listening, I felt a strange wave of familiarity hit me. It was small at first. Someone laughed in a way that felt oddly expected, like I knew it was going to happen before it did. I brushed it off as déjà vu. I'd heard that term before on TV, when someone said it felt like they'd lived a moment twice. But then it happened again. One of the men, Steve, I think, started describing how a duck had flown up from the reeds just as he was reaching for a shell. Before he could even get to the punchline of the story, I felt the words forming in my own head. He slipped on the mud and landed flat on his back. I whispered it to myself before he even got to that part. And then I heard him say it out loud, almost word for word. I frowned and leaned closer to the crack in the door. I thought maybe I'd overheard them talking about this earlier, but that didn't make sense. I was asleep. This was all new. Still, I waited. I kept listening. I figured if I was imagining things, it would stop. But it didn't. Another story started. My father was talking this time. I couldn't hear the beginning clearly, but as soon as he mentioned crossing a shallow stream, the words rushed into my head like I'd memorized a script. The current looked weak, but nearly took Jeff's boot off. I said it to myself again, barely a whisper, almost like I was testing it. Seconds later, my dad said the exact same thing. The same words, the same rhythm, the same tone. My stomach tightened. The hair on my arms stood up. I kept doing it, over and over, for nearly 10 minutes. They talked, laughed, complained about the cold, joked about someone falling asleep in the blind. And every single thing they said, I somehow already knew. I wasn't just guessing. I knew. It wasn't vague feelings or half-right guesses. I was saying the exact words, 2 to 5 seconds before they did. It was like I had dreamed the entire conversation and then woken up right in the middle of it. But I didn't remember dreaming it. I just knew what was going to be said. The more it happened, the more I panicked. I stopped whispering and just stood there with my hand on the door, breathing hard, staring at the hallway as if something was about to come around the corner. My heart was beating faster than I could remember it ever beating before, not because of anything I saw or heard, but because of the way my brain felt. It was like a string inside me was being pulled too tight, like a part of me wasn't mine anymore. I finally closed the door and backed away from it, my legs shaking a little. I climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and stared into the dark. I didn't sleep again for hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard their voices again. I replayed every line in my head, over and over, trying to convince myself that I was imagining it, that I was just tired, that it didn't mean anything. But it felt real. Too real. The next morning was quiet. My dad and his friends had already gone, and my mom was making pancakes. Everything felt normal again, like it always did. Nobody said anything about the night before, and I didn't bring it up. I didn't know how to. How do you explain something like that? Over time, I tried to forget about it. I pushed it aside, called it a weird moment, a glitch, a trick of a half-dreamed memory. But deep down, I knew something had happened. Something I couldn't explain. And ever since then, I've never quite believed that the world is as solid or as simple as it seems. Sometimes I wonder how much of what we see and hear is just a story we're being told in real time, and how much of it we already know, somewhere deep down, before it even happens. That night didn't change my life in any big obvious way. I didn't start having visions or predicting the future. I didn't become some psychic or guru or anything like that. But it made me watch things differently, listen harder, question what I thought was real. And every once in a while, I'll catch a moment, someone turning their head, a car door slamming, a line in a conversation, that I swear I already knew before it happened. I don't talk about it. Not really. But it's always there, in the back of my mind. Like I'm just a little out of step with the world, a half second ahead or behind. Just enough to notice. Just enough to never forget that one strange, quiet night when I was 10 years old, standing barefoot in the hallway, whispering words I shouldn't have known. The rain had been coming down for a while before we left the driveway, but none of us expected it to turn into what it did. I remember looking out the front window of the house before we got into the car, watching fat drops slam against the ground, bouncing off the gravel in the driveway like tiny explosions. The sky had gone that strange, thick gray that feels like dusk, even when it's the middle of the day. My dad said we needed to go to town, just a quick trip, and my brother and I went along without thinking much of it. We'd done this drive 100 times, down the old back road near our house, through the stretch of trees and hills that curved and dipped for miles before finally meeting the main road. I sat in the front passenger seat, watching the windshield wipers work overtime. They slapped back and forth across the glass, struggling to keep up with the rain. My younger brother was in the back seat behind me, messing around with his hoodie drawstrings, half asleep and not paying much attention. My dad leaned forward a little more than usual over the wheel, trying to see through the rain. The storm wasn't just rain anymore. It was coming down so hard it sounded like someone was dumping buckets on top of the car. The hail started not long after we got moving, and it hit with hard little taps against the roof and hood like tiny stones. I kept my eyes forward, trying to help my dad spot anything that might come up too fast on the road. The rain made everything harder to see. Tree branches that had fallen into the road, deep puddles that blended into the asphalt until you were already in them. I noticed how flooded the sides of the road were getting. Water was rushing down the ditches, brown and fast, carrying leaves and broken sticks along with it. We weren't even 10 minutes down the road when I saw something up ahead. There was a person walking. At first, it didn't really register. I just saw a shape through the heavy curtain of rain. A figure, yellow, moving slowly. The rain blurred everything. Our windshield, the air outside, even the person. But as we got closer, I could see him more clearly. He was wearing a yellow rain slicker, the kind that has a long coat that goes down past the knees and a big hood that covers most of your head. The slicker was bright against the washed-out gray of everything else. It was almost glowing, but that was the only thing bright about him. The man, If it was a man, was walking slowly, almost dragging his feet, head tilted down. The hood of the slicker was tipped low over his face, so you couldn't see anything under it. No eyes, no nose, nothing. Just that sloped yellow hood hiding whatever was beneath. He didn't seem bothered by the rain at all. Didn't have his hands up. Wasn't shielding his face. Just moving at that slow, steady pace like he had nowhere to be and didn't care about getting soaked or hit by hail. He was on the right side of the road, our side, and walking in the opposite direction we were driving, which meant we'd be passing him soon. I stared at him the whole time we approached. Something felt wrong about him, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was how slow he was walking, or how his head never moved, even when our car came into view. Maybe it was just the fact that no one should be out walking in that kind of storm. But something wasn't right. My dad had slowed down a bit, probably out of caution in case the guy stepped into the road. We were doing about 30 miles per hour. Not too fast, but enough that a person wouldn't survive getting clipped. I kept my eyes on the man in yellow. He was about 30 yards ahead when he stopped walking. He just froze. Didn't look up. Didn't turn. Just stopped mid-step, like he heard something or decided to do something. His arms hung loose by his sides, and he stood there in the rain as we kept moving toward him. Something about the way he stopped made my stomach drop. I didn't know why, but I felt this sharp pinch of anxiety in my chest. I glanced at my dad, who hadn't reacted much, just kept driving, probably figuring the guy was stopping to let us pass. Then, just as we were about to pass him, no more than 2 car lengths away, he moved. He didn't jump or run. He sidestepped, smooth and sudden, like it was timed. He stepped directly into the road, right at the car. My heart jumped into my throat. My dad swore under his breath, jerking the wheel just enough to swerve slightly left. It wasn't wild or out of control, but we missed the man by maybe a foot, maybe less. The side view mirror looked like it was inches from hitting his raincoat. I twisted in my seat to look behind us. My brother had snapped upright in the back seat, staring too. The man didn't look back at us. He didn't run or stumble. He didn't even flinch. He just stepped back out of the road like nothing had happened and kept walking the way he had been, slow and steady, head still down, arms still loose. None of us said anything for a while. We just kept driving. The rain kept hammering down. The wipers kept moving. The farther we got, the more surreal it felt. My heart was still pounding. I kept replaying it in my head. The timing, the way he had stopped, the step into the road right as we passed. It hadn't looked like an accident. It looked deliberate. We reached the main road eventually, and the storm lightened up a little. The hail stopped first. Then the rain eased off to just a steady downpour. The light came back a bit too, though the sky still looked bruised and heavy. My dad was gripping the wheel tighter than usual. I could see the tension in his arms. My brother didn't say much, just stared out the window. We got what we needed from town, but the whole trip felt off after that. The store lights felt too bright, the cashier's voice too cheerful. I couldn't stop thinking about the man in the yellow slicker. I tried to explain it to myself. Maybe he was just disoriented. Maybe he had bad hearing and didn't realize how close we were. Maybe he was drunk. But none of those answers really made sense. He hadn't looked drunk. He hadn't looked scared. He hadn't even reacted when the car passed inches from his body. He didn't jump, didn't twitch, just kept walking. On the way back, I stared hard at the road, watching for him. We didn't see him again. Not in the ditch. Not on the shoulder. Not anywhere. I looked all the way back to the exact spot where he'd stepped into the road, and there was nothing there. No sign of anyone. The road looked like it always did, wet and worn and surrounded by trees and empty space. When we got home, we didn't talk about it much. My brother went to his room, and my dad walked out to the garage and started organizing tools like he always did when something was on his mind. I went to my room and sat on the edge of my bed, still trying to make sense of it. For a few nights after, I had trouble sleeping. I'd picture that slicker, that yellow shape in the rain. I kept thinking about how close we were to hitting him, and how he didn't care. It didn't make sense. Anyone else would have jumped back. Anyone else would have looked up when a car was barreling toward them. He didn't even flinch. I started going over different possibilities. Maybe he had some kind of death wish. Maybe he wanted to get hit. Maybe he was mentally unwell. But there was something too calm about the way he moved. Too timed. Like he knew exactly when to step out and when to step back. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some made-up story. It happened. And even now, thinking back on it, It doesn't feel like a scary story you tell around a campfire. It feels like something real, something that sits in your memory like a knot you can't untie. There was no big event, no crash, no scream. Just a strange figure in the worst storm I've seen in years, stepping right in front of our car like it was nothing, and walking away like it didn't matter. When I was a kid, school holidays always meant one thing: time at my uncle's lodge. It was this old wooden place built on a huge stretch of land. Not quite a farm, not quite a forest retreat, but something in between. It sat at the edge of thick bushland, the kind that stretched for miles without much of a trail, filled with twisted trees, deep gullies, and dry creek beds that only filled up after heavy rain. My uncle kept the place in good shape, but the land itself was wild and untamed. My brother and I used to spend hours out there exploring every inch we were brave enough to go near. We climbed trees, raced sticks in the creek when water actually ran through it, and pretended we were outlaws hiding from the law. Our dog, Bandit, always came along for the ride. He was part blue heeler, part something else, lean and quick, always out ahead of us sniffing the wind, tongue lolling out like he was smiling. This one day started off like most of them did. Warm air, sky completely clear, not a hint of wind. Everyone except my dad had gone into town, my uncle, my aunt, my brother. Dad had decided to take a nap in the middle of the day, and I didn't feel like sitting inside while he snored in the room next to the kitchen. Bandit and I wandered down to the dry creek that cut through the back edge of the property, about 10 minutes walk from the lodge. The creek was wide and packed with pale, smooth stones. Dry leaves and brittle twigs crunched underfoot. I was poking around with a stick, flipping over rocks looking for bugs or skinks when Bandit suddenly stiffened. 1 second he was beside me, the next he bolted straight into the trees across the creek. I didn't think much of it at first. He'd chased wallabies before, but after a few seconds I realized he wasn't barking, just dead quiet. That was strange for him. He usually made a fuss when chasing something, barking and yipping. I called his name a few times, but there was no sound except for my own voice bouncing back off the trees. I gave it a minute, then crossed the creek bed and pushed into the bush, calling for him again. The trees swallowed me quickly. The further I went, the less of the sky I could see. Everything got darker, not because the sun had gone anywhere, but because the trees here were older, their branches thicker, and stretched further overhead. I could still see patches of blue between the leaves, but they were fewer and farther apart. I kept yelling for Bandit, but I got nothing back. No rustle, no bark. I started to feel uneasy. Not scared yet, but that creeping itch of discomfort you get when something just feels wrong. I tried to stay calm, tried to remember which way I'd come from. The land didn't look familiar anymore. Every direction looked like the same mess of scrub and trees and dry earth. I picked a direction I thought was right and started walking fast, heart beating a little quicker now. I tried to think through it. Okay, just backtrack. You didn't go that far. But 5 minutes later, the trees weren't getting any thinner, and I still couldn't hear a thing. No bird sounds, no insects, just a strange, heavy silence. Then I tripped. My foot caught on something, maybe a root or a loose rock, and the next thing I knew, I was falling. The ground tilted down sharply, and I couldn't stop myself. I slid and tumbled and rolled, hands scraping on rocks and dirt, something thumping hard against the back of my head. It wasn't a long fall, maybe 5 or 6 meters, but enough to knock the breath out of me. Everything went black. When I opened my eyes, it felt like hours had passed, but it might have only been minutes. My head throbbed. There was a dull, warm pain along my left forearm, and my shirt was ripped at the sleeve. The air was still. The ground I was lying on was soft, covered in a thick layer of dead leaves and dirt. I realized I was in a small gully, ringed by steep sides and overhanging trees. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten there. My mouth was dry, my ears ringing a little. What woke me up properly was Bandit. He was licking my face, his rough tongue dragging across my cheek again and again. I blinked and turned my head to look at him. His body was right next to mine, lying flat on his stomach, his legs tucked under him in a way I'd never really seen before. His ears were pinned back, and his eyes were locked on something behind me. Then he made a sound I didn't recognize, a low, rumbling bark that never rose in volume. It wasn't loud. It sounded more like a warning. His body didn't move, but his mouth kept making that strange growl bark. I sat up slowly and looked around. Then I saw the man. He was standing maybe 10 or 15 meters away, just on the edge of the gully, mostly in shadow but clear enough to make out. He wore a beat-up cowboy hat, the side of it torn clean through, like something had taken a bite out of it. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a heavy coat and thick gloves. I didn't recognize him. He didn't say anything right away, just stood there watching us. I didn't move, just stared at him frozen. Something about him didn't feel right, but I didn't know what exactly. Maybe it was how still he was, or how quiet the woods were around us. Then he stepped forward slowly and knelt down a few feet from me. I flinched, but Bandit didn't move, still glued to my side. The man didn't ask me anything or tell me what had happened. He just reached down, took my hand, and helped me to my feet. I stood, wobbled slightly, and he waited. Then he started walking, his hand still around mine. His glove was thick and worn. I could feel the seams and old patches, and it was hot, far too hot for summer. My arm brushed against his as we moved, and it felt like he was wrapped in layers. I remember thinking it didn't make any sense to be dressed like that in this heat. Bandit stuck so close to me on the walk that he kept bumping into my leg. Every few steps, his body knocked against me hard enough to throw off my balance. It wasn't like him. Usually he'd stay just ahead, checking the path, darting back every now and then to check on me. This time he stayed pressed right up against me, like he was hurting me or shielding me. The man didn't say anything, just led us through the trees, his grip never loosening. It felt like we weren't walking that far, but I also couldn't tell how long it had been. The bush all looked the same. Eventually, I started to hear something familiar. The crunch of dry leaves under boots, the wind brushing through a clearing. Then I heard my name being called faintly in the distance. It was my dad, calling out for dinner. I recognized his voice and snapped back to attention. I yanked my hand free and started jogging toward the sound, up over the lip of the gully and out of the tree line. I made it to the edge of the clearing behind the lodge and turned to wave or shout a quick thank you. But the man was gone. The spot where we'd come from was just trees and leaves. No sign of footsteps, no sound. Just stillness. I ran up the hill toward the lodge. Dad was standing on the porch, a cigarette in his hand, scanning the tree-line. He didn't seem overly worried, just confused as to where I'd been. I didn't tell him much, just that I got lost a little bit and tripped. He didn't ask any more than that. We went inside. Bandit followed, quieter than usual. It wasn't until a few days later that I saw the picture. We were in the town supermarket, one of those all-purpose general stores that sold everything from canned beans to farming tools. It was run by this older woman with thick glasses and a loud laugh. My mom was chatting with her near the register, and I wandered down one of the side aisles. At the end of it, on a corkboard next to a rack of seed packets, there were some old photos pinned up. Most were black and white, some fading badly. One photo caught my eye. It was the man from the woods. Same tattered cowboy hat, same build, same face. I stared at it for a while, trying to figure out what it was doing there. I called my mom over and asked who the man was. The lady behind the counter came over too and told me his name was Mr. Rogerson. He used to own the store decades ago, before he passed away. I asked what happened to him, still unsure how to explain why I was asking. She said he died in an accident out in the woods, not far from where we were staying. Apparently, Mr. Rogerson had his own little vegetable patch deep in the bush. He'd haul produce back himself. One summer, he went out with his dog to check on the patch, right before a big storm rolled in. On the way back, his dog slipped down a steep embankment into a gully. He went down after it. A tree branch, heavy from the rain and wind, snapped and struck him while he was climbing down. It broke his back. No one knew he was out there. They didn't find him until weeks later. His dog was found curled up beside him. It had died there, too, from starvation. I didn't say much after that. Just nodded. My mom thought I was bored. I kept thinking about that gully. The steep sides. The way Bandit had barked that strange low bark. The gloves, the heavy coat. The way the man never spoke again after those first words. How we never saw him leave. But I didn't talk about it to anyone. Not then. Not for a long time. It was easier to believe it had just been a guy from town. Maybe someone I didn't know. Maybe a hiker who'd seen me fall and helped me out. That's what I told myself. It made sense on the surface. But every time I looked at Bandit after that, I remembered the way he pressed against me on the way back. Like he knew something I didn't. Like he didn't trust the man at my side. I never saw Mr. Rogerson again. Not in the woods. Not in any other photos. But sometimes, when I think back on that day, I wonder what would have happened if Bandit hadn't come back, or if I hadn't followed him into the trees, or if the man hadn't been there, whoever he really was. But most of all, I think about how it all ended, about how I walked out of that gully dirty and scraped, with my dog by my side, about how I got home safe. No ghosts, no fairy tales, just a boy, a dog, and a man who maybe didn't want anyone else to end up alone at the bottom of a gully like he did. I didn't really think much of it at the time. High school kids don't. We were stupid, all of us. Or at least too trusting, too caught up in the excitement of doing something different, something a little edgy. Back then, the drama department wasn't much of a big deal. It was more like an excuse for people to skip regular classes and hang out behind the curtains painting sets or sneaking around the catwalks. I joined because I liked being around creative people, and because I wanted to do something outside of the usual football and math routine. That year, we had this idea to turn the auditorium into a haunted house for Halloween. Not just the stage, but the whole place. The dressing rooms, the hallways behind the stage, the little storage closet nobody ever used. Someone even dragged a fog machine down from the lighting booth, and we rigged up some of the old strobe lights from a previous production to flash during the jump scares. It wasn't amazing. Honestly, it was pretty janky. We didn't have a real budget. We used whatever props were lying around and whatever costumes people could bring from home. Someone's mom had an old clown outfit. There were a few skeleton decorations left over from a past Halloween dance. A bunch of us wore masks or face paint. We mostly relied on the atmosphere. Dim lights, weird music playing from an old boombox, and people jumping out from behind curtains to yell. What made it interesting was that we were allowed to run it ourselves. No teachers watching over our shoulders, no real safety checks. We had a sign-up sheet at the front of the school that said, "Enter if you dare," and charged $1 or $2 per person. People came in groups, little kids with their parents, middle schoolers, even other high school students who just wanted to kill time. We had one area in the haunted house that we wanted to make look like a real execution scene. It was based on a play we'd done earlier that year. I forget the name now, but it had this hanging scene in it. The kind where someone gets hung on stage in front of an audience, but doesn't actually die. The tech crew had rigged up a system with a strong harness and a wire bolted into the ceiling above the stage. The actor would wear the harness under their clothes, and the noose was just for show. It didn't tighten when you dropped. At least, that was the idea. After the play ended, the harness setup stayed. Somebody had left the cable and the noose dangling from above the stage. I remember walking past it every day for a week afterward, just swaying there, and nobody had bothered to take it down. I guess it became invisible after a while. When we were brainstorming ideas for the haunted house, someone, I think it was Josh, suggested we bring it back. "Let's hang somebody," he said, like it was no big deal. "Make it look real, like they've been hanging there all night." We all laughed. It sounded cool, gross and dramatic and perfect for Halloween. Naturally, I volunteered. I wasn't afraid of heights. I trusted the rigging. I knew how it worked, and I thought it'd be funny. I had this bright green dinosaur costume, a cheap one-piece thing with a tail and floppy claws, and this rubber mask with big googly eyes. I added a plastic pumpkin candy bucket and decided my character would be a trick-or-treater who had wandered into the wrong house and got executed by whoever was running the haunted house. It was supposed to be funny in a dark, stupid kind of way. The first couple of hours went fine. I'd climb up a short ladder behind the curtain, put on the harness, wrap the noose around my neck, and let myself hang. Not literally hanging, of course. The harness held all my weight. The noose just sat there, looking tight but doing nothing. I'd keep my body limp, arms drooping down, legs slack. People walked through, looked up, and whispered stuff like, "Is that real?" or "Oh my God." Some laughed. Some looked freaked out. A few kids started crying. I didn't say anything. I just dangled there, breathing slow, trying to stay as still as possible. Every now and then, I'd shift to keep the blood from pooling in my legs. I could only last about 10 or 15 minutes at a time before I'd lower myself down and take a break. What I didn't notice, what none of us noticed, was what happened during one of those breaks. It must have been near the middle of the evening, maybe around 7:30 or so. I stepped down off the ladder and went backstage to drink some water and adjust the harness because it had started to ride up and dig into places I didn't want to think about. It wasn't the most comfortable thing. I was sweaty under the costume, the rubber mask was getting damp, and my back was sore from trying to hold still in that weird dangling position. While I was gone, a group of kids, probably some other drama students, or maybe just a few guys from the football team who were helping with crowd control, decided to mess around. I didn't see it happen, but I heard about it later. Apparently, they grabbed the cable and used the noose to swing themselves across the stage like it was some kind of rope swing, which was incredibly stupid. Not just because of how dangerous it was, but because that noose wasn't built to be used like that. It wasn't just some prop rope. It was thick, real, coarse fiber, designed to look authentic. And while the part that connected to the cable was secure, the loop, the actual noose part, wasn't supposed to be pulled tight. But they must have done it hard enough, over and over, that it slowly tightened. Not the way a proper noose cinches up instantly, but enough that it no longer fell loose around your neck. It held its shape. I didn't know that. So when I came back a few minutes later, I did what I always did. I grabbed the mask, put it over my head, stepped up on the ladder, clipped my harness onto the cable, and slipped the noose around my neck. I didn't even check it. Why would I? It had worked fine all night. I remember shifting a little to get into position, adjusting the candy bucket so it hung right, taking a deep breath. Then I stepped off the ladder. Instantly, I knew something was wrong. The pressure around my neck hit fast, sharp and choking, like someone had punched me in the throat and then started squeezing. The noose didn't slip down the way it used to. It gripped, tightened. The harness was holding my weight, yes, but now the rope was pressing in too, squeezing the sides of my neck and the front of my throat at the same time. At first, I thought maybe I'd just twisted wrong, that maybe I needed to shift and the rope would loosen. But it didn't. The rubber mask made it worse. It was pressing against my face, suffocating me. My breath bounced back into my mouth, hot and stale. My chest started to spasm. I couldn't swallow. My tongue felt thick. I tried to reach up with one hand to pull the rope away from my neck, but the angle was wrong and my arm wouldn't move right. The weight of my body was dragging everything down, making it impossible to get any leverage. I kicked once hard, but all it did was send a jolt through the harness and make the pain worse. I couldn't yell. I couldn't even cough. The weirdest part was how quickly everything started to fade, not in a panicked, fast-motion way, but the opposite. Slow, like I was falling asleep. A warm, heavy sleep. The panic only lasted a few seconds, then it started to feel, not good exactly, but numb, detached. I felt lightheaded. My ears buzzed. My vision tunneled. I was floating, somehow, even though I knew I was dangling. That's when it hit me. I was going to die. Right there, on stage, in front of everyone. And nobody would know. They'd walk through, see the hanging dinosaur, think it was part of the act. Maybe they'd laugh. Maybe they'd take pictures. They wouldn't realize I was dead. Not until hours later, when someone finally turned on the lights and found me cold and blue and slack-jawed inside a sweaty green costume. The thought snapped me out of it. I flailed blindly. My foot found the edge of the ladder. Slipped. Found it again. I pushed, shoved myself up, reached out and grabbed the top rung. My fingers were shaking. Weak. I didn't have strength. I had fear. That was all. I pulled. Climbed. My knees hit the steps hard. I got one hand around the noose and tried to tug it loose. It barely moved. I was gasping now, short, wheezy, wet breaths. Somehow, I managed to get it over my chin, then my nose, then off my head. I dropped it and collapsed against the ladder, hugging it like it was the only solid thing in the world. My hands were tingling. My head throbbed. I was sweating so much the costume felt soaked. My throat burned like I'd swallowed fire. I unclipped the harness, stumbled down, and walked backstage without looking at anyone. No one noticed. Nobody said anything. They thought I was just taking another break. I sat on a folding chair for 10 minutes, staring at the floor, my fingers twitching, my heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Eventually, I stood up, peeled off the costume, stuffed the mask into a bag, and left. I didn't go back to the haunted house. I didn't tell anyone that night. Not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't find the words. How do you say, "I almost died pretending to be dead"? How do you explain that something so stupid almost became permanent? The next day, I went back and looked at the noose. It was still tight, still cinched. I showed one of the tech guys. He just stared at it for a minute, then cut it down with a knife and threw it in a trash bag. Nobody brought it up again, but I've thought about it more times than I can count. I think about how close it was, How easy it would have been for me to black out, to stop breathing, to just hang there. How they would have found me hours later, and it would have turned into some horrible urban legend. They would have said I did it on purpose, or that it was part of the act, or that it was some tragic accident. They'd have assembly speeches and grief counselors and tributes in the yearbook, but they'd never really know. And every year, some wide-eyed freshman would whisper the story in hushed tones. The kid who hung himself during the haunted house, thinking it was part of the fun. Only it wasn't a story. It was real. It was me. I never really thought anything would happen that day. It started like every other day off from work, quiet, slow, uneventful. I had taken a few days for myself, drove out to a small mountain town that was mostly empty in the off-season. The kind of place that gets tourists in the summer, but is forgotten once the cold months creep in. That's what I wanted, quiet. I booked a remote cabin through a rental site. It was basic. No Wi-Fi, barely any cell reception, no neighbors in sight. Just trees, an old logging road, and the sound of wind moving through the tall pines. I arrived early in the afternoon. The air had a sharp chill, and the sky was already starting to get darker, even though it was only around 3 p.m. The cabin was small, one room, a wood stove, a bed, a tiny kitchenette, and a bathroom that barely fit a shower and toilet. Outside, there was a fire pit, a few rotting stumps, and a path that looked like it hadn't been walked in months, maybe more. I dropped my bag on the bed, cracked open the window to let the musty air out, and went back to the car to bring in my groceries, mostly canned stuff, jerky, trail mix, and a few bottles of water. I had no plans to hike, no plans to go exploring. I just wanted to sit with a book, warm by the stove, and not hear another human voice for a few days. But it didn't stay quiet for long. It started with a sound, a sharp crack, like a branch snapping, just as the sun dipped behind the trees. I had just finished lighting a fire in the wood stove and was lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. At first, I didn't think much of it. Trees make noise. Wind pushes through and knocks branches loose. Animals move through the brush. It was the woods, after all. But then I heard it again, this time closer. Another crack, and then a heavy shifting noise, like something big stepping on dry leaves, then stopping. I sat up, listening. I didn't move. I didn't call out or try to see anything through the window. I just sat there and listened. Nothing happened for a few minutes. The fire inside the stove popped and crackled, and I slowly started to think it was probably just a deer. Or maybe a bear, though I hadn't seen any signs warning about bears on the drive-in. I convinced myself it was nothing. Still, I locked the door, just in case, and closed the window I had cracked earlier. I cooked a small dinner on the little stovetop and ate it sitting on the floor next to the fire. I tried to read, but I kept glancing toward the window. The feeling didn't go away. That subtle sense that something was wrong, like I was being watched. I didn't see anything outside, just dark trees and some faint reflection of the fire behind me on the glass. I went to bed early, more out of boredom than tiredness. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds. A low crunch here, a shuffle there. Always outside. I didn't get up to look. I didn't even turn on the light. I just lay there staring into the darkness, listening to the creaks and groans of the cabin settling, and whatever it was that kept moving just beyond the walls. At one point, something brushed against the far wall. I heard it, a scrape, like something sliding along the wood paneling outside. It wasn't a branch. I know what trees sound like. This was lower, slower, more deliberate. I stayed in bed and pulled the blanket up to my chin. I don't know how long I lay like that before I finally passed out. The next morning, I walked outside to check the area. I half expected to find nothing, but near the edge of the tree line, about 20 feet from the cabin, I found prints in the patchy dirt and frost. They weren't clear enough to tell exactly what made them, but they were big. Not like a bear or a dog. Longer, flatter. Almost like boots, but not quite. I stood there for a while staring at them. They didn't go in a straight line. They came from the woods, circled near the cabin, then disappeared back into the trees. It looked like someone had walked slowly around the place. I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't want to panic. Maybe someone was hunting and got lost. Maybe it was a ranger doing rounds, though I hadn't seen anyone since I got there. But still, something about the tracks made my skin crawl. I made some coffee and sat near the fire again. The silence outside now felt too heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. I spent most of the day inside. I only stepped out to gather a bit more wood from the pile stacked against the far side of the cabin. I didn't go near the tree line again. I kept the door locked, and when the sun started to go down, I pulled the curtains across the windows. I didn't want to see out, and I didn't want anything seeing in. That second night, I didn't sleep at all. Just after midnight, I heard movement again. This time, it was unmistakable. Something, or someone, was walking on the porch. The boards creaked one by one. Slow, deliberate steps. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I could see the faint outline of the door from where I was. The fire had died down, and the cabin was almost completely dark. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The steps stopped right in front of the door. I heard the soft sound of breathing, heavy and slow. Then a thud. Not loud, but solid. Like a hand or a fist gently knocking once against the door. Not trying to break in, just making sure I heard it. I didn't move for a long time. I don't know how long the person, or whatever it was, stood out there, but eventually the steps started again. I heard them cross the porch and go back down the stairs. I didn't hear anything else after that. In the morning, I checked the porch. More prints. Clearer this time. Long, deep impressions that didn't match any boot I'd ever seen. Almost barefoot, but too wide and too long. Like a person's foot, but stretched. I didn't know what to make of it. I went back inside and packed my things. I was ready to leave. I tried starting my car. It didn't start. Battery was fine. Tank was full. No damage I could see. It just wouldn't turn over. I tried again and again until I felt sick with frustration. I opened the hood, stared at the engine like I knew what I was doing, and slammed it shut. That was when I noticed it. The small pile of stones near the driver's side mirror. Not natural, stacked carefully, one on top of the other. Like someone had placed them there. A small, silent message. I kicked them over and backed away from the car. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I didn't want to make noise. I went back inside and locked the door. I spent that third day watching the woods from the window. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just watched. I thought about walking down the dirt road, but it was miles to the nearest town, and I didn't know if I'd make it. I kept thinking about the tracks, about how close they came to the cabin, about the knock on the door. The night came again, faster than I wanted it to. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to be seen. I lay on the floor, far from the windows, wrapped in a blanket listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound again. But this time it didn't start with footsteps. It started with breathing, right outside the window. Not heavy or angry, just steady, calm, like someone standing inches away from the glass, watching. Then came the scrape, long, slow, like fingers moving down the window pane. I held my breath. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might give out. The scraping stopped, then came another knock. This time not on the door, on the wall. Just one knock. Then silence. I didn't sleep. I didn't even close my eyes. When the sun finally came up, I waited a while, then stepped outside. The air felt colder, heavier. The trees seemed thicker somehow. I looked around, saw more tracks. This time there were several sets. 3, maybe 4. All coming from different directions, all circling the cabin, all leading back into the woods. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I gathered my things, grabbed my emergency beacon from the bag, something I hadn't touched since I bought it, and walked halfway up the nearest hill to get some reception. I pressed the button, then waited. I didn't care how much the fine was for misusing it. I just wanted out. It took hours before I heard the chopper. When they landed near the clearing, the ranger looked confused when I ran toward him. I didn't explain much, just that I had gotten scared, thought someone was stalking me. He walked around the cabin, looked at the prints, and got quiet. He said they didn't look like anything he'd seen before. Said maybe they were distorted by frost. But I could tell he didn't believe that. They flew me back to town. I didn't look back at the woods. I stayed in a motel that night, in a room with bright lights and noisy neighbors. I welcomed the sound. I slept for the first time in 3 days. A few weeks later, I got a call from the rental company. The owner of the cabin had gone up to check on it after my report. They said the place was fine. No signs of break-in. Nothing strange. But the owner had found something by the fire pit. Another small stack of stones. Perfectly balanced. Right where I had sat that first night. I don't know who or what was out there. But I know it was watching. I know it knew I was alone. And I know, without a doubt, that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't have made it back. I haven't gone camping since. It started with a wrong turn. I had taken a few days off work to clear my head, and I figured a solo hiking trip in a quiet, lesser-known park would be a good way to reset. Nothing extreme, just a few hours' drive from the city. I packed up my car with supplies, enough food, water, a simple one-person tent, a decent knife, flashlight with extra batteries, trail maps, compass, and a backup phone battery, and left early in the morning to make the most of the daylight. The area I chose was a forest preserve I found online. It was remote enough that I figured it wouldn't be crowded, but not so remote that I couldn't get help if I needed it. There were marked trails, several clearings marked for camping, and even a small ranger station at the entrance. It felt safe. I had hiked alone before, though never in such a quiet place. I liked the silence. I liked hearing nothing but the sound of my own boots crunching leaves. The first few hours went exactly as I had hoped. I parked at the trailhead, signed into the logbook outside the ranger cabin, and headed out. It was late September, and the forest had started to change colors. Golden leaves clung to branches, and some littered the trail in thick, rustling patches. I had no particular destination in mind, just a general loop that would take me to a clearing I'd seen on the map, where I planned to set up camp. About 4 hours in, I came to a fork in the trail that wasn't marked on my map. Both paths were narrow, but the one to the left looked slightly more worn. I paused, checked my compass, then decided to take the left trail, figuring it probably looped back to the main one eventually. I didn't think much of it. Sometimes trail maintenance fell behind, and unofficial paths formed. I just kept walking. The trail began to slope downward gradually. At first, it was subtle, but over time, I realized I had descended quite a bit. The trees grew denser. The air got cooler. The light filtered through differently. My GPS signal began to flicker. I assumed it was just the tree cover. Still, I made a mental note to turn back soon. I walked for another 10 minutes and came across a small stream, shallow and fast-moving, with stones that looked crossable. I stopped to refill my bottle and decided this was a good place to turn around. I looked at my map again, trying to figure out exactly where I was, but nothing lined up perfectly. That bothered me, but not enough to panic. I marked a tree with my knife, so I'd know I was back on the same trail, then started heading back. Only, after about 20 minutes, the trail didn't look familiar anymore. I hadn't seen the marked tree. I figured I must have veered off a bit. I turned around, retraced my steps, and kept an eye out for the gash I'd left on the bark. Nothing. That was the first real moment I felt something in my gut shift. I wasn't lost yet, but I was off course. I checked my phone again, but there was still no signal. I held the map under the fading light and tried to match anything around me to a feature on it. A bend in the stream, a rock outcropping, anything, but nothing matched. The worst part was the feeling that I was circling myself, even though I thought I was going straight. The sun dipped lower, and I knew I wouldn't find my way back to the main trail before dark. I decided to set up camp where I was. I had enough supplies for the night. The ground wasn't great, uneven and soft in places, but I cleared a small patch, pitched the tent, and lit my portable camp stove for a hot meal. The forest was quiet that night. Too quiet. No wind, no rustling, no insects. I tried not to let it bother me, but it did. I told myself it was just because the air had gotten colder. Still, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up at odd hours, listening. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. Nothing touched the tent. I stayed inside until morning. When light came, it didn't bring much comfort. A low mist hung between the trees, and the air felt heavier. I packed up quickly and started walking again, this time with more urgency. I didn't care about the map anymore. I just wanted to find a road or even a logging path, anything that would lead to help. But the forest didn't cooperate. Every path I thought I saw faded out within minutes. The compass needle spun slightly, as if it couldn't make up its mind. At one point, I realized I had been walking in a circle. I came across my own boot prints in a muddy patch. By mid-afternoon, I was frustrated and starting to feel the edge of panic. My water was low. I had food, but it wouldn't last forever. I kept walking, hoping, but never finding a way out. Around what I guessed was 4 p.m., I found something strange. It was a rope, a thick, frayed rope hanging from a tree, about 8 feet off the ground. Not a swing, not a noose, just a loop, hanging, swaying slightly, though there was no wind. It looked old. The bark around where it was tied had grown around part of it, like it had been there for years. I didn't like it. It felt wrong. But I kept going. Soon after, I started noticing other things. Scratches on trees. Not claw marks, but deliberate cuts, wide and deep, in patterns that didn't mean anything to me. Some trees had strips of bark peeled clean off, leaving pale wood exposed. Others had small piles of stones stacked at their bases. I counted 7 of those piles in the space of a few hundred feet. Always 3 stones. Always neat. This wasn't just nature. Someone had been here. Recently. I couldn't tell if that was good or bad. Later that day, I came across what looked like a hunting blind. It was just a wooden platform lashed between 2 trees, maybe 10 feet off the ground. It looked abandoned and old, but it was human-made. I climbed up and looked around, hoping to spot a road or a trail from the higher vantage point, but all I saw were more trees. Still, I felt better up there. It was dry, flat, and out of reach from animals. I decided to sleep there for the night. That night was worse. I was dozing off when I heard it, heavy footsteps below. Not quick, not animal-like. Measured, heavy, like boots on soft ground. I held my breath and didn't move. The steps came closer, then stopped directly under the platform. I heard breathing. Not animal breathing. Human. Deep, steady breaths. I didn't dare look. I stayed still for what felt like hours. Eventually, the breathing stopped. The steps moved away slowly, fading into the dark. I didn't sleep after that. At first light, I climbed down, legs shaking. There were boot prints in the dirt below. Not mine. Larger, wider. Going in a straight line, not wandering like mine had been. I followed them. They led deeper into the woods. I knew it was a risk, but I didn't care anymore. Whoever it was, they had to know the way out, or at least be going somewhere. The tracks were easy to follow at first, but they got faint in some places. I lost them more than once, had to double back. After maybe 3 hours, I found where they ended. A cabin. It was small, 1 story, and looked like it had been built decades ago. The windows were shuttered with mismatched wood. The door was shut but not locked. I knocked. No answer. I waited, then tried the handle. It opened. Inside, it smelled of dirt and smoke. The floor was covered in leaves and dust. A rusted pot sat on a cold stove. A single cot stood in the corner, with a moth-eaten blanket. There was no power. No sign of recent use. But someone had been here recently. There were footprints in the dust. Fresh. I didn't stay long. I took a rusted canteen I found and filled it at a nearby creek, then kept walking. Behind the cabin, I found what looked like an old road. Overgrown, barely visible, but straight. Man-made. I followed it. That road saved me. After several more miles, just before sunset, I saw the first sign of civilization. A rusted metal fence, and beyond it, a small cabin with smoke rising from the chimney. An old couple lived there, caretakers for a long-abandoned logging site. They called the authorities. It took another day to get back to the ranger station where I had signed in. Search and rescue had been looking for me. I had been gone 5 days. The strangest part was this. The trail I had taken, the one with the fork, rangers told me there was no fork. That trail was maintained and had no splits for at least 6 miles. They said I must have wandered off without realizing it. Got disoriented. But I know what I saw. I know I took a left at that fork. I remember the angle of it, the slope, the feel of the ground. They also said there were no cabins in that section of the forest. Not for miles. Not for decades. I don't argue anymore. I got out. I was lucky. That's all that matters now. But sometimes I think about those footsteps under the blind. The breathing, the rope, the scratches, and the feeling that I was never really alone out there. That forest isn't just quiet. It's watching. I was looking for something different that summer. Not a vacation, not a weekend trip. I needed to get away from people for a while. I didn't want noise, I didn't want obligations, and I didn't want anyone calling me to go out. I had been getting tired of the routine. Wake up, work, answer emails, pretend to care, go to bed. It felt like everything was stacked on top of me. I wanted something quiet, something that made me feel small and far away. So I found this cabin. It was deep in northern Michigan. Not the touristy part with cabins that had fireplaces and Wi-Fi and welcome signs with cute little trees on them. This place was way out. Far enough that Google Maps switched to satellite view halfway there, and the paved road gave up and turned into dirt and gravel. The listing just said, off-grid cabin hand-built. No running water. Solar lighting. Bring your own supplies. Remote. The picture showed a plain wooden box of a building, just one room, tucked in between trees with thick trunks and mossy roots. The kind of place people imagine when they say they're going off-grid. I booked it for 12 days. The drive out was long and dull, then long and tense. Once I passed the last town with a gas station, the road narrowed, and every turn made me wonder if I'd missed something. The cabin's directions were a set of typed instructions from the owner, with notes like turn right at the dead pine tree with the yellow blaze, and ignore the private property sign nailed to the birch. It's just an old marker. It felt like I was being led somewhere forgotten. Eventually, the trees got so dense I had to slow down to avoid scraping the sides of my car, and then I reached a small clearing with the cabin sitting in the middle of it. No driveway, just grass and dirt, with an old fire ring made of stones in front. I turned off the car and got out. It was dead silent. No highway in the distance. No neighbors. No hum of electricity. Just the wind, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the sound of my own footsteps. The cabin was smaller than I expected. Just a wooden box with a door and a small deck on the front. No porch light. No windows on the sides, just one tiny one in the front. I unlocked the door with the code the owner had sent me and stepped inside. It was plain, but not dirty. There was a small cot against one wall with a rolled-up sleeping bag on it, a folding chair, a wooden crate that served as a table, a shelf with some candles, matches, and a small solar-powered lantern, a cooler in the corner for food storage. No bathroom, just a composting toilet in a little shed out back, which I checked and found clean but had a smell like dried manure. No mirror, no plumbing. I stood in the middle of it and realized how quiet it was. You don't notice how much background noise is always around you until it's gone. It was like being underwater. I unpacked slowly. Food in the cooler. Water jugs stacked in the corner. Sleeping bag unrolled. I had a few books, a notepad, and some pens. My phone had no signal, but I brought a small solar battery pack in case I wanted to use it for music or taking photos. I told myself I wouldn't though. I wasn't here for distractions. I was here to sit with myself for a while. The first 2 days were peaceful. I went on walks during the day, not far, just up the trails near the cabin, which were really just animal paths that curved between the trees. There was a small stream about 15 minutes away where I filled a pot with cold water to boil back at the cabin. I read a lot. I sat on the little deck in the afternoons and just listened. At night, I lit candles and wrote in the notepad, mostly nonsense, thoughts that didn't go anywhere. I fell asleep early, woke up early. It felt like a reset. On the third night, I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, but it was sudden, like a snap. Wood breaking, maybe. I sat up in the cot and waited. I thought maybe a branch had fallen. It had been windy that day. But then I heard it again. A crack, then a sort of dragging sound, like something heavy sliding through dry leaves. I stayed still. My heart started beating harder than it should have. I told myself it was a deer, or a raccoon, something normal. But it was close, right outside. I stood up slowly and walked to the door. I didn't open it. I didn't even want to look out the small window. I just waited. The dragging sound stopped. Nothing for a long moment. Then a thump against the far wall of the cabin. I don't know how to explain it, but the sound wasn't random. It wasn't like an animal bumping into something. It sounded deliberate, like someone had pushed their hand flat against the outside of the wall. Not hard, just enough to let me know they were there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the folding chair with the lantern on low and stared at the door until sunrise. Nothing else happened. No more sounds. But I couldn't shake it. Something had been out there. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for prints. The ground was covered in dry leaves and pine needles. I couldn't see anything clear. No paw prints. No boots. I told myself again it was probably a deer. A curious one. Maybe it brushed against the wall and spooked itself. I forced myself to believe that and went on with the day. But I couldn't relax. I kept turning around during my walk. I kept glancing at the trees. Every sound felt sharper. That night, I didn't sleep much. I lay on the cot with my head toward the door, staring at the shadows. Nothing happened, but I didn't feel safe anymore. I felt like something was waiting. On the 5th day, I walked farther than usual. I thought maybe a long hike would calm me down. I followed a dry creek bed until I found a rusted fence line, old and broken, with collapsed posts and wire curled in the grass. Beyond it was a clearing with a stand of birch trees in the center. The bark looked bleached like bones. I stood at the edge of the trees and looked around. There was a weird silence, not like the quiet near the cabin. This was heavier. No birds, no breeze, just stillness. Then I saw something. Near one of the birch trees, something was leaning against the trunk. At first I thought it was a fallen log or a chunk of wood, but as I got closer, I saw it was a structure. A sort of lean-to made of branches and old tarps, with a dark opening like a mouth. Someone had built it, but not recently. The wood was gray and brittle. The tarps were faded and torn, but it was still intact. I didn't go inside. I just stood there, staring. It didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused, like whoever made it had just stepped away for a second. I backed up slowly and left the clearing. I didn't run, but I wanted to. That night, I heard the dragging sound again. Closer this time, right up against the wall near the cooler. Then silence. I sat on the floor, heart racing, waiting. Then came the sound of breathing. Not mine. Slow, steady breathing, just outside the window. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The breathing stayed for what felt like an hour. Then it faded. I stayed frozen until dawn. The next morning, I found something. A mark on the wall near the cooler. 3 scratches, shallow but deliberate, etched into the wood. Not claw marks. Not random. They were horizontal, evenly spaced. Like someone had used a knife. I packed that morning. I told myself I wasn't leaving, just getting ready. But I didn't go on a walk. I didn't sit outside. I stayed near the door with the lantern on, even in daylight. That night, I slept in the car. I locked the doors and curled up in the back seat with a blanket. It was cramped and cold, but I felt safer. The cabin sat in front of me, its door shut, its window dark. I kept my eyes on it. Around 2 a.m., the motion sensor light on the side of the cabin, something I didn't even know was there, flicked on. It lit up a patch of grass and part of the deck. Nothing was there. Then it turned off. I waited. Then it came on again. Still nothing. Then the third time it lit up, I saw it. A man, thin, tall, with dark clothes and no shoes, standing at the edge of the deck. He wasn't moving. He wasn't looking at the light. He was looking straight at the car. I stayed perfectly still. He didn't move. The light clicked off. Darkness. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. By morning, the car battery was nearly dead from having the dome light on all night. When the sun came up, the man was gone. I drove out that morning. Didn't even go back into the cabin. Just turned the car around in the grass and followed the trail out, branches scraping the sides, gravel popping under the tires. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station with people and cell service. I called the cabin owner from the parking lot. Told him I was leaving early. He didn't ask why. Just said he'd refund the rest of the days and hoped I was all right. I didn't explain. What would I even say? I didn't tell anyone for a long time. Part of me thought maybe I imagined it, that I was just tired, paranoid. But then, a few months later, I came across an article. A short piece about a man arrested in northern Michigan, found living off the grid, squatting in state forest land. He had built small shelters out of wood and trash. They showed a photo of one of the shelters. It was the same birch clearing, same tarps, same structure. The man had no ID. No one knew who he was. They said he'd been living out there for years, avoiding people, stealing food from campsites. They found a cabin not far from where he was picked up. Said it had scratches on the walls and signs someone had been watching it. That was all I needed. I never went back. I still don't go anywhere that doesn't have neighbors. I still don't sleep well if it's too quiet. And I always check behind me when I'm walking in the woods. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that place. I told myself it was just bad timing, wrong place, whatever. But no matter how many excuses I come up with, the way it all happened still plays in my head every night. I see it in the shower, on long drives, even when I'm doing something normal like cooking dinner or waiting in line at the grocery store. It never leaves me. I think a part of me stayed behind that day, buried somewhere in that dry, rocky dirt, still trying to make sense of what really happened. It started simple. I had taken a week off work. My mind was cluttered. I was tired of the noise, the city traffic, the blue light from my phone constantly buzzing with emails and messages I didn't care about. I needed a break. I needed silence. So I packed up my gear and drove east. I didn't tell many people where I was going, just that I'd be out of range for a few days. I found a spot online, a remote hiking trail about 6 hours from where I lived. Not many reviews. Not a popular destination. That's exactly what I was looking for. I left early in the morning, before the sun came up. The highway was empty most of the way, and I only stopped twice, to fill up the tank and grab some gas station snacks. The farther I drove, the less I saw. Towns got smaller, signs more spread out, the roads narrower. I finally reached a dusty turnoff that looked more like a forgotten tractor path than an actual road, but the GPS insisted that was the way. So I followed it. The path led me deeper into rolling hills and scrubland. Dry trees, loose rocks, not much shade. The kind of place where rattlesnakes probably outnumber people. After about 40 minutes of slow, careful driving on the dirt road, I reached the trailhead. There was no parking lot, just a flattened patch of earth with a faded wooden sign half swallowed by weeds. I parked, got out, stretched my legs, and looked around. There was nothing. No buildings, no people, no other cars. Just the land, wide and quiet. I should have turned around then. I should have seen the isolation as a warning. But I didn't. I felt good. The silence was exactly what I wanted. I loaded my pack, checked the straps, tightened my boots, and started walking. The trail was narrow, sometimes hard to follow, but the dry brush was low enough to see the worn path most of the time. I hiked for maybe 4 hours before I found a decent spot to set up camp. A small clearing beside a rocky ridge, with enough open sky to stargaze and enough coverage to block the wind. I set up my tent, rolled out my sleeping bag, and collected some dry wood for a fire later that night. There was no signal out there. I checked just once, then put my phone away. I didn't want to see it again anyway. The sun was still high when I finished everything. I had the whole afternoon ahead of me, but I didn't feel like walking anymore. So I just sat. For hours I listened. The wind in the dry grass. The distant screech of some hawk circling above. Insects clicking in the brush. Nothing else. No engines. No voices. No sirens or TVs or slamming doors. It was peaceful, in a way that almost made my chest ache. Night came fast out there. 1 second the sky was pink and orange, and the next it was deep blue. I lit the fire and boiled some water for noodles. Ate straight from the pot. My eyes stayed on the shadows around me. When you're out there alone, your mind starts playing tricks. Every rustle sounds like something big. Every shape in the dark could be something moving, but nothing ever got too close. I stayed up for a while watching the flames, then climbed into my tent and zipped myself in. I woke up a few times during the night. Not from sounds, just from the cold. It got colder than I expected. I hadn't packed the best gear. I had to wrap my jacket around my feet and curl into a tight ball to stay warm. But eventually I slept. The next morning, I decided to explore the ridge above camp. It wasn't very high, just a rocky slope with scattered bushes and a few twisted trees near the top. I left most of my gear behind, brought just water and a snack, and started climbing. The view from the top was strange. It didn't stretch out like I expected. Instead, I saw more of the same, rolling, dry hills stretching in every direction. No roads, no signs of human life, just endless brush and rock. It was almost dizzying, like standing in the middle of a painting that had no edges. That's when I noticed something. Off to the left, maybe half a mile away, there was a gap in the hills. A kind of natural cut in the land, with steeper walls and a cluster of tall, narrow rocks poking out. I couldn't see much from where I stood, but something about it caught my attention. It didn't look like the rest. It looked out of place. Unnatural, almost. I stood there for a long time, just staring. The wind picked up a little. The air felt colder, despite the sun. My stomach started to churn, but I ignored it. I told myself I'd check it out. Just for a bit. Maybe it was an old campsite or a dry riverbed. Nothing serious. I headed back down, grabbed a small bag with water, snacks, flashlight, knife, nothing heavy. I left a marker on a tree near camp, just in case I lost track of where I'd come from. The hike to the gap was longer than it looked. The hills were rough, and the ground was uneven. Several times I had to stop and catch my breath, especially when the path got steep. By the time I reached the edge of the gap, the sun was high overhead, maybe early afternoon. The air changed as soon as I stepped down into it. The walls of the gap blocked the wind. It got quiet. Too quiet. Even the bugs had stopped clicking. I walked slowly, the narrow path squeezing between the rock spires and boulders. Some of the rocks looked blackened, like they'd been burned or struck by lightning. Others had strange grooves in them, almost like tool marks, but not any kind of tool I recognized. I kept walking. About 20 minutes in, the gap opened into a wider bowl, surrounded on all sides by steep rock faces. At the center was a flat patch of ground, covered in loose gravel and some dead grass. Nothing grew in that circle, not even weeds. That part stuck with me the most. There was something else, too. Off to the far side of the bowl, tucked under an overhang, I saw what looked like a man-made structure. At first, I thought it was a collapsed shed or part of a fence. But as I got closer, I saw it was made of stone. Carefully stacked slabs, forming a short wall, maybe 3 feet high. It curved into a half circle, open on one side. Inside the half circle, the ground was darker, like the dirt had been dug out and replaced. I stood there for a long time, staring. I didn't move. I didn't take photos. I just stood there, trying to understand why it made my chest feel tight. Then I heard something. Not a loud sound, just a soft scraping, like dry cloth dragging over stone. It came from behind one of the larger rock formations on the other side of the bowl. I froze. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bird nesting in the rocks. But the sound wasn't fast or random like an animal. It was steady, deliberate. I slowly backed away, careful not to make noise. I didn't turn my back. I just moved step by step until I reached the narrow part of the gap again. I kept walking. I didn't run, even though my legs wanted to. I knew if I started running, I might fall or draw attention. So I walked fast but quiet, all the way back to the ridge, then down to camp. By the time I reached my tent, my hands were shaking. My shirt was soaked with sweat. I sat down on a rock and tried to calm down. I told myself it was nothing, just wind, maybe something falling. But deep down, I didn't believe it. I didn't eat much that night, just some jerky and a granola bar. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want anything to draw attention. As soon as it got dark, I crawled into the tent and zipped it up. I lay there for hours listening. Every sound outside made me jump. I barely slept. Around midnight, I heard something move near the tent. Not footsteps exactly, but a shift. A weight. Something stepping on dry grass. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling of the tent, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would give me away. The sound didn't come closer. It didn't go away either. It stayed just outside, for almost an hour. Then, finally, silence. The next morning, I didn't waste time. I packed everything, didn't even eat breakfast. I rolled up the tent as fast as I could, shoved my gear into the bag, and hiked back to the car without stopping. The whole way, I felt like something was watching me. When I finally reached the car and slammed the door shut, I locked it and sat there for a while. My hands were shaking again. My mouth was dry. I didn't start the engine for several minutes. Eventually, I drove away. I didn't look back. I didn't tell anyone about the gap. Not my coworkers. Not my friends. Not even my brother, who I usually tell everything. I don't know why. Maybe part of me felt stupid. Maybe I didn't want anyone to think I was losing it. But I know what I felt out there. Something had been watching me. Something was in that bowl. And the part that keeps me up at night, when I got home and unpacked my gear, I found something strange in my backpack. A rock. A small, flat piece of dark stone, like the one stacked in that half-circle wall. But I never picked it up. I never touched anything in that place. It was just there, at the bottom of my bag. Clean. Cold. I wrapped it in a towel and shoved it in a drawer in the garage. Some nights, when the house is quiet and I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear something faint. A scrape. A shift. Like cloth on stone. I haven't been camping since. I had never been truly afraid of silence until that weekend. You think silence is peaceful, calming even, until you hear it in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's when it becomes loud, crushing, almost violent. I was used to quiet, at least the kind that comes with my job. I work in wildlife monitoring, part-time with a private conservation company. Most of the time it's just short hikes, game camera setups, tracking collar data checks, sometimes setting traps to collect hair samples. Nothing dangerous, just slow, detailed work. That weekend was a solo assignment in the foothills east of the Cascades. The company had a small outpost cabin there, just a square one-room thing built decades ago for logging, now used as a monitoring base. The area wasn't even that remote by backcountry standards, roughly 7 miles off a service road and about 5 miles from the nearest ranger station. I had hiked further before. The plan was simple. Hike in Friday morning, stay until Sunday, check the 2 cameras in the draw, collect the sample kits from the Pine Ridge, and set up a temporary sound sensor near the creek. Just 3 days. I left around 6 a.m. Friday, parked near the gate, and hiked in. The trail was thin but easy to follow. The forest there was denser than usual, not tall old-growth trees, but clusters of thick pines and underbrush that grew close together. There were game trails crisscrossing the human trail in several places, mostly deer from what I could tell. The first 2 miles were uneventful. Around mile 3, I saw the first weird thing. There was a tree blocking part of the trail, but it didn't look natural. It had been cut, not by a saw, but hacked down, maybe with a machete or axe. And it was dragged, not fallen. I could see the trench marks in the dirt, the way the roots had been twisted, the awkward way the trunk angled against the slope. It wasn't blocking the trail entirely, just bent over it like someone wanted to obscure part of it, not close it off. I remember pausing there longer than I usually would, staring at it, just trying to make sense of it. I kept moving. I told myself it was probably just a hunter or some local playing games. I passed the tree and didn't see anything else strange until I reached the cabin. The cabin looked fine. Basic. Log frame, metal roof, a wood-burning stove, a cot, a desk, and some old shelving. No power, no plumbing, just a water barrel and a few jugs. There was a hand-cranked radio inside and a clipboard with old check-in logs, which I added my name to. I unpacked my gear, ate a cold meal, and went to work. The cameras were about a mile apart, along the draw east of the cabin. I reached the first one easily, swapped the memory card, and checked the mount. Everything was fine. The second camera took longer. It was further into the thicket, and the trail to it wasn't maintained. I had to move slowly, ducking branches, checking for snakes. I was about 200 feet from the camera when I noticed something off in the dirt, drag marks, like something heavy had been pulled. At first, I thought it might be an animal carcass, but when I followed the drag for a few feet, it just ended. No blood, no hair, no prints. Just a section of disturbed earth that looked like something had been pulled backwards, then lifted. That alone wasn't terrifying, but it felt off, like it shouldn't have been there. The camera was still mounted when I got there, though. I took the card and hiked back to the cabin just before dark. I locked the door, made a small fire in the stove, and laid down. I told myself everything was fine. The silence that night was the kind that felt heavy. The kind where you can hear your own heartbeat echo inside your ears. I barely slept. I woke up before the sun and made coffee. Around 7 a.m., I left to collect the hare traps on the Pine Ridge. That was the highest point in the area, about a 2-hour hike uphill. The ridge itself was open, dotted with sparse trees and tall grass, easy to see across. I collected the first 2 traps quickly. The third one was missing. The flagging tape was there, but the tree it had been stapled to had deep gouges in the bark, like it had been raked by something strong. I stared at those marks for a long time. They weren't bear claw marks. I'd seen those before. Bears don't make parallel lines that deep or that uniform. I scanned the ridge, but didn't see anything else. I was about to leave when I heard it. A sharp, short whistle. Not bird-like. Not wind. A real, human-like whistle. 3 short blasts. Then silence. I turned, thinking maybe it was a ranger, but there was no one. Nothing. Just empty ridge and tree line. I left fast. I didn't run, but I moved quick and steady. I didn't stop to look back. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the trees. I didn't eat. I didn't start a fire. I just sat there in the dark, heart racing, every few seconds looking at the door. I had my bear spray next to me, my headlamp, my multi-tool. I felt exposed. That night was worse. Around midnight, I heard something outside. Not footsteps, not breathing. Something scraping against the cabin wall. Slow, steady scraping, like nails or a stick being dragged across the wood. It lasted maybe 30 seconds. Then silence. I waited, trying to slow my breathing. After a while, I built up the nerve to peek through the slats in the boarded-up window. Nothing. Just moonlight on trees. In the morning, I found marks on the outside wall. Long, thin scratches. Too high for an animal. I decided then I wasn't staying another night. I packed fast, skipped breakfast, and left. But I didn't take the main trail back. I decided to cut across the creek and loop around, thinking maybe I'd avoid whoever, or whatever, had been near the cabin. That decision nearly killed me. The creek was swollen from recent rains, but I crossed it. The alternate route was steep and overgrown, but I pushed through. I walked for hours, following the GPS on my watch, trying to intersect the main road further west. Around noon, I saw something strange. A shirt, hanging from a tree branch. Blue plaid, torn at the sleeve, flapping slightly in the breeze. I approached it carefully. The fabric was sun-faded, but not soaked or weather-worn. Someone had put it there recently. It wasn't snagged, it was tied. I turned to leave and froze. About 20 feet behind me, in the trees, was a shape. At first I thought it was a stump, but then it moved, just slightly. A shift in weight. I couldn't make out details, just the outline. Tall, human-shaped, still, watching. I didn't move. Neither did it. For what felt like forever, we both stayed frozen. Then I slowly backed away, heart pounding so loud I felt dizzy. I kept my eyes on that spot until a tree blocked it from view. Then I turned and walked as fast as I could. I didn't see it again. I don't know if it followed me. I didn't look. I didn't stop. For 3 hours I pushed downhill through brush and mud and thorn, until finally I reached the old service road. I followed it west for another mile before I saw the gate. My car was still there. When I reached it, I locked the doors before even putting the keys in. Then I just sat there. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stared at my scratched hands, at the dirt under my nails, the cuts on my shins. I don't know how long I sat there before I finally drove. I didn't report it. Not the shirt, not the whistle, not the shape. What would I say? That someone was watching me in the woods. That something scratched my cabin wall. I checked the memory cards from the cameras later. Just deer, squirrels, a black bear. Nothing strange. No people. No shapes. I still go out for field work, but I won't go back to that cabin. The company asked once if I'd take another assignment there. I lied and said I had a bad knee. The truth is, I've never been that kind of scared before. Not because of a monster. Not because of some supernatural thing. Just the idea of someone, some real person, being out there. Watching. Waiting. Playing with you in the woods like you're part of a game they've done before. The way that tree was dragged onto the trail. The missing trap. The shirt. The scratches. The shape in the woods. Whoever it was, they knew the area better than me. They moved silently. They never showed their face. They left no trace, but the ones they wanted me to find. And that whistle. 3 short blasts. It didn't sound like a call for help. It sounded like a signal. I think about that night sometimes, lying in my own bed now. I think about the scraping on the wall. I wonder if they were trying to draw me outside, or just letting me know they were there. Whatever the reason, I'm just glad I didn't open that door. I never planned to go that deep into the woods. I'd hiked a lot in my life, sure, but I always stuck to known trails or national parks. This time, though, I made a mistake. I decided to explore an area I'd only read about on a few forums. Somewhere remote, hardly ever visited, no marked trails, and barely any phone signal. I thought it'd be peaceful. I thought it'd be a way to reset my head after a rough couple of months at work. I packed my gear, filled my truck with fuel, and drove out early in the morning. The spot was about 4 hours from town. The roads slowly narrowed from highways to backroads, then to gravel and dirt. Trees got denser on both sides. By the time I reached the end of the road, if you could call it that, it was nearly noon. I parked near a dry stream bed, grabbed my backpack, locked up the truck, and stepped into the forest. The first few hours were beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the trees in golden patches, and the air smelled clean, like pine and dirt and the faint scent of moss. I followed a rough game trail, just barely visible if you paid attention. There were no signs, no people, no trash. Just quiet. It felt good. The noise in my head started to settle down. I hiked for about 6 miles before I found a decent clearing. It was flat, tucked between 2 small ridges, and surrounded by old trees with thick roots. I set up camp, pitched my tent, gathered wood for a fire later, and checked my gear. Everything was in order. I had enough food for 3 days, a water filter, a decent knife, headlamp, first aid kit, and even a flare gun in case I needed help. That first night was normal. I lit a small fire, boiled water for my dehydrated meal, and sat on a log while I ate. It was quiet, but not too quiet. I heard the usual sounds: wind through the trees, the distant call of an owl, maybe a coyote further out. I turned in early, zipped up the tent, and drifted off to sleep without any trouble. The second day I went deeper. I left most of my gear at camp and took a smaller pack with snacks, my water filter, compass, and a few essentials. My plan was just to follow the terrain and see how far I could go without getting lost. Around midday, I reached a narrow valley that dropped down sharply between two ridges. I stood at the top for a while looking down. The trees were packed tightly at the bottom, almost like a wall of green. Something about it made me feel uneasy, but I ignored it. I'd come to get away from stress, not feed my own nerves. I went down the slope carefully, grabbing tree trunks and roots to keep from sliding. The ground was soft and covered in leaves. At the bottom, it was cooler. The sun didn't reach through as well, and the air felt heavier. I wandered for a while, but didn't go much further. Eventually, I turned around and climbed back up. By the time I got back to camp, it was late afternoon. That night, things changed. After eating, I sat by the fire again. The wind had died down, and it felt more still than the night before. I noticed fewer animal sounds. No owls, no distant howls. Just the crackle of the fire. I remember thinking it felt too quiet, like everything had gone somewhere. I tried to shrug it off. I put out the fire and crawled into my tent. The fabric walls blocked most of the view, but I left the rainfly half open for air. I lay there for a long time, staring at the dim shape of the trees outside. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard something. It was footsteps. Not fast or loud, but steady. Crunch, pause. Crunch, pause. Moving through the underbrush, maybe 50 feet from the tent. I held my breath. My first thought was that it might be a deer, or maybe a bear. I sat up slowly and reached for the knife I kept by my sleeping bag. The sound moved closer. Crunch. Pause. A branch snapped. Not loud, but close. I didn't move. I just listened. Whatever it was circling the camp. I heard it move to one side, then behind me, then further out again. It never came right up to the tent. Just stayed at that distance. I stayed frozen, holding the knife, until the sounds finally faded. When morning came, I got up and walked the perimeter of my camp. I didn't see anything obvious. No tracks, no broken branches. But the air still felt wrong. Heavier. Like something had shifted. I packed my day bag again, but this time I stayed closer. I didn't want to go back down that valley. I followed the ridge instead, keeping my bearings tight. After a few hours, I turned back and returned to camp early. I sat by the cold fire pit, sharpening my knife, trying not to let my imagination get the best of me. That evening I made sure everything was secured. Food bag hung high in a tree. Fire out. Tent zipped. I crawled into my sleeping bag early and tried to sleep, but I kept waking up. Every time I thought I heard a sound, something snapping or rustling, I'd freeze and listen, but it always went quiet. I don't think I got more than a few hours of broken sleep. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to leave a day early. I didn't feel safe. Something wasn't right, and I didn't want to risk it. I packed up quickly, made sure I left no trash or trace, and started back the way I came. I only made it about 2 miles before I realized I wasn't alone. I was moving fast, following the rough trail I'd come in on. Trees were familiar, landmarks looked the same, but something felt off. I kept stopping to listen. I had the sense someone, or something, was behind me. Not close, but not far either. I never heard definite footsteps, just little things, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, faint movement behind tree trunks. I didn't see anyone, but I felt it. That crawling pressure on the back of your neck when you know you're being watched. I sped up. My heart was pounding, and I kept checking behind me. Still no one. Still that feeling. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I didn't stop. I just kept moving, forcing myself to put one boot in front of the other. Then I heard it. A cough. It was quick, low, and muffled, but definitely human. Not an animal. Not wind. A dry, low cough from maybe 30 yards back. I stopped cold. My chest went tight, and I stood there, breathing shallow, listening. Nothing. Total silence again. I didn't run, but I walked faster. Almost jogging. I didn't want to make noise, but I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to reach the truck. After another hour, I finally saw the clearing through the trees. The old dried-out stream bed. My truck, parked in the same spot. Relief hit me hard. I jogged the last stretch, dropped my pack in the bed, and grabbed the keys. I looked back once before getting in. The tree line was still. Nothing moved, but I didn't shake the feeling. I drove off without taking another step into those woods. But that wasn't the end. A few days later, when I was home and trying to forget it, I noticed something. I was going through my backpack to clean it out and restock what I'd used. One of the side pockets was unzipped. I never leave it that way. Inside was my emergency space blanket, folded, but not the way I pack it. It looked like it had been unwrapped and stuffed back. Then I found my spare water filter. It was wet. I hadn't used it. I used the other one, kept in the top pouch. My stomach dropped. I sat there for a long time, holding it, trying to explain it. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I used it and forgot. But I knew I didn't. I know how careful I am when I pack and unpack. Someone had opened my bag. Someone had touched my gear. Someone had been in my camp, and I had never heard them. I threw the whole pack into storage and haven't touched it since. I still hike, but only in known areas, only on real trails, and only when I'm not alone. What got to me wasn't what I saw. I never saw anything. No monster, no ghost, no masked figure with a knife. What got to me was how quiet it all was. How careful. How someone could get that close, move through my camp, touch my things, maybe watch me sleep, without ever making a sound I could catch. They were good at it. Too good. I woke up before the sun. It was the kind of morning where the world felt muted, like the land hadn't decided if it was ready to wake up yet. I sat at the edge of my bed in the small cabin I had rented deep in the Smoky Mountains. There was no signal, no Wi-Fi, and barely any signs of other people for miles. That was the point. I had needed to get away from the city, from people, from everything. The news cycle, the noise, the traffic, even just the constant chatter of day-to-day life. I needed quiet. The cabin was simple. A single room with a small kitchen, a bed, a desk by the window, and a wood stove. The bathroom was outside, a short walk down a dirt path to a separate shed with a compost toilet. It was rustic, but I liked it that way. The windows were single pane, and the wooden door didn't have much insulation. I had brought a small battery-powered heater, but mostly relied on the stove for warmth. The mornings were cold, especially in late October. I got dressed slowly, layering up with a wool sweater and thick pants, then pulled on my boots. I made coffee using a metal percolator and stood by the window while it brewed. The view outside was just endless trees, mostly leafless now, dark trunks twisting up toward the gray sky. There was still a bit of frost clinging to the grass. I watched a squirrel hop from one branch to another and vanish into the woods. After breakfast, I grabbed my backpack, filled a thermos, packed a sandwich, and decided to head out for a long hike. I had a paper map from the visitor center and had spent the last few days exploring different parts of the trail network. I picked a new loop today, one that went further north and cut through some dense forest. I like getting off the beaten path, but I still marked my trails with chalk on tree bark to avoid getting turned around. I also kept a whistle and a compass with me just in case. The trail started off easy, a wide dirt path that wound through gently sloping hills and passed over a shallow stream. The air smelled like wet leaves and cold earth. I walked for a while, maybe an hour or so, before I reached the thicker part of the forest. This area hadn't seen much maintenance. Fallen logs blocked parts of the trail, and underbrush clawed at my legs. I had to slow down and watch where I stepped. A wrong move here could easily lead to a twisted ankle. I stopped by a boulder to eat my sandwich and drink some coffee. It was quiet. I mean really quiet. No birds, no rustling, just wind moving lazily through the trees. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt like everything had gone still. I remember feeling uneasy, like something was off. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I wasn't used to real silence. But still, I ate quickly and kept going. About 15 minutes later, I saw something odd. Just off the trail, maybe 20 or 30 feet in, there was a tree with its bark stripped in a straight vertical line. The wood underneath was pale and freshly exposed, like it had just been done. I stopped and stared at it. I thought maybe a bear had done it, but the strip was so clean, too clean. No claw marks. It looked like someone had used a knife or some kind of tool. I looked around. Nothing. I didn't hear anything either. I made a note of it mentally and kept walking. The trail narrowed. and the trees started closing in. I had to duck under low-hanging branches and push through brush. I started to hear things. Faint sounds. Not voices, not animals either. Just noises, like something moving far away. Too far to see, but just close enough to make me tense up. It wasn't constant. It would stop for long stretches, then come back. I kept going. Maybe I should have turned back, but I was halfway through the loop, and it would have taken longer to go back than to finish. At least that's what I told myself. My steps got quicker. I stopped taking in the scenery. I just wanted to get out of this part of the woods. Then I saw the tarp. It was blue and old, flapping gently in the wind. It was about 40 yards off the trail, partially hidden behind a cluster of saplings. I froze. Who the hell was camping way out here? There were no designated campgrounds this far north. It wasn't even flat terrain. But the tarp was tied up over what looked like a makeshift shelter, with branches and a thin rope forming a sort of lean-to. I waited, looked around. Nothing moved. No smoke, no signs of life. Against my better judgment, I stepped off the trail and crept closer. There were bones. Animal bones, at first glance. Small ones, cleaned and scattered around. Some looked like they were strung together with bits of wire or twine, hanging from tree branches like decorations. My stomach turned. I stepped closer and looked inside the lean-to. There were clothes piled in the corner. Torn, dirty clothes. A water bottle, stained red. Empty food cans. A small hatchet with a cracked handle. A notebook half buried under a sleeping bag. I didn't touch it. Something moved behind me. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing. I scanned the trees. Nothing moved, but I didn't feel alone anymore. Every hair on my body stood up. I backed away slowly, then turned and walked fast. Not running, not yet, but fast. I got back to the trail and kept moving. The sun had started to dip low, and the forest was darker now. I pulled out my compass to make sure I was going the right way. The needle spun slowly, like it was confused. That's not supposed to happen. I tapped it, shook it, but it just wouldn't settle. I picked up the pace. My breathing got heavier, but I didn't stop. I started hearing the noises again. Closer this time. Heavier. More deliberate. I turned around more than once, but I never saw anything. It was like something was pacing me, just out of sight. Then I found the boot. It was lying in the middle of the trail. Worn leather, torn laces, the toe bent upward like it had been yanked off. I stopped dead, looked at it, then looked around again. There was no reason a boot should be out here, not in the middle of the trail, not like that. I backed away from it and kept walking. Soon I was practically jogging. My legs burned, and I tripped over roots more than once. I wanted to stop and drink water, but I didn't dare. I felt like if I stopped, I'd hear breathing. Real breathing, just over my shoulder. The trail seemed longer on the way out. I kept checking the map, but the landmarks didn't line up. I should have passed the second stream by now. I should have reached the trail fork, the one with the broken sign. But I kept walking, and none of it came. I started to panic. My hands shook, my vision blurred a little. I stopped and tried to steady myself. I looked back. There was something. Not a person. Not clearly. Just a shape. Way down the trail. Standing still. I blinked. It was gone. Or maybe it had stepped behind a tree. I couldn't tell. My body moved before my brain could catch up. I ran. I don't know how long I ran. Time got strange. The trees all looked the same. The light changed. It felt like hours. I finally burst out into a clearing I didn't recognize. It was flat, open, surrounded by dense forest. I collapsed onto my knees and tried to get my bearings. I didn't know where I was. My map was useless now. Nothing matched. I thought about climbing a tree, trying to get a view, but I was too tired. I sat there, breathing hard, until I heard a stick snap behind me. I didn't look. I just got up and ran again. This time, I didn't stop until I hit a gravel road. Not a trail. A road. I don't know how far I had gone. It wasn't on the map, but I saw tire tracks, old ones, and figured if I followed them, they'd lead somewhere. They did. About a mile down, I saw a rusted metal gate, and beyond it, a dirt path leading up to an old fire lookout station. It looked abandoned. The windows were cracked, and the door was hanging open. But I went inside anyway. It was shelter. I locked the door with a stick wedged under the handle and collapsed onto the dusty floor. I stayed there until morning. I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I felt safe enough to move again. I followed the road all the way down the mountain. It took hours, but eventually I found a ranger station. I didn't tell them everything. I just said I got lost and found a strange campsite. They sent someone to check it out. I left that same day. A week later, someone called me. Said they had found the lean-to, but nothing else. No bones. No clothes. No tarp. Nothing. Like it had never been there. I haven't been back to those woods since. I woke to the sound of sharp scratching against the window pane, the kind of sound that feels alive, as if tiny hands are clawing at glass. I lay there, the thin sheets of the bed shivering where my legs met the frame, heart trying to catch its breath in my chest. Outside, darkness pressed against the panes, uninterrupted by street lamp or distant glow. I told myself it was nothing, just wind. But the sound came again, precise and deliberate. I slipped from the bed, feet cold on the hardwood floor. The house was silent except for that scratching and the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I crept toward the window, breathing shallow, palms damp against the wall. When I peered out, nothing but darkness. My breath fogged the glass. The sound stopped. I stared until my eyes ached, then backed away slowly. Over the next several hours, that noise returned at odd times. At 2 a.m, I heard scraping along the side of the house near the back door. At 3, a thud against the roof above my bedroom. I forced myself not to imagine someone up there. Footsteps over the shingles. I'd walk the house in the daylight, check for break-ins, tell myself my mind played tricks. But I barely slept. I started to notice small signs. A scuffed shoe print on the mud by the porch, too large to be mine. A sliver of torn fabric stuck on the latch of the basement window. The latch normally smooth, but this time rough. I ran a glove over it and felt threads that hadn't been there before. Someone had tried to open that window. I knew that because the latch felt pressed outward slightly, as if pushed from outside. Each night, the fear deepened. I began sleeping with the bedroom light on. I kept my phone in hand, flashlight app ready. I placed chairs under doorknobs, jammed the closet door with weights. My hunger faded. I ate toast cold, half-heartedly. The sweet taste of coffee turned bitter. I watched the corners of rooms, half expecting movement. During the day, I walked the perimeter of the house. I measured distances, checked that locks worked smoothly. In the yard, I found more shoe scuffs, the prints faint in the dew. I didn't call the police. I told myself it would seem silly without real proof. But I was scared, on edge every time a car door slammed 2 blocks away. On the 3rd night, the scratching turned into banging. Something hammered against the front door. My heart thundered. I lifted the blinds at the living room window, peering onto the porch. A dark shape ducked behind a pillar. I couldn't see features, just a heavy form in dark clothing. I swallowed. The intruder hammered the door again, low confident strikes, the wood trembling. I pressed against a wall, phone in hand. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers, whispered yes into the line as the operator asked questions. The operator stayed on the phone, telling me police were coming. I counted off seconds as the shape crept around the side of the house. I watched the light of the hallway flicker as footsteps passed behind me. I dared not move. Eventually the pounding stopped. Silence pressed in. I stayed on the phone, voice trembling. Outside, I heard a soft rustling as footsteps moved away. Then nothing. I waited for sirens, but none came. My phone battery died. I stayed on speaker without hearing anything more. Dawn arrived slow and gray. I peeked outside. No sign of broken wood, no footprints on the porch. I felt empty and worn. At breakfast, I forced down oatmeal. I looked out the kitchen window at the backyard. The grass was limp from dew. No footprints, no damage. I felt I was losing my mind, maybe imagining it all. But I still felt watched. I started putting cameras around the house by night 4. I found cheap ones online that sent video to my phone. I hung one near the front door, another pointed at the basement window, a third in the backyard, all connected to motion alerts. I left lights on outside. I slept in clothes in case I needed to run. Night came again. At midnight, my phone buzzed. Motion detected at the backyard camera. I looked at the live feed. A tall figure moved near the hedge at the edge of the lawn. They wore dark clothes, head bent low. The figure bent closer to the basement window, placed a gloved hand on the frame, fingers clasped around the edge. The window rattled, then began to open slowly. I felt a wave of sick dread. I dialed 911 again, voice choking. I could make out a body entering through the window, sliding in, crouching. The window shifted, then slid back down. The figure moved into the basement. I heard movement in the video. Voices low, steps, something sliding on concrete. My heart hammered. The police came. Within 5 minutes, miles of sirens. They burst in, stormed the house, heavy boots behind me. I stayed frozen on the stairs. They secured the place. In the basement, they found a man crouched by the water heater, bag beside him with lock-picking tools, a phone, cash. He was alone. He looked startled. They handcuffed him and let him out. I stood trembling. He told them he had watched my routine. He knew I slept late. He'd planned to steal cash and jewelry. He tried windows first. He'd pried open the basement window. He said I made it difficult. Lights, cameras, noise. They asked me questions about the prints, the scraps of torn fabric. The police logger noted everything carefully. They assured me they'd file charges and patrol the block. They told me to keep the cameras, get new locks, change my routine. They said I'd done while calling 911. I felt shaken but relieved. In the days afterward, the terror faded. I replaced locks, had a security system installed. I changed curtains, sleep patterns. I got a friend to stay for a night or two while I slept properly again. I began to eat full meals, regained appetite for coffee, for conversation. I stood in the dim kitchen and cried quietly. The fear drained from me, replaced with exhaustion. Life slowly returned. I ventured back into normal routine. I went grocery shopping, waved at neighbors, left windows open for a cool breeze. I checked the camera footage and deleted the clips, but kept the clips of that night stored offline, salted away. I felt stronger, more alert. Weeks later, I walked to the backyard at dusk. Crickets chirped, and the air held a faint chill. I looked at the basement window, now reinforced with bars inside and better locks. I felt safe in a way I had never known before. I remembered the shape at the hedge, the footsteps near the house, the scratching at the front door. I reminded myself that it was over. I had done everything I needed to do. I had protected myself. I slept well that night. I held the covers tight, but without dread. When morning came, I woke to sunlight on my face and a sense of calm that had been absent for days. The house felt mine again. The silence was peaceful. The memory of fear lingered like a fading echo, but it no longer controlled me. Because I took action. I stayed calm enough to document, to alert, to protect. And in that clarity, I found safety. The ending of that chapter wasn't triumphant in some spectacular way, but it was clear, solid. I survived. I reclaimed my home, and I rest now in the certainty that I made it safe again. I don't know why I kept thinking about that dirt road. I had passed by it so many times over the years that it was almost part of the background. No sign, no houses down it. Just a narrow trail leading off the main highway, flanked by trees thick with age. It wasn't even paved, just red clay, sometimes washed out when it rained. It veered off into nowhere, and I never saw another vehicle go down it. But that day, something about it felt different. I was on my way home from work, tired as hell, and I saw the road like I always did. Only this time, I slowed down. Something told me to check it out. Maybe it was boredom. Maybe I needed to break the routine. Whatever it was, I pulled off. My tires crunched over the loose gravel at the entrance. There wasn't much clearance, but my truck handled it fine. I kept going slow, trying to watch for potholes. The trees leaned in real tight, made it feel like I was driving through a tunnel made of branches and leaves. I rolled the window down and turned off the radio. It was quiet, too quiet. Even the birds weren't making noise. I drove for about 10 minutes. The road kept twisting, then dipping, then climbing again. I passed over a small creek with no bridge, just a slab of concrete, then past a clearing where the trees had been cut down long ago. Logs still lay rotting there. Then the road started narrowing. Grass grew up the center, and the ruts on either side got deeper. It looked like no one had been down this way in years. I should have turned around, but I didn't. I kept thinking maybe there was a cabin or something at the end. Maybe it led to a hunting area or old farmland. I don't know what I expected. Curiosity, maybe. Or that weird sense of wanting to see something out of the ordinary. Eventually, I came to a spot where the road just ended. No turnaround, no driveway, nothing. It just faded into thick brush. So I stopped, put it in park, and got out. The air was warm, still, and smelled like damp leaves and dirt. My boots sunk a bit into the soft ground. I took a few steps forward, pushed some branches aside. I didn't see anything except more woods. But then I noticed something off to my left. A fence. It was old and almost completely covered in vines. The wood posts had started to rot, and some of the wire was sagging. I stepped over to it. Beyond it, the trees opened up into a large clearing. That's when I saw the shack. It was small, crooked, and half covered in moss and ivy. The tin roof was rusted through in places. One of the front steps had collapsed. It didn't look like anyone had touched it in decades, but it was there, standing. I don't know why I wanted to go inside. Just looking at it made me uneasy, but I hopped the fence and made my way over. The ground squished under my feet. I felt like I was walking through a place that had been forgotten for too long. I reached the shack and tried the door. It opened easy. No creaking, just a soft push. The air inside smelled worse. Mold, rotted wood, maybe something dead. I stepped in careful. The floor dipped under my weight but held. There wasn't much inside. A broken chair, an old mattress with no springs, and a small table with a rusted-out lantern on top. That should have been it. I should have taken a look, nodded, and gone back to my truck. But I saw another door in the back. Half open. Looked like a closet or maybe a pantry. I moved over slow. The moment I touched the knob, I heard something outside. A thud. I froze. Looked out through the crack between the boards and the wall. Nothing. Just trees. Still quiet. I opened the back door. Inside was a staircase going down. Now that made no sense. This shack was barely above ground. There was no reason for it to have a basement. But the stairs were there, made of cement, leading into darkness. I pulled my phone out, turned on the flashlight, and started down. The air got colder and heavier. It felt thick, like I was walking into a cave. The smell down there was something else entirely. It wasn't just mold. It was sharp, metallic. Blood, maybe. My stomach turned. At the bottom of the stairs was a dirt floor. The walls were cement blocks, damp and stained. There were some shelves against the wall, holding old jars of who knows what. One had a cloudy liquid inside with something floating in it. I didn't look close. I moved the light around the room. That's when I saw the second door. Metal, bolted, with a latch on my side. Someone had sealed it shut. I stared at it for a while. My body felt tense, like my brain was screaming at me to go back up. But something was pulling me in. I undid the bolt and opened the door. There was a small room on the other side, smaller than a bathroom, just enough space for one person to sit. And in the center of the room was a chair. Steel, bolted to the floor. Leather straps on the arms and legs. A chain hanging from the ceiling. That's when my brain caught up. This wasn't just an old shack. It was used for something. Something bad. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how quiet it still was. No wind. No birds. Just the soft sound of my breath and the pounding of my heart. I shut the door, bolted it again, and backed out of the basement. When I got back to the top of the stairs, I heard it again. A thud. This time it was closer. Outside the shack. I moved to the front window and peered out. I didn't see anything at first. Then near the edge of the tree line, something moved. It wasn't a person. It was too low to the ground. Crawling. I squinted, trying to make it out. But it slipped behind a tree. I grabbed my keys and ran. I didn't look back. Didn't care what was out there. I jumped the fence, nearly fell on my face, and sprinted through the brush back to my truck. When I got there, the driver's side door was open. I had locked it. I was sure I had. The seat was pushed back. The glove compartment was open, and there were muddy handprints on the dashboard. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and started the engine. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the keys. I threw it in reverse, nearly hit a tree turning around, and sped out of there. The whole way home, I kept checking the rear view. Nothing followed me. Nothing came out of the woods. But I couldn't stop thinking about the chair. About what that shack had been used for. About what I saw crawling in the trees. That night I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. I kept the lights on. I kept the windows shut. And I kept telling myself not to go back. But the next day, I drove back out there. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to make sure it was real. Maybe I thought I had imagined it. That it was just some weird fever dream from being overtired. But when I got to the turnoff, the road was gone. I drove up and down the highway for half an hour. I knew exactly where it had been. I had marked it in my head. But there was nothing. No trail. No broken branches. Just trees. I even pulled over and walked into the woods where it should have been. Nothing. Just thick brush and trees, and the sound of birds chirping like normal. No shack. No fence. No clearing. I thought maybe I had taken a different road by accident the day before. But I checked the map. There were no other roads like that for miles. So now I don't know what to think. It wasn't a dream. I know what I saw. I still have the dirt on my boots. I still have the scratches from pushing through those branches. But that place, it's gone. And sometimes when I sit in my truck, I think about the seat being pushed back, the glove box open, those muddy prints, like someone had been waiting, watching, and I keep wondering what would have happened if I had stayed longer, or if I had opened that metal door just a few minutes later, or worse, if I had gotten back to the shack and the door was already closed again. I had been planning the solo hiking trip for a while. I needed a break from everything, my job, my phone, the constant noise of the city. I picked a spot about 5 hours north of where I lived. It was remote, quiet, and full of long trails that ran through deep forest. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd just bump into someone. Most people didn't even know it existed unless they were serious hikers or had family nearby. That's what I wanted. I packed everything carefully. I made a list and double-checked it before I left. Tent, sleeping bag, food, water filter, map, compass, first aid kit, knife, fire starter, everything. I had even downloaded offline maps and marked some good spots to camp. I had 4 days off and planned to stay 3 nights in the woods. I'd hike about 10 to 12 miles a day, sleep where it made sense, and be out by Sunday evening. I got to the trailhead a little after 8 a.m. on Thursday. There was only one other car in the small dirt parking lot, an old blue pickup. That didn't bother me. The trail network was big enough that we probably wouldn't even cross paths. The air was crisp. The sun was out. Everything felt right. The first few miles were easy. Tall trees with thick canopies shaded most of the trail. The dirt underfoot was packed from old footprints and worn down from weather. Birds chirped. I heard squirrels darting around. And once I saw a rabbit take off through the underbrush when I stopped to drink water. Around noon I stopped to eat something. Just a protein bar and a few handfuls of trail mix. I remember feeling peaceful. Everything was quiet except for the wind moving through the trees. About an hour later, something strange happened. I noticed what looked like a boot print off the side of the trail. It was faint, pressed into a soft patch of ground near the base of a tree. It wasn't mine. The shape was wrong, wider at the toe. I figured it might belong to the guy in the pickup truck, or someone who had hiked the trail a day or two before. But a couple hours later, I saw another print. Then another. They weren't exactly on the trail, but close, sometimes to the left or right in softer patches of dirt, always slightly hidden, like someone had tried not to walk directly on the path. By the time I reached a clearing and started setting up camp, I had seen at least 7 of them. They were spaced out, but they were all fresh. Not old enough to be from last week or even yesterday. I tried to brush it off. Maybe someone else was out here, someone with their own route, or looking for solitude like me. I built my tent under a small group of trees, close enough to the clearing that I could see the sky, but not so exposed that I felt vulnerable. I boiled water for dinner and sat with my back against a fallen log while I ate. It was around sunset when I noticed something that made the hair on my arms stand up. There was a sound, faint but there, coming from somewhere deeper in the woods. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't wind. It was footsteps. They weren't fast, not crashing through the trees, but steady and slow, like someone walking carefully. I froze. The steps would stop, then start again. I held my breath. The sound didn't come closer, but it didn't move away either. I stayed completely still for a while, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I didn't hear it anymore. The woods were quiet again. Eventually, I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe even a black bear, though it didn't sound heavy enough. I forced myself to stop thinking about it and climbed into my tent. I didn't sleep well. Every sound made me tense up. Twigs snapping, wind rustling leaves. It all felt louder in the dark. The next morning, I got up early and packed quickly. I didn't even eat breakfast. I just wanted to move. By noon, I had put in about 7 miles. I hadn't seen or heard anyone. No more boot prints. No signs of another person. That should have made me feel better, but it didn't. Then, maybe 2 hours later, I saw something that made my chest tighten. There was a tree with fresh bark scraped off about 5 feet up. It wasn't the kind of damage a bear makes. It looked like someone had taken a knife or blade and stripped a long piece of bark down one side. A clean, smooth cut. And next to the tree, pressed into the mud, was a boot print. Same size and shape as the ones I'd seen before. I stood there a long time, just staring. I didn't want to panic. I kept walking. Fast. Focused. But I stopped taking breaks. I didn't even look at my phone. When it started getting dark, I found a spot to camp that was off the trail, maybe 50 yards into the trees. I didn't build a fire. I ate cold food and kept everything quiet. I even zipped up my sleeping bag before sunset. I wanted to be ready. That night was worse. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. Something had made a sound outside. A crunch, maybe a step, directly on a dry patch of ground. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I heard it again, closer now. A deliberate, single step. Then silence. Then one more. It stopped again. I was frozen. My heart felt like it was pounding inside my ears. I waited like that, motionless, for what felt like hours. The sound never came again. Eventually, when the first light of morning pushed through the trees, I unzipped the tent and peeked out. Nothing, but I found footprints. Clear ones. They came from the woods, stopped about 10 feet from my tent, then turned and went back the way they came. I don't think I even took time to eat or think. I just packed up and got moving. I didn't care if my socks were wet or if I had blisters. I wanted out. I wanted to be near people again. I checked my map. The fastest way back to the parking lot was to follow the trail east for another 10 miles. It would be tight to make it before dark, but I didn't want to spend another night out there. The whole day I was on edge. Every crack in the woods made me spin around. I stopped to listen every few minutes. At one point, I swear I heard someone moving parallel to me, off trail, keeping pace. They weren't trying to hide, but they weren't trying to be seen either. I never saw them. I never heard a voice, but the pattern was too perfect. When I sped up, it sped up. When I slowed down, it did too. By the time I reached the parking lot, the sun had just dipped behind the trees. I half expected the blue pickup truck to still be there, but it wasn't. Only my car was left. I didn't waste a second. I threw my gear in the back seat, locked the doors, and started the engine. I didn't relax until I saw the glow of the first gas station an hour later. When I got home, I took a long shower, then sat on my bed for a while. I didn't even unpack right away. For the next week, I kept checking my front door at night. I'd wake up randomly and listen. I never called the police. I didn't have a name, a face, or anything more than boot prints and sounds in the trees. What could I even tell them? I wasn't hurt. I didn't lose anything. It was just a feeling, something that lived in the space between certainty and doubt. But I know what I heard. I know someone was out there, watching. And they weren't camping. They were following. I was working the afternoon shift that day, stationed in the lobby of the HSBC building in downtown Vancouver. I'd done this job long enough to know the rhythm of the place. Most days were all routine, tenants trickling in and out, occasional noise complaints, deliveries, or someone locking themselves out. That day felt the same as any other, at first. It was about 3:10 p.m. when the call came through. It was the receptionist from one of the law firms on the 17th floor, her voice tight with panic. She said one of the lawyers, Tom, I'd seen him around, mid-50s, graying hair, always looked stressed, was on the floor, clutching his chest, possibly having a heart attack. I didn't waste time. Grabbed the AED from the cabinet, radioed it into our dispatch, who contacted 911 immediately, and I made a beeline to the elevators. The ride up felt longer than usual, even though I hit express. I kept staring at the AED in my hands, mentally running through my first aid training. When the elevator doors opened, a young guy in a button-up shirt was waiting, waving frantically. "This way," he mouthed, pointing down the hallway. We jogged down the carpeted corridor to their reception area, and there was Tom, sprawled on the floor near the break room, pale and soaked with sweat. His dress shirt was unbuttoned halfway, chest heaving, and his face was drawn with pain. He wasn't unconscious, but he didn't look far from it. I dropped beside him, telling the others to give us space. I did a quick check. No visible trauma, but his skin was clammy, his pulse was rapid, and his breathing shallow. Classic signs of a myocardial infarction. I stayed there with him, comforting him as best I could, prepping the AED in case he coded before the paramedics got there. He kept saying how much his chest hurt, how he couldn't breathe properly. His eyes were wide, like he was trying to focus on something far away. I stayed calm, talking to him, making sure he stayed conscious. It took less than 5 minutes, but it felt like 30 before the paramedics burst out of the elevator with their gear. They took over quickly. I stepped back and began doing my part, recording the time they arrived, who was present, noting details for the report. While they worked on Tom, he kept mumbling. At first it was the usual panic talk. He didn't want to die, he hadn't written his will, he needed to call someone. But then something shifted in his expression. He looked past the medics, up toward the ceiling. His whole body tensed. His eyes were locked on something above them, not around them, not behind them, above. Like he was seeing something coming down at him. He went rigid, his jaw clenched tight, and his already pale face drained even more color. Then he started trying to push himself backward, scooting weakly along the floor like he was trying to escape something. He wasn't responding to the medics anymore. He just kept looking upward, wide-eyed, shaking his head. Then came the scream. Loud, ragged. I don't fucking believe it. No. No and no. And then silence. His body went slack. The monitor flatlined. The medics scrambled to resuscitate him, but nothing worked. After several attempts, they called it dead. 3:33 p.m. I stayed behind to wrap up the paperwork while they loaded him out. The rest of his office was in shock. No one spoke. I tried not to think too hard about that last moment. The panic in his face, the direction he was looking. It didn't sit right. It felt wrong, unnatural, not in a ghost way. Just something about how his brain processed his last few seconds alive, like he saw something real that broke him. A memory? A realization? But I didn't dwell on it too much. You see a lot in this job. I told myself maybe it was oxygen deprivation, hallucinations. Brains do funny things under stress. I went home that night and slept heavy. Next morning, I was back in at noon for another shift. A week passed. Then something else happened. It was just after 10 p.m. on a Wednesday. I was posted at another high-rise nearby, a newly finished building, residential this time, sleek design, glass everything. Ultra-modern. It had been built where an older office tower once stood, one I vaguely remember being torn down about 3 years ago. I wasn't on regular rotation there, but the assigned guard called in sick, so I filled in. It was a quiet shift. Most residents were either out or tucked in for the night. I was doing rounds when a woman approached me in the lobby. Late 30s maybe, curly dark hair, glasses, looking exhausted. She had the look of someone teetering on the edge. She told me she'd just moved in 4 days ago, on Friday. Her apartment was on the 12th floor. Said everything was fine at first. She was unpacking, getting settled, until that night. Around 10 p.m., someone started banging hard against her door. Not knocking, banging. Like someone trying to force their way in. She called out, and the noise stopped. Nothing else happened. The hallway was empty when she looked through the peephole. Then it happened again. That same night, close to midnight, the doorknob began rattling. Like someone was trying keys that didn't work or twisting the handle aggressively. She yelled again. Silence followed. She called security, but the night guard at the time couldn't find anyone. Saturday, same pattern. Door banging. Doorknob rattling. Now it was Wednesday night, and she was fed up. I told her I'd go up with her to check things out. We rode the elevator to the 12th floor. I walked the hall first while she stayed near the elevator. It was empty, lights on, carpeted, clean. No strange sounds, no people loitering. Her door looked perfectly normal. No scratches, nothing to suggest forced entry. She opened her suite for me. Everything inside looked fresh and untouched. Still some moving boxes by the wall. I stepped in, took a look around. Nothing out of place. She thanked me, said she appreciated it. I turned to leave, stepping back into the hallway. And that's when I saw her. An old woman, standing just a foot away from the door. She had gray-white hair pulled into a tight bun, wore an old-fashioned coat, thick wool, buttoned all the way up, and some kind of faded floral skirt underneath. Her shoes looked too big, like something borrowed. Her posture was rigid. She didn't blink. Her eyes kept shifting slowly from me to the resident behind me. Not saying anything. Not moving. I froze, took a step back. I won't lie. My heart kicked into overdrive. Something about her felt off, too stiff, too quiet. But I collected myself and tried to ask if she needed help. She said she was waiting for the elevator. Her voice was flat, dull. Right then, the elevator dinged. She stepped inside. I tried to follow, just a split-second delay, but the doors closed right in my face. I stood there, blinking at the metal. I turned back to the resident and asked her to come downstairs with me to check the security footage. I thought maybe this was someone from a previous unit, a relative of a past tenant, someone with leftover access. If she still had a pass card, it would explain how she got in. We got to the control room, and I pulled up the cameras for the 12th floor. Rewound to just before I opened the door. We watched together. There I was, stepping out of the unit. I flinched slightly, like I'd seen something sudden. But the hallway? It was completely empty. I stepped back from the screen and rewound again, played it slower. Same thing. No one else visible. No figure. No old woman. Just me, flinching at nothing. We checked the elevator camera next. Footage was clear. Doors opened, no one entered. Doors closed again. I don't scare easily. I've dealt with everything from overdoses to drunks to people trying to slip past security checkpoints. But this messed with my head. I know what I saw. I remember every detail of her. The creases in her face, the faded buttons on her coat. She wasn't hazy or dreamlike. She was there. Real. Solid. But the camera said otherwise. I wrote up the report. Filed it. Told my supervisor. The next day, I asked the property manager if we had old records on past residents. She was reluctant at first, but eventually let me peek at some historical files. On that floor, Unit 1204, a woman named Margaret Simmons had lived there until 2019. Elderly. Alone. She passed away that summer, complications from a fall in her suite. No foul play. No next of kin listed. Her unit had remained empty for almost 2 years before it was finally renovated and sold off. That would have been fine. Nothing unusual. But the weird part, the description. Her ID photo was clipped to the page. Same hair. Same coat. Same face. I didn't tell the new resident that part. Since then, nothing's happened in that unit. No new reports. No more door banging. But I can't forget that moment. Watching myself on screen, reacting to something that wasn't there. Feeling eyes on me, knowing exactly what I saw and having no proof of it. Knowing how vividly real it all was. I've worked long enough to know not everything can be explained. Sometimes the world doesn't play by the rules we expect. Doesn't mean it's supernatural. I don't believe in ghosts or fairy tales, but the human brain is a powerful, fragile thing. People die in fear, leave something behind. Maybe not a spirit, but a presence, a tension. Like the look on Tom's face. That last second of terror. Whatever he saw, it didn't follow him. But maybe it stayed. Maybe the building remembered it. Maybe some places just hold things in the walls, in the air. Things you can't see, but you can feel. And sometimes, when you're not ready, they show themselves, even if the cameras refuse to see them. I don't tell this story often. Most people wouldn't believe it. Hell, I wouldn't either if I hadn't lived it. But I still work the downtown core. I still do rounds. And every now and then, when the hallways are The house I lived in before this one was in a quiet neighborhood, tucked away behind tall oaks and a broken, rusted mailbox that leaned just slightly to one side. It didn't look like anything special, just another worn-down 2-bedroom home on a long stretch of road that barely got traffic. The outside was plain, a little weathered, with cracked concrete steps and chipped white paint that peeled like sunburnt skin. From the outside, it didn't scream anything unusual. If anything, it looked empty and sad. We got it for cheap. Too cheap. But at the time, I chalked it up to the market. That's what everyone always says when something is suspicious but legal. The market's weird right now. We had to redo the floors right after we moved in. Both the kitchen and the master bedroom had this soft, spongy give to them when you walked. Rotten wood. Water damage. You could smell it as soon as you opened the door. My husband at the time worked long shifts, leaving before the sun even thought about coming up. That left me in the house by myself most days. The rooms were empty, hollow, stripped to the beams. No furniture yet, no TV. Nothing to do but pace around or sit on overturned buckets like I was squatting in someone else's broken life. It was that master bedroom that hit me first. I didn't even sleep in it, not really. The moment he left for work that first early morning, around 4 a.m., I tried to go back to bed, but I couldn't. I lay there staring at the ceiling, but every inch of me was buzzing, like my body could feel something it couldn't see. My chest got tight. Not just the kind of nervousness you get from being alone in a new place. This was something different, something worse. It was like every part of that room rejected me. The air was heavy, and the quiet wasn't empty, it was full. Like silence that's hiding something. I lasted maybe 10 minutes before I bolted out of there. I grabbed my dog, slammed the front door behind me, and locked it without even thinking. I got into my car and just sat there, shivering in the dark with the dog in the passenger seat, until the sky finally started to get light. I didn't go back in until I could see everything clearly. It didn't feel logical, but I didn't care. I couldn't go back in the dark. We eventually finished the floors, moved the furniture in, and I shifted into the other bedroom, the one across the house. My room. I tried to convince myself that I'd been stressed, that the pressure of the move, the chaos of renovations, being isolated in a big, unfamiliar house had gotten to me. People feel weird things under stress all the time. I told myself that over and over again, but the feeling in that room never left. I avoided it even during the day. I'd make excuses not to go in there. Sometimes I'd stand at the doorway, just staring in, telling myself I was being ridiculous. But I wouldn't take a step inside. A friend of mine and her husband moved in with us for a while. Both of our husbands were in the Marines, and they got sent out on a 2-week training rotation at the same time. That left the two of us in the house alone. At first, I was glad for the company. I figured having someone else around would help with the nerves, maybe reset the house somehow, make it feel more normal. The first night, she knocked on my door late, except she didn't even knock. She just rushed in, visibly shaken. She didn't have to say anything. I could see the look on her face. She ended up staying in my bed that night. I remember thinking she must have been sleepwalking or dreaming, because what she said made no sense. Something about her bed shaking. But then 5 minutes later, mine started too. It wasn't subtle either. It wasn't like the frame shifting or the house settling. The whole thing vibrated like it was bolted to a jackhammer. We didn't move. Neither of us made a sound. We just lay there, eyes wide, both of us too afraid to get up or even speak. After maybe 10 or 15 seconds, it stopped. It didn't fade out. It just stopped. The next night it happened again. Her room. Then mine. Every single night. Same feeling, same terrifying stillness afterward. After that, she refused to sleep in her own room, which I realized was the same room I had tried to sleep in the first night. The room that gave me that deep animal fear. She told me, without me ever saying a word, that the room made her skin crawl. She said she'd hear scratching noises coming from the closet, like fingernails dragging slowly down the inside of the door. Sometimes the fan would turn on by itself, or the closet door, which she always kept shut, would be wide open when she woke up. One night she told me she turned everything off, fan off, closet shut, and when she woke up an hour later, the fan was on full blast and the closet door had swung all the way open. She was shaking when she told me that. I didn't laugh. I believed her. I had no reason not to. Too many little things were adding up. We tried to write it off. Old wiring, weird construction. But the house was in good shape, at least structurally. We had everything looked at. Plumbing, electrical, HVAC. No problems. But things kept happening. Lights would flicker in just certain parts of the house. Her room. My bathroom. Once, both lights went out at the exact same time while she was in the bathroom and I was in the bedroom. We assumed a fuse blew, so we got up and walked through the hallway, flipping switches as we went. Every other room was fully lit. Every other outlet worked. It was only those two spaces, my room and the bathroom connected to it, that had gone completely dark. My dad's an electrician. I called him, thinking maybe we missed something. He walked me through some tests over the phone, told me everything should be working fine. After almost 20 minutes of poking around, nothing changed. We left the hallway lights on and stayed away from that end of the house. But when we finally got the nerve to go back into my room, the lights were on. We hadn't flipped any switches. The lights weren't dim or flickering, they were just on, like they'd never turned off in the first place. Eventually, I decided to try filming. It was close to Halloween, and we figured why not. We'd been telling our friends the stories, and everyone kept telling us to record it. So I charged my old video camera to full battery and set it up on the kitchen table, facing down the hallway toward the bedrooms. We left the house completely empty that night. Nobody walked down the hallway for hours. The next morning we watched the tape. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. Then the picture started to distort, lines running through it, static, like interference. And then shadows started to pass along the walls. They didn't move like people. There was no clear shape, just smudges like someone walking through a fog. But there was nothing there. No one walked in front of the camera. The shadows just appeared and vanished. I thought maybe it was headlights from the street or something reflecting through the windows, but we checked. That wall had no windows. The only light source was the hallway light, and it stayed constant. That first recording lasted maybe 6 minutes. Even though the battery was fully charged, the camera died after that. Just shut off. We tried it again the next night with the same result. Fully charged, died within minutes. The footage always ended right when the hallway went dark. After that, we stopped trying to document anything. The feeling in the house was getting heavier, like whatever was there knew we were trying to expose it. Things would go missing: keys, phones, shoes. You'd leave something in the kitchen and find it later on the couch, or in the bathroom, or outside. We tried to laugh it off. Months later, we had a bonfire out back. My ex-husband's friends were over, maybe 10 or 12 people, all crowded around the flames drinking beer and talking trash. Everything was normal, casual, loud. Someone went into the house to grab more drinks. A couple of the guys followed. Clark was the first one back out. He screamed. Not in a funny, attention-grabbing kind of way, but a real, guttural scream. He sprinted back to the house, face white as chalk. Everyone froze. He said he saw 3 men standing near the fire pit. 3 tall, broad figures just standing there in silence. He said they were dressed like old soldiers, gray jackets, high boots, buttons, Civil War uniforms. We told him he was seeing things. He swore he wasn't drunk. We all walked back out together. Nothing was there. After that night, the activity slowed down. It never really stopped, but it changed. It was almost like whatever had been there got used to us. It stopped scaring us and started playing tricks instead. Guests would sleep over and complain that the bed moved, or they'd say they heard someone walking in the hallway. Their stuff would disappear and turn up in the strangest places. Once, someone's backpack ended up inside the bathtub. They swore they never took it off. Eventually, it became a running joke. We gave it a name, said it was the house's way of testing new people. But I noticed something. It never messed with me again. My bed never shook after that first week. My lights never flickered again. Whatever it was, it had moved on to someone else. Still, I never went back into that bedroom. Even after everything quieted down, I kept the door shut. I didn't need any more proof. I'd felt it in my bones from day one. Something was wrong in that room. Maybe something had happened there before. Maybe it was just the land. I didn't know. I didn't want to know. When we finally moved out, I didn't look back. I packed my things, closed the front door, and didn't say a word. I didn't take anything from that house with me except my clothes and my dog. I left behind every piece of furniture, every dish, every scrap of memory. I told my ex he could deal with it. He didn't argue. Now, living in a new place, there's no weird energy. No flickering lights. No shaking beds. Just quiet. Real quiet. Not the heavy kind. The kind that lets you sleep through the night. I've never talked much about that house since. But every now and then, I still... It started with a trip I hadn't planned to take. My friend Jamie was supposed to join a small hiking group for a long weekend in the Sawtooth Range, Idaho's backcountry. It was a guided group hike, semi-organized, nothing official like a company-run thing, but a handful of experienced hikers with a plan, a trail mapped out, and a rough schedule. Jamie got sick 2 days before and asked if I wanted his spot. I hesitated at first. I'd done hiking and a couple overnights in California, but never a multi-day trip that deep into remote country. But I'd been restless. Life in the city had been wearing me down, and I hadn't taken time away from work in months. So I said yes. The drive up was long, over 10 hours. I left after work on Thursday, got to the trailhead around noon Friday. I met the group in a dusty parking lot surrounded by tall pines. 5 people. Scott, the most experienced, a guy in his 50s with a gray beard and weathered face. Alex, a younger guy who looked like he lifted more than he hiked. Megan and Drew, a couple probably in their early 30s. And Riley, quiet, probably around my age. I got a good feeling from them. No one too loud or weird. They all seemed to know each other, at least a little from past hikes. We set off that afternoon. The plan was to hike out roughly 12 miles the first day, then spend 2 nights out in the backcountry, and return by Monday afternoon. The The weather was perfect. Warm sun, a cool breeze, blue skies. The kind of day that makes you think nature's still untouched. The trail wound up through forested ridges, opened into wide meadows filled with wildflowers, then climbed again through rocky switchbacks. We made camp just before sunset near a lake. The water was still, reflecting the mountains like glass. That night was peaceful. We made a fire, passed around a flask, ate dried meals that somehow tasted good out there. Everyone talked about past trips, wildlife they'd seen, close calls on trails. It felt comfortable, like I was a part of something already. The next day we hiked further in, more elevation, more rugged terrain. The trails weren't always well marked, and Scott kept checking a map and compass. He'd done this exact route before, a few years back, but he said the landscape looked slightly different. Trees had fallen, a couple creeks had shifted course. Still, he seemed confident. We climbed to a high ridge with an open view of the valley below. It looked untouched. No roads, no houses. Just layers of trees and rocks stretching for miles. We descended into a bowl-shaped basin surrounded by steep slopes. A narrow stream cut through the center, fed by snowmelt from patches still clinging to the higher rock faces. That night, we made camp near the edge of the trees where the ground was soft. We pitched our tents, cooked early, and stayed up talking again. But something felt different. The air was colder, the sky darker even before sunset. It was quieter. I noticed it most when I stepped away from camp to go piss. Just this heavy silence. No wind, no bird calls, nothing. Like everything was holding its breath. The next morning, things shifted. We packed up and planned to loop around and head back north toward the trailhead, a different route that would meet back with the main trail. It was supposed to be a longer route, more scenic, with fewer steep climbs. But around mid-morning, Scott slowed down. He checked the map again, then walked off trail a few yards, looking around. He said things didn't line up right. A small ridge we were supposed to pass over didn't show up where it should have. The stream we crossed was running in the wrong direction. We kept going, trusting Scott, but I started noticing things too. Trail markers were gone. Rocks and logs showed signs of old weathering, not fresh trail maintenance. A part of me wanted to believe we were still close to the original route, just veered a bit off. But we kept walking. For hours. The sun passed its peak. My legs started to ache. Everyone got quieter. There was no trail underfoot now, just soft ground, scattered branches, and old pine needles. Finally, Scott admitted we were off course. He looked worried in a quiet way, like someone used to having control who now didn't. He said we needed to head due north, and eventually we'd hit the main trail again. We still had enough food and water. No one panicked. We agreed to push a couple more miles before setting camp. But the terrain got worse. The forest thickened. Fallen trees slowed us down. Clusters of boulders forced us to climb awkwardly, sometimes crawling. We crossed several small creeks, unsure if they were the same ones or new branches. We lost track of direction. Scott still had his compass, but the terrain twisted so much, we couldn't keep a straight line. Shadows came earlier under the trees. We made camp again in silence, tension hanging over the group like a net. I ate in my tent that night. I didn't want to sit around the fire, listen to people pretend things were fine. I woke up just before dawn, cold, stomach unsettled. I stepped outside, zipped up my jacket. The fire pit was still. A mist hung low to the ground. That silence again, no birds, no wind, just that heavy, pressing stillness. I walked to the edge of the trees to stretch my legs, and I noticed tracks in the soft dirt. They weren't boot prints. They were narrow, long, and deep. Not quite like a bear. Almost like a bare foot, but larger. Not animal. Not right. I stared at them for a long time. I didn't say anything. Maybe I should have. Maybe someone else saw them too and said nothing. We packed up again, started moving. I felt eyes on me. Not from the group, from the trees, from the shadows between them. Every branch seemed to bend inward, like the forest itself was watching. I kept my head down, didn't speak much. By mid-afternoon, Riley twisted his ankle crossing a creek. Not badly, but enough that we had to slow down. Scott decided we'd camp early, try to make a full push the next day. We found a small clearing with space for tents. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something was walking through the trees around us. I heard it more than once. Slow steps, crunching twigs, then stillness again. I lay there, staring at the tent ceiling, heart pounding, waiting. But it never came closer. The next morning, Drew was gone. His tent was empty, unzipped halfway. His pack was still inside. Boots too. No signs of a struggle, no blood, nothing. Just gone. The group panicked. Megan cried. Scott tried to organize a search. We fanned out, calling his name, checking the area, but I already knew we wouldn't find him. You don't just vanish from your tent in the middle of the night. Not barefoot. Not without a sound. We should have turned around. Instead, we kept going. Scott said the best thing we could do was get out and alert authorities. But by then we had no signal. We hadn't for days. We pushed hard, made miles, but the terrain kept changing. Nothing looked familiar. I started marking trees with my knife. Small cuts at eye level. An hour later, I saw one of my marks again, on the opposite side of a tree. That wasn't possible, unless we were moving in circles. Megan stopped walking. She broke down, just sat down and refused to move. We waited with her, but it started getting dark again. Scott finally made the call. We'd leave our gear, pack only essentials, and move through the night. Try to get out of this place. That's when I knew something was deeply wrong, not just with the forest, but with us. That night, we hiked through dense brush, mostly in silence. Alex led with a headlamp. I followed behind, every sound feeling louder than it should have been. Somewhere ahead, a loud snap rang out. Not a twig, a thick branch. Alex stopped. We all did. I turned, scanning behind us. Then something crashed through the brush to our right. We ran. No one said anything. We just ran. I didn't look back. My legs burned. My lungs felt like they were tearing. We didn't stop until we found a dry ridge above a ravine. There we collapsed, gasping, shaking. We didn't speak until morning. Scott was gone too. Only 3 of us left now. Me, Megan, and Riley, who barely spoke. We were down to 1 filter and half a day of food each. No real idea where we were. My hands shook constantly. I started seeing things in the corners of my vision. Branches that looked like limbs, shadows that moved when I didn't. I wasn't sleeping anymore, not really. We followed a river, hoping it would lead to lower ground. That's when we saw the cabin. It looked abandoned, but intact. Built from old logs, half covered in moss, with a metal roof rusted from decades of rain. We approached cautiously, checked the door. It was unlocked. Inside, it was dusty but dry. A cot, an old stove, a broken table, and a trapdoor in the corner. We stayed the night there. Took shifts sleeping. I woke to Megan shaking me. She heard footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate. But when I listened, nothing. I wanted to scream. In the morning, the sun came out full. For the first time in days, we saw open sky. Birds chirped again. It felt like a curse lifting. We left the cabin and followed the river again, this time downhill. Hours later, we saw a dirt road. Faint tire tracks. I cried when I saw them. I didn't care if it was 30 more miles. We'd follow it. Late that evening, a white truck came up the road. A forestry worker heading out to check fire danger. We must have looked like hell, dirty, exhausted, wide-eyed. He gave us water, then radioed for help. We told him about Drew and Scott. He said search teams would be sent. They never found them. Not even a shred of clothing. No tracks. No blood. Nothing. We were told we must have gotten turned around. Panic set in, and they wandered off. I knew that wasn't true. I didn't believe it then, and I don't now.